Chapter 61 Gentle and Emotional. Even though Zhou Qian didn't sleep all night before, he still woke up earlier than Shen Qing. When Shen Qing woke up, the seat next to him was empty, and of course, there was still a faint temperature. Zhou Qian stood by the window and made a phone call in a low voice, as if he was deliberately suppressing his throat and not wanting to wake her up. Shen Qing moved his body, turned around slightly, and faced directly in the direction of Zhou Qian. Waking you, he in the same bed, looking at Zhou Qian's figure at this moment, Shen Qing had a strong feeling that this person belonged to him. As if hearing the movement, Zhou Qian turned around slightly. When his eyes met, Shen Qing was very generous. He sat up straight and covered his chest with a quilt. Let's do this first. Let's talk about it later. When Zhou Qian came over, he said this to his mobile phone and soon hung up the phone. Walking to the bedside, he bent down slightly, put his mobile phone lightly on the head of the bed, and then leaned over and directly supported the edge of the bed to get close to her. Did I wake you up? Zhou Qian's voice was very gentle, and the breath lingered in his ears. Hearing such a tone early in the morning makes people's hearts become soft and warm. Do you have a job? Shen Qing did not answer Zhou Qian's question, but asked this question on his own. Zhou Qian shook his head with a smile. He was not busy. He paused for 2 seconds and continued to say that what one can do on the phone. Shen Qing nodded leisurely and tilted his head back a little. After moving away a little, he could see Zhou Qian's eyes more clearly. His eyes were very bright at the moment. With his eyes facing each other, Shen Qing swallowed his saliva and suddenly didn't know what to say. He just subconsciously pulled the quilt again. Your clothes have been washed and delivered. If you are not in a hurry to go back, I will take you out to buy clothes later. Well, and Zhou Qian said this. He turned his head slightly and looked at the direction of the sofa. Shen Qing followed his gaze and did see that her clothes had been neatly stacked there, and there was breakfast and steaming coffee on the table next to the sofa. There is a good coffee shop. I've been there these days. For coffee, I wanted to take you there last night, but it was too late. I was afraid that you couldn't sleep after drinking. In the morning, I asked my assistant to buy it for delivery. Looking at Shen Qing's eyes staring at the coffee, Zhou Qian explained this. He knew what Shen Qing was interested in. Shen Qing nodded, was silent for 2 seconds, and said again, now that the clothes have been washed, I don't need to buy any more clothes. Hearing Shen Qing's words, Zhou Qian laughed out loud and said that I bought clothes for you. It's not that you need clothes, but that I need such an opportunity. I haven't really walked with you once. I didn't even bring my suitcase. Shen Qing was a little helpless. Zhou Qian smiled and raised his hand to touch her hair. Don't worry, my suitcase is enough. I'll bring it back to you. When Zhou Qian said this, Shen Qing looked at his face, inexplicably having the illusion that they were married and living together. Let's wash up and have breakfast first, and then change into clothes later. Zhou Qian moved his body. When he said this, he took the bathrobe on the quilt and handed it to Shen Qing. Shen Qing stretched out a hand and was about to take it, but Zhou Qian suddenly stood up. He threw the bathrobe and put it directly on Shen Qing's shoulder. Shen Qing looked up at him and could see Zhou Qian's serious and quiet face. He held her wrist, like helping a baby get dressed, and put her hand into his sleeve. Such an action and such intimate contact still subconsciously made Shen Qing's heart jump unconsciously. After putting on both sleeves, Zhou Qian pulled up a bathrobe for her. When he put it up, his eyes stayed on her chest for 2 seconds. When he didn't open it, he opened his mouth. Was I not gentle enough last night? Shen Qing quickly shook his head. No, I can accept it. Last night's Zhou Qian was actually quite gentle, and even drove her, which made her feel very emotional. Shen Qing didn't want Zhou Qian to have the illusion that he didn't perform well, so he answered truthfully, but he still felt a little ashamed to say this. So after saying that, her ears were a little red, and her eyes were not natural, and then she pointed to the direction of the bathroom. How about I go to wash first? Zhou Qian nodded with a smile and gave way to her. After Shen Qing went into the bathroom to wash, he looked at himself in the mirror and subconsciously pulled the bathrobe on his chest a little. No wonder Zhou Qi asked that at the banquet. The kiss marks on his chest were really shocking. Some clips of last night flashed in his mind, and Shen Qing felt that his face was a little hot. When Shen Qing came out of the bathroom, Zhou Qian was already sitting on the sofa. Seeing her coming out, Zhou Qian stretched out his hand in her direction. Shen Qing walked over and then put her hand in the palm of Zhou Qian's hand. She could feel the warm touch when Zhou Qian slowly held his hand. Zhou Qian held her hand, pulled it slightly harder, and pulled her directly to his lap to sit. Zhou Qian raised his eyes slightly, looked at Shen Qing's face, smiled and said, in fact, I'm very happy that you can come over. Zhou Qian wanted to say these words last night, but he didn't have a chance to say them. Shen Qing felt very very happy that he could come to find him. I'm also very happy that you are happy. Shen Qing looked at him and only felt that Zhou Qian's face was more and more familiar to her. Strangers become familiar, and there is an illusion that everything has been subverted in the past, which is a natural subversion. Haha. Zhou Qian smiled and raised his chin slightly when he looked at her. Shen Qing lowered his head when he raised his chin and kissed his lips in such a posture. Naturally, she felt that such a posture between the two people was suitable for kissing. Maybe Zhou Qian raised his chin and just wanted to kiss her. This kiss is different from any time before, which actually gave Shen Qing some lingering illusion. She opened her eyes slightly and peeked at Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian closed his eyes, very gentle and emotional. Zhou Qian suddenly opened his eyes and left her lips, but his eyes were very deep and his speech was also heavy. Shen Qing looked at him, looked at his eyes, and looked at himself who was getting clearer and clearer in his pupils. If you are not so busy today, you don't have to be so anxious to have breakfast. Shen Qing stumbled a little when he said this. He didn't open his mouth well. He couldn't directly say to me first. Chapter 62. It's not accommodation, but a feeling of elopement. Especially when you don't care. Your whole body is sweaty and you don't want to let go. Her fingertips penetrated into Zhou Qian's hair, and she could feel the sticky heat of her palms. Zhou Qian's sweat flowed down her forehead and was about to fall on her. This kind of picture can make people so more awake. Since it has been decided to give, we should have a good time and go in the direction of Zhou Qian. Moreover, they are going to get married soon. There is no need to hide their desire or pretend to be reserved. It's almost 10 o'clock when we really have breakfast. When Shen Qing sat on the sofa, he was still wearing a bathrobe. He had already taken a shower, but he was still a little tired. He was very hungry, but Shen Qing was not polite. He sat down and began to eat. It's cold, or Zhou Qian was bringing her water. When he saw her eating, he quickly asked, No, it's okay. Zhou Qian didn't finish his words. Shen Qing quickly waved her hand. She had no choice but to laugh. No, let's not be polite. I'm hungry and want to eat like this. Shen Qing's words are grievous with tawniness and persistence. Okay. Zhou Qian also nodded with a smile. He didn't rush back to Shen Qing's side and boiled water on purpose. When she came to Shen Qing's side with a cup of hot water, she had already eaten a lot. She was biting in her mouth and looking up at Zhou Qian unnaturally. Her yes were quite innocent. I was really hungry. Knowing that you were hungry, Zhou Qian smiled, sat beside her, handed her the water, and continued to speak. It was my problem. I didn't calculate the time. Shen Qing was originally going to take the water cup. When he heard Zhou Qian's words, he was half-stunned and didn't know how to pick it up. Drinking water, the four eyes looked at each other, and the atmosphere was awkward for a moment. Zhou Qian smiled and handed the water in front of her. Shen Qing took it over, and then Zhou Qian sat up naturally and glanced at the rest of the table. Do you still want to eat? Full? Shen Qing took a sip of water and then answered. All right. Zhou Qian nodded and naturally ate what she had left over by herself without ambiguity. Shen Qing held the water cup and glanced at him. At this moment, the room was very quiet. Shen Qing didn't dare to look directly at him, but he couldn't help but want to look at him. To me, I seemed to feel Shen Qing's gaze, and Zhou Qian stretched out his hand. What? Shen Qing was a little puzzled. Water? Zhou Qian smiled, took the water cup in Shen Qing's hand, and then directly raised his head to drink the rest. After Zhou Qian was full, he cleaned up the table, and then looked up at Shen Qing. Change your clothes. I'll take you out to buy clothes. Well, Shen Qing nodded, and then glanced at the direction of the clothes. Her clothes are neatly stacked on the other side of Zhou Qian. Shen Qing bit his lip, moved slightly, then leaned over, crossed Zhou Qian, and reached for his clothes. As soon as the hand touched the clothes, the arm was directly held by Zhou Qian. When the warmth surrounded his arms, Shen Qing couldn't help getting goosebumps. Obviously, Zhou Qian's hands don't seem to be so hot, but when the skin touches each other, it can warm up. I came. Zhou Qian's laughter seemed to automatically become a little ambiguous. Zhou Qian held Shen Qing's wrist with one hand and took her close with the other hand. Looking at each other, Shen Qing subconsciously swallowed. Although Zhou Qian didn't say anything, the depth in his eyes still made her heart tremble subconsciously. I can look at it face for a few seconds. Shen Qing said this. I don't know why. What unconsciously came to her mind was Zhou Qian in the morning. When she was wearing a bathrobe, she always felt that if she didn't open her mouth again, would Zhou Qian acquiesce that the clothes would also be worn for her. Well, Zhou Qian smiled and let go of her wrist, as if it was crisp, but there seemed to be endless reluctance in her eyes. As soon as Zhou Qian let go, Shen Qing quickly went to the bathroom with his clothes in his arms. After entering the bathroom, Shen King felt that his heart was relaxed a little. Shen King took off his bathrobe and changed into his clothes. After getting dressed, she took a deep breath and looked up to find that the bathroom door did not seem to be closed tightly. She turned around and walked to the door. She saw Zhou Quian leaning against the wall and leaning against the door. Come on. The four eyes looked at each other. Zhou Quian stretched out his hand first, then held her wrist again, pulled her to him, and thoughtfully helped her tidy up her clothes. Shen King didn't move and let Zhou Quian take care of her. She looked at Zhou Quian without being particularly blatant, but it was difficult to take her eyes off him. Will we do the same in the future? Looking at Zhou Quian's serious and quiet face, Shen King asked this question. Not satisfied. Zhou Qu smiled. Satisfied? Shen King nodded and looked sideways at Zhou Quian. A little more serious. You can make most women satisfied. Shen King really has no doubt about this. Zhou Quian? Shen King looked at him, hesitated for a few seconds, and said again, when will we have children after we get married? Satisfaction is satisfaction, but this is the main topic. Zhou Quian looked up at her and looked deeply for several seconds. He smiled. Do you want to ask as soon as possible or delay? It is impossible for Shen King to ask this question for no reason. Naturally, he has an idea to discuss it. I listen to you. Shen King looked at him and looked obedient. You are still a child. Zhou Quian smiled and nodded on her head. That's what I said. Although my father wants to see his grandson, he also needs to consider the actual situation. Anyway, you can push anything to me. Zhou Quian didn't particularly care about this matter. In order to protect the marriage before, they naturally swore, but they lived the days after marriage by themselves. There is nothing to push. There is nothing wrong with your body. Shen King had no choice but to laugh. Well, Zhou Quian nodded and smiled. Do I think you are praising me? Be yourself. Obey everything else to me. Zhou Quian looked at her and was a little serious. After a pause for 2 seconds, he continued to open his mouth. If there is anything, I will discuss with you whether you want to have a child or not. When to have a child, I will respect you after marriage and I will also discuss with you. You can refuse me for many things. Zhou Quian repeated this again. The four looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became subtle for some reason. No, I didn't want to refuse you. Shen King looked into his eyes and realized that he quickly waved his hand. They were very happy before, which was sincere, not just accommodating and not refusing. Chapter 63. It's easy to be soft-hearted and go shopping with Zhou Quian. It feels good. In a strange city, two people can hold hands more skillfully. Those who know the bottom line seem to be left in another place. It seems that here, they are really just couples who come out to play. I had a lot of fun shopping and gained a lot. Zhou Quian really bought her a lot of clothes. When the two returned to the hotel, Zhou Quian was carrying bags in both hands. It's particularly relaxed. Whether it's when buying clothes or packing clothes now, Zhou Quian's output is patience and gentleness. Look after Zhou Quian, who squatted by the sofa and folded the clothes he bought one by one and put them into the suitcase, felt that he couldn't put them in anyway. So he simply turned around to boil water. Do you drink coffee? Shen King was waiting for the water to boil. He looked left and right, as if there were several packs of instant coffee by the pot. When he asked this question, Shen King looked at Zhou Quian. Zhou Quian had put all his clothes in the suitcase and was pulling the zipper at the moment. It's okay, Zhou Quian replied with a smile, clapped his hands and got up. Step by step, he walked to Shen King and said again, why don't I ask the assistant to bring 2 cups of coffee? Just drink this. Shen King shook his head and shook the instant coffee bag in his hand. Don't let him run back and forth at this point. In fact, I came back from shopping outside. Now I'm lazy. I just want to have a good rest in the room and don't want anyone to disturb me. Okay, Zhou Quian nodded, took the coffee bag in her hand, and then motioned her to go back to the sofa and give it to him. Have you packed up your clothes? Shen King gave him a cup of coffee, but instead of leaving, he asked this question. Yes, I can go back the day after tomorrow. Shall I put my clothes directly in our house? When Zhou Quian said this, he looked into Shen King's eyes, and a little sense of commotion flashed unconsciously. That was their future home, and they would live there in the future. The world is big. There is a corner that belongs to oneself and also belongs to each other. That feeling of landing will warm people's hearts. Okay, Shen King nodded. There is really no need to separate each other. The clothes will be brought back by Zhou Quian. When they all go back, they will become a family in a few days. Go and have a rest. I'll bring it to you. Zhou Quian smiled and signaled Shen King to go to the sofa to rest again. Shen King hummed softly and really raised his feet, but did not leave, but stood directly behind Zhou Quian, and then silently pressed against him and hugged him from behind. When Zhou Quian felt hugged, his coffee-making hand paused for a few seconds, and then she continued as if nothing had happened. What's wrong? Are you tired of walking today? Shen King can take the initiative to help him, which makes him particularly useful, but he doesn't want to be too obvious for her to see his inner ecstasy. I'm a little tired, but I feel good today, and Shen King is also honest. Today's feeling is really good. She is tired all day, but also very relaxed. She hasn't had that kind of psychological ease for a long time. Zhou Qian smiled, slowly turned around with a cup, and faced Shen King. Shen King let go of him and looked at him with burning eyes. Zhou Qian held a cup and opened his arms a little. He smiled and hugged you in a different posture. No, Shen King smiled and shook his head. His smile was a little unnatural, but he was still very honest. When I looked at you before, I suddenly wanted to hug you. Now you look at me and I can't hug you. There is no such thing as being close to each other, but there are still good feelings. There will be times when ghosts want to hug, which is caused by the atmosphere of the environment, but now the big eyes are staring at the small eyes, and the eyes are facing each other, as if it is not good to continue to hug. Zhou Qian was not annoyed. He just smiled and took her hand to the sofa. Do you want to drink? Zhou Qian sat down beside her and handed her the coffee. Shen King took it, lowered his head and blew it, and then took a sip. Is the taste okay? Zhou Qian looked at her face, and her heart was very soft at this moment. Well, Shen King raised his eyes and looked into his eyes. His heart was not beating freely. They were particularly harmonious all day today. Up to now, the intimate atmosphere has not dissipated, especially at this moment. Zhou Qian has stretched out his hand again. Shen King let Zhou Qian take the cup away from her hand, and then he took a sip. Sometimes you look like an elder, and Shen King laughs. Zhou Qian doesn't seem to mind eating or drinking her leftovers. Such indulgence and intimacy, it seems that only her mother, and only the person who loves her the most really doesn't care at all. Just want to be nice to you. Zhou Qian smiled. Shall I go back tomorrow morning? Shen King lowered his eyes, was silent for a few seconds, and then said this again. Zhou Qian looked at her, smiled, and asked back. No. Shen King smiled. She decided to go back tomorrow morning. Now she just told Zhou Qian, but subconsciously, she still used such a tone similar to asking back, because she found that if Zhou Qian wanted to see her, she would easily soften. Shall I see you off tomorrow morning? Zhou Qian asked. Am I going back by myself? When Shen King said this, he secretly glanced into Zhou Qian's eyes. I just felt there is no need to run back and forth. Your time is so precious. I may go back with the big guy when I go back. Shen King bit his lip and held Zhou Qian's arm hesitantly. He really didn't want you to run back and forth. In fact, you can handle it. When you get married, I will invite them to participate. Zhou Qian looked at her and smiled. He sighed softly, then held Shen King's hand and patted him soothingly. Is it possible that I just want to stay with you for a while? Shen King looked at him, his lips moved, and he stopped talking. I'm still leaving tomorrow. I'm going to go with them. Shen King looked at Zhou Qian and still said this. At that moment, she really felt that she was going to soften. Haha, that's what I said. Okay, let you go by yourself. I won't run back and forth, and I won't put pressure on you. Looking at Shen King's serious appearance, Zhou Qian laughed unconsciously. Shen King's expression just now was really a little entangled. It seemed that as long as he persisted a little longer, she would really stay. However, since Shen King was entangled, it still meant embarrassment. There was no need to embarrass her, although he was especially looking forward to their real married life in the future. They understand each other, and they are not bad people. They should get along well and for a long time. Chapter 64. My father was hospitalized and was so crazy the night before. Zhou Qian was no longer presumptuous that night. After letting Shen King take a shower, he fell asleep. After shopping all day today, Shen King is tired. When the two of them leaned against the head of the bed, Shen King's eyes peeked half, squinting, as if he was supporting him. Zhou Qian sat beside her and leaned against the head of the bed, just like countless nights in the future. Maybe they accompanied each other silently. Zhou Qian took the computer to work. It seemed that they did not interfere with each other, but he could feel the warmth of the temperature beside him. Shen King looked at Zhou Qian's side face when he was working in a more and more hazy way. It was not until his eyes could not be raised that he closed his face. Zhou Qian looked at Shen King and closed his eyes. Then he smiled silently and withdrew his serious look that seemed to be distracted. He gently closed the computer, then put it aside and looked down at Shen King. Shen King's sleeping appearance was very innocent, which made people couldn't help but feel distressed and close. I just really want to get close to you. When Zhou Qian leaned over and kissed her forehead, his movements were so light that he didn't want to wake her up at all. Only after Shen King fell asleep did he dare to release his love more recklessly. He likes Shen King very much. At the beginning, what the family said was, Forget it. Since Zhou Zixuan didn't want to, so he gave up the marriage. At worst, he would give the Shen family some compensation, and they couldn't do it. It's not a bad thing for the Zhou family. Of course, the compensation does not need to be as high as the wedding gift, and there is no need to pull the Shen family talk either behind the back. It is easy and can save a lot of trouble. He said it himself. Shen King was already his man, forcing the family to not only is Shen Haoji not happy, but in fact, this matter is not good in the Zhou family. For so many years, Zhou Qian has been gentle and elegant, and thoughtful in everything he does. Even if he really wants to marry someone, he should follow the steps and take his time. Even if he really wants to marry Shen King, he should not do it in this way. His father scolded him behind his back. Zhou Qian himself must admit that in this matter, he is not thoughtful enough, not gentleman enough, and even hateful and obscene. However, there are always times when people are out of control. Even in everyone's eyes, there are times when he, who should think about it, is out of control. He considered for a long time whether Shen King would marry into the Zhou family. It's not only now that he has been considering it. He has been considering it for many years. When Zhou Qian's lips touched Shen King's forehead, she could feel Shen King's frown slightly. It seemed that she could feel his kiss, and even wanted to open her eyes, but failed. Between half asleep and half awake, it seemed that such a strong kiss was not enough for her to give up her dream easily. Shen King, who can't wake up like this, is very cute. Zhou Qian's mentality is quite bad at this moment. He is really reluctant to wake her up. He can't help but want to tease her. This kind of behavior is not love, but too much love, just like some parents who like to see their children cry, thinking that even if it's cute to cry. I wanted to make him cry, but I really shed tears and quickly coaxed him distressedly. It was a very delicate and contradictory mood. It was not until the mobile phone suddenly rang in the night that Shen King opened his eyes wide. On such a night, a sparse kiss is not enough to wake her up, but the dang bell ringing in the dead of night is enough to wake up anyone. When Shen King opened his eyes, he met Zhou Qian's eyes. The four eyes are facing each other and close at hand. My mobile phone rang. Shen King swallowed and moved his body a little away from Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian nodded and entered the impulse to kiss her fiercely. He turned around and helped Shen King take the mobile phone. When he took the mobile phone, Zhou Qian subconsciously glanced at the screen, and it was actually Shen Haoji who called. The four looked at each other, and Shen King's heart sank. First, it was in the middle of the night. If her brother knew that she was with Zhou Qian, she would probably not be happy. What's more, at this point, if she really had something to do, her brother would not call now. Brother. Shen King was extremely sober in an instant. She took the mobile phone, sat up, and connected the phone. Shen Haoji's voice came from the other end of the phone, and his tone was a little solemn. Listening to the voice, Shen King's heart sank a little more. Dad fell down today. Why don't you come back first? Shen Haoji's voice is still low. Shen King opened his eyes and moved his lips. He wanted to ask thousands of words, but he didn't know what to ask first. Is the cause and effect still important? Finally, she said with a trembling voice, I'm coming back now. Her brother asked her to come out and have fun. If it was not serious, she would not have let her at all. When Shen King hung up the phone, Zhou Qian had consciously got out of bed, then took Shen King's clothes, and quickly changed his clothes. Shen King looked up at Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian looked at her quietly, and I sent you back. At this point, I can only drive by myself. I will leave now and arrive in the morning. Shen King wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything in the end. He just nodded and quickly changed his clothes. At this time, you don't have to care too much, and you don't have to think about not letting her brother see Zhou Qian. The two quickly packed up and got into the car together. Zhou Qian's car drove very fast and steadily. Shen King didn't say anything since he got on the bus, staring out of the window blankly. Her mood is a little complicated at the moment. She understands the impermanence and fragility of life. It's okay. Zhou Qian glanced at her, then freed up one hand and held Shen Qing, his hand tightly. At this time, I didn't know how to comfort her, so I could only hold her tightly. Zhou Qian knows Shen Qing's current mood, and his family will always be a weakness. Shen Qing turned his eyes to look at Zhou Qian, and his eyes were rarely fragile. At this time, it seems that she can only rely on Zhou Qian. She has a sense of being a floating king. When her mother passed away, she felt that half of the world had collapsed. Now, she lives with his father and brother. Although, there are many differences in many things, ideas and habits, she is her last relative after all. There is no one less relative in the world. She still pays special attention to family affection, otherwise she would not agree with her father's idea but she still follows his will and wants to finalize the marriage with the Zhou family as soon as possible. Although I don't agree, I'm still willing to pay for it. Zhou Qian looked at Shen King and finally did not continue to comfort her, but just held her hand a little tighter. In many cases, comfort is useless. He just needs to accompany her back and face everything now. Chapter 65. She was still young. When she arrived at the hospital, it was already dawn. Shen Haoji personally picked her up at the door of the hospital. When he saw Zhou Qian, he was surprised for a moment, but he didn't show much, but just looked at Shen King. Shen Haoji walked to Shen King's side, and his eyes were a little heavy. He didn't ask why he got together with Zhou Qian again. He just glanced at her, and then opened his mouth and fell down. It was not a big deal, but he had been thinking about you all the time, so I found you back. When Shen Haoji said this, he looked at Zhou Qian again and smiled. I'm sorry to bother Mr. Zhou. You're welcome. Zhou Qian smiled decently. It's good that there's nothing big. He was very anxious. My father is asleep. Does Mr. Zhou want to go in and sit? Shen Zhou smiled. Zhou Qian did not answer directly, but turned his eyes to look at Shen King. Why don't you go in and have a look? Shen King bit his lip and opened his mouth. She knew that her brother naturally didn't want him to go in, but Zhou Qian sent her back so far away that he didn't even go in to see her. He directly sent people off, which made the Shen family seem to be uninteresting. What's more, with Zhou Qian's character, his future father-in-law fell down. It was inside. It was difficult for him to not care, and his upbringing did not allow him to turn a blind eye. Okay, Zhou Qian nodded, paused for 2 seconds and said again. You go in first, and I'll come back later. Well, Shen King pursed his lips and nodded. Zhou Qian looked at Shen King and Shen Haoji's figure inside, and then turned around. He planned to go outside to buy some fruit. When I arrived at the fruit shop, I received the ward number sent by Shen King. Didn't you say to go to the Hot Spring with Qin? Shen Haoji directly took away Shen King's mobile phone. His voice was dissatisfied, but he glanced at his father, who was finally asleep, and still lowered his voice a lot. Yes, it was originally a hot spring. Shen King looked up at him and looked a little innocent. She pulled back her mobile phone, glanced at Shen Lian on the hospital bed, and whispered. After a while, Zhou Qian came in. Don't go too far. She paused for 2 seconds and continued. Dad, what's going on? Shen King was hurt when he came in, but when he really entered the ward, he was relieved to see that Shen Lian was sleeping well. It's not a big deal to fall down, but it didn't seem very good to draw blood. He asked me to have a comprehensive physical examination tomorrow, but he refused. So I called you here. Shen Haoji looked at her and looked helpless. His father was a very tough person, and it was not easy to persuade. He might need Shen King to come. It may be a little useful be soft and tough. At a certain age, people will have an evasive mentality and are unwilling to have a physical examination, as if without examination, all the problems that they are unwilling to face will no longer exist. When he wakes up, you advise. Shen Haoji looked at her and handed her over this important task. Looking at Shen King's embarrassed look, Shen Haoji's eyes were a little more serious. Why don't you explain to me why you are with Zhou Qian again? That is, the place where he went on a business trip is not far from the place where we played, so we are together. Besides, we are about to get married. Is it okay? Shen King looked at the door and reminded him again in a low voice. Brother, be nice to Zhou Qian. Don't show your face. I know in my heart. Shen Haoji frowned. All his dissatisfaction was only told to Shen King. He didn't really look like in front of Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian was educated, and he was not bad. As soon as Shen Haoji spoke, he heard footsteps coming from the door. Shen King listened to this voice, and his heart unconsciously warmed up a little, as if he was more and more one with Zhou Qian. Sure enough, the door was pushed open, and Zhou Qian appeared. Maybe he wanted to talk, but he glanced at it and found that Shen Lian was indeed still sleeping. He was very funny and stopped himself. He just nodded to Shen Haoji and Shen King, and then put the fruit on the table. Looking at each other, Shen King's eyes kept following Zhou Qian, watching him put the fruit, and watching him walk in front of him. Zhou Qian raised his hand and touched Shen King's head, but his eyes looked at Shen Haoji. When he opened his mouth, his voice was also lowered. Stepbrother Zhou, how is uncle? It's okay to fall, but there will be a physical examination in a while. When Shen Haoji said this, he glanced at Shen King and signaled her to have snacks. Shen King nodded obediently. Shen Haoji read his eyes, glanced at the time, and said again, I'm going to the company. Dad will call me when he wakes up, and I'll come over. Okay, Shen King nodded. When Shen Haoji raised his feet, Zhou Qian also followed. I sent you out. Shen Haoji did not refuse, slowed down and waited to leave with Zhou Qian. Out of the ward, Zhou Qian also consciously turned his head and looked at Shen Haoji. Brother Zhou, where I'm on this business trip. I know, he told me. Shen Haoji turned his eyes too low, okay at him and smiled. Thank you very much for sending her back. When Shen Haoji said this, Zhou Qian could only nod. The two of them left the hospital together. Zhou Qian personally sent him to the side of the car. Shen Haoji took another look at him before opening the door. This time, his eyes were a little serious. He was young and did not understand many things. Now should be the most sticky time. Mr. Zhou didn't feel annoyed. Shen Haoji looked at his eyes and continued. After a while, my father has to have a checkup. I don't know what's going on. I saw the doctor's face that his face was not very good. Let's wait until the results come out. Don't tell her first. Don't scare her, okay? Zhou Qian nodded. Shen Haoji looked at him and stopped talking. Brother Zhou can say directly that Zhou Qian still has a vision. If it's really something, your marriage may have to be pushed back. And my sister is indeed young. I never thought of letting her get married too early. But it was indeed my problem that I needed her to sacrifice for me. Shen Haoji looked straight into Zhou Qian's eyes when he said this. Zhou Qian was silent, and his heart was clear. I know you are in a hurry, so it's really difficult. If it were Zhou Zixuan, they could have played for a few more years. After all, they are all young. Zhou Qian didn't say anything. He just looked at him for a few seconds before nodding. I understand your concern. I haven't experienced life yet. However, I will protect her well. And not all the feelings of life must be experienced personally. After all, life has bitterness and joys, and there is no need for the bitter part. Shen Haoji looked at him with a little cold eyes. He nodded leisurely and looked at the time again. Mr. Zhou, I'll go first. I have something to do. 2 days later, I'll find time to have a good talk with you. Okay? Zhou Qian nodded and sent him to the car. Shen Haoji's dissatisfaction with him. He understood that Shen Haoji was nothing, but he was Shen Qing's brother after all. Chapter 66. After walking 99 steps for her, Shen Qing was quite surprised that Zhou Qian returned. However, Zhou Qian did not stay in the hospital for too long. After Shen Lian woke up and said hello, he left. After all, after Shen Lian woke up, Shen Haoji would come over. It is inevitable polite for him to say hello, but without a real marriage, some things still can't be crossed. It is not easy to pursue. At Shenlian to have a physical examination. Maybe people have the most basic cognition and premonition of their own body. He should know that his body is not as good as before, so he is particularly resistant to physical examination. Shenlian physical examination results are not very good. Shen Haoji didn't tell him, and just let him say that it was okay to fall down and he had to be discharged from the hospital. Shen Qing coaxed him for a long time before he was willing to stay for a few more days. After Shen Lian fell asleep, Shen Qing closed the door of the ward and went out to find Shen Haoji. Shen Haoji was on the phone in a small hospital next to the hospital. When he was on the phone, there was a cigarette between his fingers, which suddenly became bright and dark. Shen Haoji could hear the sound of Shen Qing approaching. He glanced in her direction and did not end the phone, but just extinguished the cigarette butt. Okay, I'll arrange for my father to go there as soon as possible, so you can take good care of him there. When Shen Qing arrived at him, he could hear him say this, and then he hummed at the phone several times before hanging up the phone. He took a deep breath and sighed when he raised his eyes. How about it? Did Dad fall asleep? Shen Qing kept clamoring to be discharged from the hospital, and finally fell asleep. Shen Qing was a little helpless when he spoke. He paused for 2 seconds and asked again, who are you calling? Shen Qing listened to the meaning of Shen Haoji's phone, as if he was going to take their father somewhere. My classmate, the doctor, wants to take my father to have a look and take him to distract himself. Don't be too like seeing a doctor. He won't be happy. Can you walk away? Shen Qing looked at him and was very suspicious. Can't leave. Shen Haoji shook his head honestly, and his eyes were a little serious. You take your father, anyway. You have nothing to do. Just think of the two of you going out to relax. Don't worry. I have agreed with my classmate that he will arrange and take care of him. But Shen Qing frowned. It was a little sudden. She wanted to say that she was getting married soon, but she didn't dare to say it out. She should know which is more important. But the subconscious first thought was indeed that. Let's go and have a look first. The Zhou family is not unkind. I will tell them that Dad can postpone the marriage now. Shen Haoji's words don't seem to be discussing. You don't have to worry about this. You should worry about how to coax Dad and make him willing to follow you. Shen Haoji's words were very natural, which made Shen Qing have an illusion that if she refused at this juncture, it seemed to be very unfilial. Well, Shen Qing hesitated for a while and nodded. All right. It's not early. You can go back and have a rest. I'll be here with you at night and go straight to work tomorrow morning. You and your father should also pack up your luggage a little. He will not and leave at any time, lest he regret it again. Shen Qing always felt that such a decision was strange, but it seemed that he was powerless to refute anything. Her brother's career has just been saved, and she really can't leave. It seems that the burden of accompanying her father should naturally come to her. However, for some reason, she felt a little sorry for Zhou Qian for the obvious filial piety. Shen Qing still followed Shen Haoji's will and went home first. After arriving home, I took a shower and stayed in the hospital all day today. I was very tired. After taking a shower, I looked at my mobile phone as soon as possible. It seems that Zhou Qian didn't contact her after leaving today. She was not sure whether Zhou Qian would go back to continue his business trip or had come back after leaving, so she didn't leave. She has occupied a lot of Zhou Qian's working time in the past 2 days, and now she doesn't know whether Zhou Qian is ideal. Zhou Qian didn't take the initiative to contact her, and she didn't know whether to disturb him. He hesitated for a long time. Anyway, he couldn't sleep. Shen Qing still sent a message to Zhou Qian. The main reason is that it's useless to escape. If she goes with her father to her brother and classmates, she will definitely there is no way to participate in the wedding with Zhou Qian, not to mention that I can't help. I may not even be able to make it to the wedding. After all, we should say hello to the Yu Qian and see how to solve it. Although Shen Haoji said that he would deal with it and talk to the Zhou family, after all, it was her and Zhou Qian's wedding, and she felt it was necessary to talk to Zhou Qian as soon as possible. Are you still busy? After the message was sent, Shen Qing kept staring at his mobile phone. I was looking forward to Zhou Qian's quick reply, but I was also vaguely uneasy and nervous in my heart. I didn't know how to talk to Zhou Qian about it. The mobile phone rang. Zhou Qian called directly. Shen Qing took a deep breath and then connected the phone. I just finished my work and I'm going to rest. How are you? After Zhou Qian answered the phone, he said this first. I'm home. Did you go back or didn't leave? Shen Qing still asked this question. Didn't leave. Zhou Qian said, paused for 2 seconds, and asked again. Are you tired? It's okay. Shen Qing opened her mouth and fell into silence after saying that. She didn't know how to open her mouth to Zhou Qian. Do you want to meet? Zhou Qian was also silent. After a few seconds of silence, he asked this question. Now, Shen Qing was a little surprised. Just asking, if you want to see me, I'll come to see you. Shen Qing was silent and asked tentatively, aren't you tired? Will I delay you too much time? In Shen Qing's opinion, Zhou Qian has always been very busy, and every time seems to be squeezed out. Now because of her existence, it seems Zhou Qian has delayed a lot. Zhou Qian didn't answer and chose to be silent. Shen Qing realized later that her question seemed to mean refusal. Although she did not really refuse, the listener may really feel lost. Well, come here. I also have something to tell you. Shen Qing hesitated for a few seconds and said, do you want me to come to you? Shen Qing asked this question with unreality. No, I'll do it. You just need to come to me once. Zhou Qian smiled and asked her to wait for him to hang up the phone. Shen Qing doesn't need to go to him. Shen Qing only needs to give him a chance. He only needs a little rushing posture, and he is willing to run to her without hesitation. As long as Shen Qing wanted to marry him, he accepted. That night, Shen Qing wanted to have a relationship with him, and he cooperated. It's the same now. As long as she has the heart to meet, he will appear in the future. Shen Qing only needs to take a step, and Zhou Qian is willing to take 99 steps for her. Chapter 67. She was never moved. Shen Qing put on his clothes and went to the door to wait. I always feel that this looks more sincere. She wandered back and forth at the door for a long time, bowing her head and thinking about how to start the topic with Zhou Qian. The headlights illuminated everything in front of him. Shen Qing turned his head and saw that Zhou Qian's car was already approaching. Shen Qing took a deep breath, stood up straight for a minute, and faced the direction where Zhou Qian's car stopped. When Zhou Qian got out of the car and threw it into the car door, Shen Qing saw clearly, and he also had a drink in his hand. Here, I bought it for you on purpose, and it's still hot. Zhou Qian walked to her in 3 or 2 steps and handed her the drink in his hand. Thank you. Shen Qing said thank you in a low voice and took it. Indeed, it was still very hot in the palm of his hand. Is your father feeling better? Zhou Qian stood in front of HR and looked at her gently. Today's physical examination is not very good. When Shen Qing said this, he peeked at Zhou Qian and lowered his head to take a drink with a little guilty. My brother wants me to take my father to his classmates. I can't refuse. Shen Qing's words were euphemistic, but he still felt guilty and shameless. She doesn't seem to do the right way. Zhou Qian didn't say anything, just looked at her. After thinking about it, I also think that my father's health is indeed important. After all, it is my father. In case something really happens, I'm afraid of regret in the future. Shen King felt that what he said was a bit like a moral kidnapping, but there was really no other way. After Shen King finished speaking, he peeked at Zhou Qian again. Zhou Qian's expression was very calm, as if he knew what she was going to say next. What if I don't come back in time for our marriage? What do you want to do? Zhou Qian finally opened his mouth. I have no problem, and my family will not be in trouble. At any time, the safety of my loved ones is the most important thing. Zhou Qian said this. At that time, he looked at Shen King, who was very decent and even very tolerant, but there seemed to be a little unwillingness and helplessness in his eyes. I will go back to discuss with my father and push the time back. Zhou Qian opened his mouth, put his hand in his trouser pocket, and then turned slightly and sighed. The ring seemed to have been delivered to my house today. I didn't have time to pick it up. Otherwise I could bring it to show you. The picture given to you may still be different from the physical object. I should show it to you to see if you are satisfied. Zhou Qian lowered his eyes and said this again. It's okay. I'm satisfied. I'm fine with the ring. Shen King quickly said this. Zhou Qian looked at her, and his eyes deepened a little. He didn't say anything. He just nodded leisurely and he repeated her words with a smile. Well, whatever you want. Maybe for Shen King, anything is really okay. It doesn't matter who to marry, when to get married, what kind of ring, or what kind of wedding. Zhou Qian squeezed his lips and looked at the ground. For some reason, he suddenly fell into silence. Shen King felt the silence of Zhou Qian. She didn't know what to say or why Zhou Qian was silent. She held a hot drink in her hand, but she didn't dare to really watch the Hogwarts banquet. The drink you bought was quite delicious. After half a minute of silence, Shen King said this with a smile. She wanted to change the topic. I bought it at the dessert shop near your home. Zhou Qian answered truthfully. He looked at Shen King and stopped talking. Finally, he just shook his head helplessly bitterly. Well, I'm tired today. Go in early to rest. I'll go back and discuss it with my father. After a pause, Zhou Qian opened his mouth again and told me when he left. Shen King looked at him and was about to nod. Zhou Qian spoke again. He was very patient and decent, but he always seemed unwilling. Are you sure you want to live with your father first? Shen King was speechless for a moment and seemed embarrassed. Zhou Qian could see her embarrassed look, and soon smiled as if nothing had happened. It's okay. Let's do the family business first. I left. Zhou Qian glanced at Shen King and then turned around. Shen King looked at Zhou Qian's figure and looked at his figure to the side of the car. For some reason, his heart subconsciously sank. In fact, she can feel the loss of Zhou Qian. There may also be some troubles. They are in a hurry to get married, and they have spent a lot of thought. Now they may have to face a lot of trouble after the marriage. After all, they have even decided on a wedding dress. Zhou Qian pulled the door, held the doorknob for 2 seconds, and finally closed the door. He suddenly turned around again. He took a few steps back to Shen King, held her face directly, and then kissed her deeply. Shen King didn't dare to move and let Zhou Qian kiss for half a minute. Zhou Qian took a step back and looked into her eyes nearby. At this moment, Zhou Qian's eyes were a little subtle, which was the emotion that Shen King couldn't understand. Do you want to get the certificate with me first? Tomorrow is fine. Zhou Qian looked at her eyes and said this. Why? 问号. Shen King was surprised and looked at him puzzledly and innocently with his big eyes open. The 4 eyes were facing each other, and the time seemed to suddenly become extremely quiet. Zhou Qian looked at her. His eyes changed little by little, and he returned to his previous senses. He laughed out loud and shook his head, more like laughing at himself. It's nothing. I'll go first. I'll talk about it when you come back. Zhou Qian touched Shen King's head and turned around in her ignorant eyes. This time, Zhou Qian's back was very crisp and neatly. He opened the door and got into the car directly. When the car started, he didn't turn his head to look at Shen King. Shen King watched the car leave, and the drink in his hand seemed to become cold at this moment. She didn't quite understand the meaning of Zhou Qian's words just now, so she was silent and entangled. Zhou Qian has always been very measured. She just didn't react for a moment and couldn't figure out how Zhou Qian could say such a thing. Zhou Qian could see Shen King's smaller figure in the rearview mirror. It is not a bad thing for Shen King to be with him and let her take care of the rest of her life. Of course, if Shen King doesn't need him, it's not a bad thing. Shen King should not have been attached to anyone. However, after all, he would be lost. The feeling of being close at hand, within reach but ultimately inaccessible made him feel a little unspeakable fear in his heart. So he almost lost his measure just now. However, in just a moment, he soon regained his senses. It was Shen King's innocent gaze that made him regain his senses. Shen King's eyes were full of ignorant cooperation and ease, and he had never really had the impulse he wanted. Perhaps, she is responsible and willing to cooperate with him, but she has never been moved. Chapter 68 Withdrawal of Marriage. Before leaving, Shen King met Zhou Qian's assistant and personally came to give the ring. The marriage between them will not continue, or when will it continue? This ring is related to Shen King and was chosen by her. So Zhou Qian still wants to send the ring to her, but he himself doesn't want to come forward. He was afraid that he would lose his measure, and he didn't want to make Shen King feel embarrassed and reluctant because of his mistake. Shen King is understanding. He knows and even knows that if he insists, Shen King will cooperate with him to really enter the temple of marriage. Shen King is very willing to marry him, he knows, but Shen King doesn't love him, and he also knows, maybe for Shen King, he doesn't really understand what love is. In addition to the identity of the Zhou family's future daughter-in-law, she does not seem to have experienced true love, the kind of strong love and impulse that must be him. Shen King took the ring. She felt that she would need it sooner or later anyway. When she left, she sent a message to Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian told her not to worry, everything was fine in his house. In addition, Zhou Qian didn't tell her anything else. To be honest, Shen King was a little lost. For many moments, she thought that she and Zhou Qian were very familiar, but in more moments, she knew that the distance between them was still far away. They seem to be two actors. They can play very close times, but they don't have to act. She couldn't think too much. Shen King set off in a hurry, afraid that her father would reckon tea again. After Shen King left, they didn't contact each other again. In fact, Zhou Qian knew about the result between them when she left. Shen Haoji did come to him. He didn't feel that he was persuaded by Shen Haoji. He just felt sorry for Shen King. Shen King's love with him is certainly the best result. But it's not Shen King's fault that Shen King doesn't love him. Shen King has been living in various arrangements all his life, and he doesn't have much self. If Shen King has a real opportunity to choose and love, he is willing to quit. Over the years, from self-blame to guilt to unforgettable, his original intention was just to make Shen King better. There has been no contact. Zhou Qian has spent all his time on work. Only in this way can he suppress his mood and emotions. Zhou Qian made a cup of coffee. As soon as he returned to the desk, the door of the room was knocked. Come in. Zhou Qian opened his mouth and looked in the direction of the door. He could see Zhou Zixuan leaning his head in. Not surprisingly, Zhou Qian waved to him, signaling that he could come in openly. Why did you come back? Watching Zhou Zixuan enter the door, Zhou Qian asked. You're back, and of course I have to come back to accompany my grandfather. Zhou Zixuan closed the door and walked to Zhou Qian step by step. He glanced at the computer on the table and curled his mouth. Are you still working at this point? Yes. He has been busy recently. Zhou Qian nodded with a smile. Busy. Zhou Zixuan sat on the table with his back, looking a little speechless. You were busy before because you had to make time to get married, but now you don't get married. What are you busy with? When Zhou Zixuan said this, he couldn't help sighing. You see, my choice is right. The Shen family is not suitable to be a family with our family. This despicable appearance of crossing the river and demolishing the bridge is not worthy of our Zhou family at all. Zhou Qian looked up at him and was silent. After a few seconds of silence, he whispered. Who told you about this? Who else can say this? Didn't all the venues return? Zhou Zixuan looked at Zhou Qian with sighs. He looked into his eyes and couldn't help opening his mouth again. Is Grandpa angry? Hit you? Zhou Zixuan was curious and helpless. Before Zhou Qian said that he would marry Shen King, the old man was not very happy, but he loved Zhou Qian, so he still did what he wanted, and also gave his Shen family enough face. He also wanted to meet their family again in person, so that they felt valued. Now, the Shen family said to withdraw. The old man is really a little angry. It's okay. Zhou Qian didn't deny that his father was so old that it really hurt to slap him. Now that he comes back, he just wants to accompany his father more and let his father calm down. Moreover, before, Sao haven't lived together for many years, and we should leave more time for his father. After all, as we get older, time is counting down, and the less time passes, it's really shameless. Zhou Zixuan hugged his mouth, and the more he said, the angrier he became. That's all. Don't talk about it in the future. Zhou Qian looked down and didn't want to mention it again. He agreed, so it was not rushed. No one forced him. He just wanted to give Shen King a chance to know the world and love. Zixuan, strictly speaking, the Shen family did not say anything wrong to our family. The marriage was originally about your will, but they didn't take advantage of us. Shen Haoji has returned all the money, and that's it. What you said. So what is the paragraph between you and Shen King? Is it a deal? Marriage is a good saying. Now it's even more unpleasant. Is it to sacrifice his sister's body as interest? Zhou Zixuan hummed softly, obviously dissatisfied. Zhou Qian raised his eyes and looked a little deeper. The four looked at each other, and Zhou Qian's expression was much more serious. What should be said and what should not be said? Don't you understand when you are so mature? Even if sacrifice is not good, Sacrifice for a moment is really nothing compared with sacrifice for a lifetime. It would be cruel to insist on pushing Shen King into the fire pit knowing that she didn't love her. For Shen Haoji, this is a timely stop-loss, which has made his sister suffer. Now he doesn't need to rely on the Zhou family anymore, and he definitely can't let his sister continue to sacrifice. Zhou Zixuan rolled his eyes unhappily and jumped off the table with a lower tone. How about going out for 2 drinks? If you don't drink, I still have to work. Zhou Qian flatly refused. Zhou Zixuan looked at Zhou Qian and stopped talking. Finally, he sighed deeply. Uncle, Zhou Qian, I have always thought that you will never make yourself suffer. Why are you so polite to the Shen family? The Shen family's affairs made him, who had become an outsider, feel angry. I don't know why. Zhou Qian accepted it so calmly. This is not a matter of not paying back the money. The Zhou family helped the Shen family at the most difficult time, and also gave them enough faith in the marriage. Now they have overcome the difficulties and turned around, which is really impossible to say. If you want to go out for a drink, do it as soon as possible. If you don't go out, go to bed early. Don't walk around in front of me, and don't talk about the Shen family anymore. Don't say, the dumb man is Huang Lian. I just don't know why he has the face to cancel the marriage with us. Zhou Zixuan took a deep breath and reluctantly turned around. Chapter 69. No contact. Shen Lian cooperated after leaving. Shen Haoji found classmate is really good. He is not only good at medicine, but also good at talking. Shen Lian was coaxed to cooperate very well. After raising it over there for a while, it was the end of the month when Shen King came back again. For more than half a month, Zhou Qian has not called her or even sent her a message. When they came back, it was Shen Zhou who picked them up. Shen Lian began to complain as soon as he got on the bus. I'll just say that I'm fine. If you don't believe me, sometimes you can't listen to all the doctor's words. You should always believe what your classmates say, right? For your own sake, it's not a bad thing to be cautious. Shen Haoji smiled and glanced at Shen King through the car mirror while talking. Shen King hasn't said anything since he got on the bus. Shen Haoji opened his mouth to call her. Shen King raised his eyes and put away his mobile phone without making a sound. She has been losing her mind since she got on the bus. She was wondering whether to take the initiative to contact Zhou Qian since she came back. What are you thinking about? Shen Zhou asked. It's nothing. I'm just a little tired. Shen King shook her head in front of her father, and didn't want to ask too much. In fact, she really wanted to know how her brother told the Zhou family and how the Zhou family reacted. I always feel that what her brother said is okay and everything about Zhou Qian is fine, which seems to be too understated. Not too long, the car stopped at the door of the house. When Shen Lian got out of the car, he was full of energy, as if deliberately shook the car door to get out of the car to show that he was fine, and then went straight into the house without turning back. When Shen King got out of the car, Shen Haoji slowly took the suitcase out of the trunk. Brother, the Zhou family. Shen King walked to his side and still asked this question. Didn't you say that? It's okay. Shen Haoji looked up at her with a calm expression. But Zhou Qian hasn't contacted me for half a month. Shen King didn't know whether Zhou Qian was angry. The marriage has been put back. Isn't it normal not to contact each other? Shen Haoji pulled the suitcase in front of him, patted it as if nothing had happened, and then turned his eyes to Shen King. You are not a couple, and you have no emotional foundation. When you are in a hurry to get married, you will naturally spend some time and effort to cultivate feelings. Now you are not in a hurry to get married. What can you contact? Shen Zhou's words. Shen King was unable to refute for a moment. According to Zhou Qian's end, she went to the lobby of her hotel. Because she didn't answer the phone, she didn't come up. It seemed that it was really possible that the marriage was put off because of the marriage. She was not in a hurry to get to know each other in depth, but to work first, and temporarily put down the intersection of cultivating feelings between them. Although she didn't want to think of Zhou Qian so much, it was true that Zhou Qian really didn't contact her after the marriage was pushed back. Didn't you say you were tired? Let's go and have a rest. Shen Haoji pushed the suitcase, glanced at Shen King, and signaled her to go home. Will you meet my girlfriend when you meet? When he entered the house, Shen Haoji suddenly said this again. During this period, there were so many things that Shen King almost forgot that his brother had a girlfriend. Well, Shen King nodded. Since it has been said before that they will meet when it is stable, Shen King has no reason not to be seen. You set a time to call me. Shen King opened his mouth and glanced at the direction of Shen Lian's room. You go to coax that, and I'll go back to the room to take a shower. Okay, Shen Haoji nodded. Seeing that she turned around, she suddenly said again, take some time. Shall I accompany you to see the store? What? Shen King turned his head and looked at him, puzzled. Didn't you say to open a coffee shop? Shen Haoji looked at her and smiled. I have a familiar barista, and I can ask him to help you. Shen Haoji looked into Shen Qing's eyes and added this sentence. Besides, Shen Qing laughed. Brother, are you rich? I didn't say it earlier. Difficulties are only temporary. Shen Zhou smiled, which he never doubted. Tired? Take a shower first. Shen Qing raised his eyebrows slightly, said nothing more, and turned to the room. Shen Haoji looked at her figure and entered the room. The first thing Shen Qing did after entering the room was to charge his mobile phone. Before entering the bathroom, she looked at her mobile phone several times reluctantly. I took a hot bath in the bathroom. When Shen Qing came out, he took his mobile phone back and stood by the window. After hesitating, he still took the initiative to send a message to Zhou Qian. Although Zhou Qian didn't look for her, she is back now. She should say that even if Zhou Qian doesn't look for him. I'm back. My father has nothing serious. Don't worry. Shen Qing sent the message and was about to press the black mobile key. Home? But Zhou Qian replied to her in seconds. Shen Qing looked at the message sent by Zhou Qian and couldn't laugh or cry. There is only one word. Okay. Zhou Qian may not be so busy, and his mobile phone has always been around. However, he has indeed not contacted her for so long, or in Zhou Qian's opinion, there is no need to contact her frequently now. But she has sent a message, and she still needs to reply politely and in time. Looking at the word back on the screen, Shen Qing fell into silence and didn't know how to continue. She didn't continue to send it back, and Zhou Qian didn't move anymore. The world suddenly fell into boundless silence. This kind of silence made Shen Qing feel a little weightless, and she was suddenly afraid of this kind of silence. It was as if something that was herring before had sunk into the sea. There is a sense of loss in my heart. A sense of loss that is difficult to say, obscure and difficult to understand. Looking at the time, it seemed that it was not too late. After thinking about it, Shen Qing sent a message to Qing Qing to ask where they were playing. Qing Qing quickly replied to her and attached the address. When she left before, some people said hello to her. She knew that she was going out with her father, and she also knew that the marriage had to be put off. Shen Qing changed his clothes and went out according to the address. When she comes back, she should say hello to her friends. Of course, she doesn't have to be so eager to go out and play with them. However, she wants to go out today. The kind of silence she felt at this moment made her have to choose a noisy place to suppress her uneasiness. It's a bar. When Shen Qing arrived, it was easy to see them in a very conspicuous seat. He, drinking and chatting. He seemed to be quite happy. Her life seems to be back to the past, playing with her friends and squandering time. After all, they are still very young. If the marriage with Zhou Qian is not done and it is likely not to be recent. It may take a lot of time to do the process again. Moreover, Zhou Qian's current attitude seems to show that marriage has become something that is not so urgent. Shen Qing raised his feet and went in the direction of his friends. When he saw her, Qing Qing quickly walked to her. Chapter 70. She didn't know that it was quite unexpected to meet Zhou Zixuan in the bar. Shen Qing originally wanted to say hello to him, so he asked Zhou Qian about his recent situation. In fact, I didn't want to ask, but I couldn't help it. After all, I really haven't had any contact with Zhou Qian for a long time. Even the message that finally summoned up the courage to send over ended silently after Zhou Qian's good words. Moreover, there is no deep hatred between him and Zhou Zixuan. It is impossible not to say hello alone in the future. But when she really touched Zhou Zixuan's eyes, she was stunned. If she was not mistaken, Zhou Zixuan's eyes seemed not to be very kind with each other's eyes. Zhou Zixuan came over with the wine glass at the head. Yo, is Miss Shen in a good mood? Zhou Zixuan glanced at Shen Qing when he came to their table and put down the wine glass. Good evening, beautiful women. After taking a gentle look at Shen Qing, he looked around again and greeted him. My friends just glanced at him indifferently and wanted to see the person who was acting in a monologue. Because of Shen Qing, because of Zhou Zixuan's indifference to Shen Qing in the past, they naturally didn't have a good impression of Zhou Zixuan. I haven't seen you for a long time. I felt that Zhou Zixuan was unkind, but Mr. Shen and he still said hello patiently. How did I hear that you were not here recently? When did you come back? Zhou Zixuan hummed softly, looked around, pulled a chair, and sat down at the table. Qing Qing glanced at him indifferently, turned around slightly, pulled her chair, and sat a little further away from him. I went out with my father. As soon as I came back, Shen Qing answered, looked at him, paused and said again, I left, which caused trouble to the Zhou family. It's not troublesome. There's no trouble. It's good. It's a good thing that you don't have to get involved with your Shen family in the future. Zhou Zixuan picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip. What do you mean? Shen Qing was puzzled, and Zhou Zixuan was puzzled by the stronger and stronger hostility. It's not interesting. You are quite interesting, Shen Qing. Zhou Zixuan smiled. My uncle doesn't like to argue. I can't hold back my anger. Tell me what you think. When I wanted to marry into the Zhou family, I was reluctant to pursue it. It was okay to have a nephew or an uncle. I didn't care about the seduction. Now I don't need our Zhou family. I just kick it. Shen Qing looked at Zhou Zixuan with a subtle expression. I just came here to tell you that our Zhou family still really don't care about you. Don't think you are too much. My grandfather's promise to let my uncle marry you also loves my uncle. Are you really awesome? Now it's okay. As soon as the marriage is over, it's easy. Without you, there are people who want to marry into our Zhou family, but you are yourselves. Take your time. Don't encounter any unsolvable crisis next time. At that time, you will be worthless. When Zhou Zixuan said this, he got up, fished the wine glass, and was ready to leave. Before leaving, he snorted coldly and left a sentence. It's worthless. Didn't you sleep with my uncle? Zhou Zixuan sneered and turned around. Zhou Zixuan didn't want to get along with Shen Qing. If she really married into their Zhou family, he would naturally be polite. But what the Shen family did really made him unhappy. Shen Qing looked at his back and couldn't say a word. She hasn't had time to digest what Zhou Zixuan said, but she knows what Zhou Zixuan means. The marriage was withdrawn. The Shen Zhou family did not postpone the marriage date, but withdrew from the marriage, and she, the party, didn't know anything. Why does this man speak so badly? Shen Qing was silent. Instead, Qing Qing got up and shouted in the direction of Zhou Zixuan's departure. This is really ugly. I don't know if Shen Qing was blind or something before. She wanted to marry him. What's going on? Qing Qing turned to the direction Zhou Zixuan left and cursed several times before turning his eyes to look at Shen Qing. She only knew that Shen Qing left with her father and the marriage with the Zhou family was put off. Unexpectedly, the marriage was directly withdrawn, and listening to Zhou Zixuan's words, it seemed that the two families were not really so happy. Shen Qing's recent events have changed so fast that they can't keep up with the rhythm. At first, she thought she would be with Zhou Zixuan after all. Later, she knew that Zhou Zixuan rejected her, and then her brother Zhou Qian came out. Although it was not clear what kind of person she was, Shen Qing also went to see Zhou Qian last time they went out to play. The relationship between them should be good. I don't know. Shen Qing shook his head blankly. Shen Qing lowered his eyes and was silent for a long time before he suddenly got up. I had to go out. Shen Qing walked quickly towards the door of the bar. She doesn't know many things, and she should ask clearly. When she arrived at the door of the bar, Zhou Zixuan had disappeared. She looked at the neon flashing streets and suddenly didn't know where to go. She stood still for a long time before taking out her mobile phone. She should call Shen's Haji. She asked about it clearly, but when she got the phone, she felt that she seemed to want to call Zhou Qian more at this moment. I don't know what Zhou Qian's attitude was about this matter, and I don't know whether this matter hurt him. Taking a deep breath, Shen Qing still dialed the phone. Anyway, why? Oh, should ask clearly what you don't know. If you don't know, you should apologize for things that can't be changed. She didn't know how her family told the Zhou family after she left, and why it directly turned out to cancel the marriage. However, from her understanding of Zhou Qian and what Zhou Zixuan just said, she knew that this was definitely not the meaning of the Zhou family, not to mention whether to love or not. She believes that Zhou Qian is still a responsible person, so Zhou Qian is sincerely willing to marry her. Moreover, Zhou Qian said that the two families would have another meal together, which was enough to prove his sincerity and importance. Hello, the phone is connected. The voice of Zhou Qian came. Listening to Zhou Qian's voice, Shen Qing's lips moved, but he didn't know how to open his mouth for a moment. Zhou Qian's voice came again and called her name. Her tone was very ordinary, just like every previous call, without too much anger. Unlike Zhou Zixuan, who was indignant. Can I meet you? Shen Qing hesitated and still asked this question. No matter what happened during her absence, she still wanted to know from Zhou Qian in person. She believes in Zhou Qian more. Compared with her brother, she thinks Zhou Qian is more frank. Regardless of love and hate, he should be very frank. Chapter 71. It doesn't matter. Shen Qing found a coffee shop that was still open not far from the bar. There was no one left when she went in. She ordered a cup of coffee, and then found a window seat to sit. She faced the window. If Zhou Qian came, she should be able to see it as soon as possible. In the process of waiting for Zhou Qian, her mood was still very delicate. It's hard to say the subtlety. She doesn't even know what kind of state and face she should face Zhou Qian with. Not long after, she saw Zhou Qian's car. In the silence, the familiarity of the vehicle suddenly made her subconsciously excited. When He got up, she almost forgot that they had nothing to do with each other. Zhou Qian didn't get out of the car. When he rolled down the window and looked around, he happened to see Shen Qing coming out of the coffee shop. Looking at each other, Shen Qing's pace slowed down a little, and then walked to the side of the car step by step. Come up. Zhou Qian leaned over to the co-pilot and pushed open the door. Okay, Shen Qing nodded, and then got into the co-pilot. No matter what they want to talk about, they can't be on the street. Seatbelt. After Shen Qing got on the car, Zhou Qian sat straight in the driver's seat. He still didn't get close anymore, just reminded him with words. Well, when Shen Qing fastened his seatbelt, he turned his eyes and glanced at Zhou Qian, inexplicably guilty. Zhou Qian looks no different from before, and his familiar and strange face is still the same. How is your father? When Zhou Qian started the car, he opened his mouth. Shen Qing frowned. Unconsciously, with Zhou Qian's personality, they met again. No matter what the relationship was, his upbringing would definitely ask such a question. But for some reason, Zhou Qian's tone at this moment made her feel cold and distant. It's obviously the same, but the change of relationship also changes the feeling. In fact, it's not a big deal for him. My brother is too fussy. Shen Qing suddenly shut up again. She doesn't need to explain. The more she explains, the more unclear she is. Now looking back, all the causes and consequences of the matter seem to have been seen at a glance. His brother just wanted to keep her away. It's okay. Zhou Qian smiled. The smile was very light and decent. After Zhou Qian's words fell, the car seemed to fall into silence. Shen Qing turned his head and looked at Zhou Qian's side face when he was driving. He bit his lip, hesitated for half a minute, and still opened his mouth. I'm sorry. Sorry, for what? Zhou Qian smiled, turned his head to look at her, and said lightly, the marriage should have added some trouble to your family, right? She is talking about getting married. Not so well. The two families are so familiar that there is no need to involve marriage. Just think of it as your Shen family and the Zhou family borrowed money, overcoming the difficulties, and now they are still together. Our two families can still be friends. Marriages are related to each other, and it doesn't matter if there is no marriage. Zhou Qian's words are quite rational and generous. Things seem to be reasonable, but in fact, it is not so simple. The Shen family is betrayal. Now, Zhou Qian still gives enough face in front of Shen Qing and does not want to belittle the Shen family. I'm still sorry. Shen Qing continued this sentence in a low voice. Zhou Qian cowed lightly, turned his eyes to look at her, and smiled. You don't have to pay too much attention to it. You really should age. Of a better life. Zhou Qian parked the car on the side of the road, then turned his head to look at her, paused for 2 seconds, and continued to open his mouth. Marriage matters still need to be more cautious. You don't have to sacrifice your life for a momentary emotion or difficulties. I hope you can be better in the future. Shen Qing looked at him and suddenly didn't know what to say. With love, naturally, people will come together. Without love, it is not a mistake, but you don't have to force yourself. I respect and understand this decision, so you don't have to say sorry to me. Zhou Qian smiled, and his eyebrows seemed to be still very soft, but I don't know if it was an illusion. But there was a little bitterness. Without love, people can't be forced. People have the right to pursue better. In difficult times, he was the second choice of the Shen family. Now that he is better, he does have a reason to pursue better. At least he can defend Shen Qing's right to fall in love in the future and marry someone she really likes from the bottom of her heart. Zhou Qian has been in the mall for many years, and he can understand people's most instinctive and real mentality of profit-seeking and avoiding harm. What's more, although Shen's Haji is realistic, everything he says is for Shen Qing's good. He is willing to accept the result and the result that Shen Qing does not love him. After all, he did ask whether Shen Qing would like to get the certificate directly from him first if he didn't want to have a wedding. Shen Qing didn't agree. For many things, if he didn't agree, he would refuse. There is no need to really let the other party say the word of refusal. People should leave the most basic face for themselves and the other party. It is a kind of decent not to get to the bottom. It's not early. Can I take you back? Zhou Qian put his hand on the steering wheel again, and looked at Shen Qing. Shen Qing was silent. Zhou Qian sighed softly, smiled, and untied his seatbelt with a smile. He turned to face Shen Qing, and then reached out and gently held her face. He came a little closer and looked into her eyes. It's over. This episode is over. From now on, you will be free and don't have anything to do with the Zhou family. In the future, you will live a good life and love well. The result of either Zhou Zixun or Zhou Qian is unfair to Shen Qing. She is just herself, an innocent little girl. She should not have to be involved with anyone, and should not become a tool for marriage. Shen Qing looked at Zhou Qian with a tight throat, and she couldn't say a word. I'll send you back and have a good time in the future. At your age, you can play when you shoot. If you want to realize your dream, you can make it come true. Or, if you want to fall in love, you can also find someone who is willing to let you love regardless of everything. 大写 W. When will the coffee shop really open? If you are still welcome, you can tell me and I will cheer you up. Zhou Qian's palm was slightly hot, and he stroked Shen Qing's cheek as if nothing, and then took it back with a smile. Do you also think it doesn't matter if you get married? Shen Qing looked at him and finally only asked this question. It doesn't matter. You can enjoy life and life. If you need me in the future, I will still be responsible and give you the bottom. It doesn't matter if Shen Qing will be better in the future. Zhou Qian can't be too tough to make the Shen family carry out the marriage. If Shen Qing loves him, he can let go. But Shen Qing is not that kind of love for him, so his tongues will only become a bondage. Chapter 72. I can't blame you. On Zhou Qian's way home, Shen Qing kept looking at him. The feeling in my heart is a little subtle. I don't know whether I'm lost or relieved. Although she gets along well with Zhou Qian, it is true that no girl wants to get married at this age. She can sacrifice for her family, but of course, she is more free if she doesn't sacrifice. If it were someone else, she might be excited. She was free and didn't have to marry someone she had just met. But this person was Zhou Qian, who got along well with her, and even often flattered her. She had silently recognized Zhou Qian in her heart and began to think about the future. In other words, there are indeed some regrets, but they are just regrets. Compared with freedom, regrets may be nothing. However, at this time, facing Zhou Qian and being quiet in the car with him still made her feel better. She will not refuse to marry Zhou Qian, but their family, the Zhou family, and even Zhou Qian herself acquiesced in withdrawing the marriage, and she did not have the courage and need to say that I must marry him. The problem between them is that it is indeed too short, and they have known each other for too short. There is no way to carry love and hate. In those short and beautiful times, it has not reached the level of love and hate. I feel the long time, and I also feel the speed of time. Shen Qing watched Zhou Qian in silence. Almost there, Zhou Qian finally opened his mouth. When he turned to look at her, he also stopped the car and was not too close to her house. I'll send it here. Zhou Qian looked at Shen Qing. His tone was light, and then he looked like he was waiting for her to get out of the car. Now the two of them have nothing to do with each other. It's hard for him to deliver it to the door again. Shen Qing lowered her eyes and pulled the seatbelt in front of her chest, but it was not untied. She held the seatbelt and turned to look at Zhou Qian. Looking at each other, Zhou Qian's eyes were very soft and calm, except everything calmly. Looking at Zhou Qian like this, Shen Qing had a momentary illusion that maybe Zhou Qian was just a soft-hearted old man. He doesn't have much joy or anger, or he doesn't have much emotional thought, so he just follows the world and is willing to marry her or not. Zhou Qian lowered his eyes, then reached out and held Shen Qing's hand, pulled down a little along the seat belt, and then untied it. There should be nothing in your family that needs the Zhou family's help anymore, but with your nature, if there is anything wrong with your brother and family, you can come to me when you need it, and I will help you. Zhou Qian withdrew his hand, looked up at Shen Qing, and said this. Shen Qing looked at him and moved his lips. Are you responsible for my sleep? Zhou Qian looked at her, his eyes a little deeper, but it was just a flash of thinking, and soon it returned to normal. He smiled. It was indeed my misjudgment and I was too confident before. He thought we would definitely be together. After a pause for 2 seconds, he continued, although many people in this era don't care about this, they really shouldn't. In this era, the so-called chastity seems to be not so important, but if Shen Qing's future husband is not him, it seems that he will not be so good to Shen Qing after all. Well, I see. Shen Qing nodded, turned around and pushed open the car door. Zhou Qian rolled down the window of the car and saw Shen Qing go home. Shen Qing knew that Zhou Qian was looking at her, so he deliberately accelerated his pace a little. When she really got home, as soon as she entered the door, the light in Shen Haoji's room was on. Shen Qing frowned and simply went straight to the sofa, sitting and waiting. Shen Haoji came out in his pajamas, loose and in a rare lazy state. Are you coming back so late? Shen Haoji walked to her side and opened his mouth. Why do you start to care so much about everything about me? Shen Qing looked up at him. I have always cared about you. I don't care about you. Who cares about you? Shen Zhou laughed. Of course, he will be the head of the family in the future. He doesn't care who cares about Shen Qing. Besides, he didn't take care of it now. After their mother passed away, he was determined to take good care of her instead of her. It was Shen Qing who preconceivedly thought that he was a profit-oriented working machine and had always been ungrateful. I won't talk about the motto of covering the sky with one hand. Do you think it's really good to let the Shen family be scolded for traitor? Shen Qing sincerely felt that if Shen Haoji cared about her, he should discuss it with her in advance. Shen Haoji looked at her and smiled. How about it? Let me talk about it again. Don't be surprised by the Zhou family. Are you still willing to marry her? Zhou Qian may be performing well now, but Shen King, a girl, may not understand what it means for her to get married like this. She will always be put in the shackles of interests in the future. Some people will always remember that she married the vase because the Shen family wanted to exchange for interests, which is quantifiable. It's better to be a bad person and give up the marriage. Who does Shen King want to marry in the future? She has the freedom to choose, and she can also be free. Or if she doesn't want to get married in the future, Shen Haji can also support her for the rest of her life. It's better for your sister to be in your own hands than to be wronged by others. Shen King is under his eyes, and he can guarantee that she is carefree. If you really go to the Zhou family, it's a matter of luck. It's a good thing for Zhou Qian to be good to her. In case it's not good, the Shen family may not even have the right and position to support her. Shen Haji felt that they should be the closest. They can't let Shen King become someone else's family. At that time, they will be separated from each other. It seems that his brother really can't say anything in her marriage, and he has no qualifications and position. As long as she is still a member of the Shen family, it will be much easier to do, and the feeling that they are still a family will be particularly strong. Shen King looked at Shen Haji's eyes and fell silent. Zhou Qian wants to marry her, and she is willing to marry her. But if she has withdrawn from the marriage, she has no reason and necessity to continue. But she is a little bored after all. I'm for your good. If you really like it, I can go to the Zhou family with a shy face. If you don't like it, it's not wrong. To the point where he can't do it. I hope you are still free. In the future, you will meet the person you really like. Shen King is still young and will always meet someone she really likes. If she is married, she has no right to pursue. Shen King looked at him and suddenly thought about what he had said to Zhou Qian before. That's how they got married. What if they meet someone they like more in the future? Or in her subconscious, there is also such a hypothesis. The existence of the hypothesis is that they are not each other's favorite, but only acceptable harmonious coexistence. Alright, go to bed quickly. I did everything. There's really nothing that can scold you. Shen Haji got up and patted Shen King on the head. Shen King is a victim at most. It was her father who let her marry, and it was her brother who betrayed her. She was just a poor little vase who was tossed back and forth. Chapter 73 Sister-in-law, Shen King doesn't sleep soundly. When I woke up, I happened to hear a knock on the door. Stretching out, she took a deep breath, and then went to the door to open it. As expected, Shen Haji was at the door. Are you in such a hurry that you let me work with you? Shen King looked at him and was helpless. He used to accompany him to work in the company, and now he doesn't know if he still has such a request. Don't worry, I won't let you work. Shen Zhou smiled. Shen King is not suitable for working in the company. In the days when he accompanied him to work, Shen King was visibly uncomfortable. Get up and pack up. I'll take you to see my girlfriend later. Shen Haji exhaled. Shen King raised his eyebrows, tilted his head slightly, and then nodded leisurely. Okay, just me. When Shen King said this, he also looked around behind him. Where's that? He can slow down and see that when it's really decided. Shen Haji smiled and continued to speak. As soon as he came back, he was thinking about fishing again. Now he will go out again. But don't worry, I have found someone to follow him, and there will be no problem. I was still trembling last time, so I should be more cautious. Shen King nodded, then turned around and pointed inward, signaling him to wash up first. Shen Haji nodded and kindly helped her close the door. Shen King went into the bathroom, brushed his teeth, washed his face and took a shower. Shen King felt a little empty. Maybe that feeling was empty. Something that even her father had in his heart. 大姐, I used to care about my career, but now I go fishing for leisure. Anyway, I can always find fun and fulfillment. Only she herself seems to have everything, but she seems to have nothing. When she stood in front of the mirror after taking a shower, she subconsciously lowered her eyes and then glanced at her shoulder. For some reason, she suddenly remembered Zhou Qian. They used to be really close. Shen King has never really been in love, but when he thought of Zhou Qian, there was a feeling that had been circulating on the internet for a long time. That is, the lover above Yada was not full. Are you really not moved at all? No. His heart will still beat faster in many moments. Is it really impossible for him? No. After all, they didn't really have the excitement between them so much that they could no longer see the impulses of others. When Shen King changed his clothes and left the room, Shen Haji had already prepared breakfast for her. Eat something to cushion your stomach first. Seeing Shen King come out, Shen Haji smiled and pulled a chair to sit down. Shen King nodded and sat down opposite him. The two of them had breakfast and left the door together. They met in a cafe, but Shen King was a little surprised, because the person they met was Guan Lan. 周吉, he Guan Lan should pay great attention to it. He came very early and got up to greet them when he saw them coming in. Shen King was a little confused, looked at Guan Lan, and then turned to look at Shen Haoji. She thought that her brother had made a new girlfriend, but she didn't expect that it was still Guan Lan. Let's go. Shen Zhou smiled, pulled Mr. Shen He to the table, and then pulled a chair for her to sit down. He sat beside Guan Lan. Sister Lan, Shen King is still interesting. After sitting down, he quickly said hello. You're welcome. We've met each other last time. Guan Lan smiled. When she smiled, she raised her hand and covered the back of Shen Haoji's hand on the table. Then she turned her head to look at him, her eyes full of smiles. It can be seen that Guan Lan should love Shen Haoji very much. Naturally, how can she continue her relationship after so many years without love? Shen King was a little suspicious of her memory. She really remembered that it seemed very unpleasant for them to break up at that time. Yes, Shen King nodded and smiled. He likes coffee, doesn't he? Taste the coffee here. Yuan Lan smiled, and then invited the waiter. When the waiter came over, Shen King ordered coffee. However, after she finished ordering, Guan Lan ordered a cup for Shen Haoji. Shen Haoji pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Yes, her brother has said before that Guan Lan is decent and elegant on the outside, but very strong and domineering in the relationship. He also broke up because he couldn't stand it. Guan Lan was not willing to be separated, so the two were entangled for a long time, which was very unpleasant. In the end, Guan Lan went abroad and really didn't contact her at all. It was quite a pleasure to meet Guan Lan this time. Guan Lan is very polite to her, in order to show her sister-in-law's virtue and love to the extreme. However, Shen Haoji has always been strong in details. After drinking coffee, Shen Haoji went to work. Guan Lan left Shen King, saying that he wanted to chat and go shopping with her. Shen King saw Shen Haoji's figure leave. When she withdrew her gaze, she called softly. As soon as Shen Haoji left, she became unnatural in an instant. She said that Guan Lan might be her sister-in-law sooner or later, but after all, she was not so familiar with her. I heard from your brother that your marriage with Qian has been withdrawn. Guan Lan looked at Shen King and asked this as if chatting. Well, Shen King nodded and bit his lip. He couldn't say anything except well, you are still so young that there is no need to bury yourself in the marriage. You don't have so much emotional foundation. It's really unnecessary. Well, Shen King nodded, was silent for a few seconds, and looked up at Guan Lan. Sister Lan, are you going to marry my brother? She is indeed a little young, but her brother and Guan Lan are older, and they also have an emotional foundation. After all, they have been in love before. Get engaged first. I'll get familiar with you first. When I'm mentally prepared, I'll see your father. Well, my father has been obsessed with fishing recently. Shen King smiled. Take you around the street. Guan Lan smiled, still treating Shen King as a child. Well, Shen King didn't refute her kindness. He simply nodded and was about to get up when Guan Lan's phone rang. Shen King sat down obediently and waited for her to finish the phone first. When Guan Lan answered the phone, her aura was completely different from before, and she was in a working state. Shen King couldn't stare at her directly, so he had to look down at the ground and his fingers. It can still be heard that Guan Lan came back to inherit the family business. After several minutes, Guan Lan hung up the phone. Sorry, it's been a long time since I've been on the phone. Guan Lan smiled, got up with a smile, and then stretched out her hand to Shen King. Shen King was stunned and still stretched out his hand. Guan Lan still treated her as a child, and even reaching out to hold her was like taking a child. Guan Lan understands the world, and also knows how to handle Shen Haoji. Shen Haoji loves Shen King, his precious sister. Naturally, she wants to please her. She is too lazy to argue about why Shen Haoji continued his relationship with her, but she is still happy to continue her relationship with Shen Haoji. After all, the unwillingness of her youth will make people unable to let go for a long time, and they still want a result. Chapter 74. The wedding dress was taken away. I followed Guan Lan for a long time. Guan Lan also bought her a lot of things. Guan Lan put everything behind the car, and then pulled Mr. Shen to sit in front with her. If Shen King hadn't fastened her seatbelt as soon as she got into the co-pilot, she would have suspected that Guan Lan would have fastened her. It's really thoughtful. Sister Lan, do you like my brother very much? When the car started, Shen King couldn't help asking this question. Haha, can you see it? Guan Lan is very easygoing and admits very straightforwardly. Your brother used to say that I can't take care of people. Now you have to testify to me whether I can take care of people. You take good care of me. Shen King smiled. It is difficult to describe Guan Lan's true personality. Some people are like this. They are very thoughtful to the outside world, but when they face the people they like, they will be subconsciously strong and controlled. Shen King sighed softly and looked out of the window. He found that the section of the road he passed at this moment seemed a little familiar. I miss Aunt Xue's store nearby. What? Do you still want to hang out? Guanlan looked at her and smiled. I have a meeting in the afternoon. Why don't you accompany me to the company for a while? I'll take you here in the afternoon. Sister Lan, I'm not a child. You don't have to worry about me. You can be busy, but I really want to come down and have a walk. Why don't you park and walk around by myself? Guanlan looked at her, nodded leisurely, and still turned the car aside. Your brother said that people need to have a distance and have their own independent space. You can visit by yourself. Guanlan looked at her with a smile and said again, then you can play for a while. I'll ask my assistant to send you the rest later. Well, Shen King nodded, and when he pushed the door to get out of the car, he turned his head and looked at Guanlan again. Thank you for today, Sister Lan. Next time I have time I will talk to you again. Okay, little girl. Guanlan smiled and watched Shen King stand on the side of the road before starting the car. Shen King stood on the side of the road and took a deep breath. After inhaling, I looked around and suddenly didn't know where to go. In the end, she still went in the direction of Aunt Xue's store. She didn't want to go in, but wanted to look from afar. After all, people have a subconscious mentality of being familiar with things at a distance. Shen King saw Aunt Xue through the floor-to-ceiling window glass of Noda. Aunt Xue is still as lazy as ever. She is not short of money and has no shortage of guests. Most of the people who can come here are made by appointment, so she drinks tea and watch dramas on TV in her spare time. There are many wedding dresses by the window, all of which are very beautiful. Shen King looked sideways and suddenly felt a little regretful. She should have put it on and then entered another stage of her life. In a trance, she felt that there seemed to be an eye looking at her. As soon as he raised his eyes, he touched Aunt Xue's eyes through the glass. The four eyes were facing each other. Shen King was embarrassed for a moment, but he still smiled again and went to the door of the store. Aunt Xue also got up and walked to the door. Aunt Xue opened the door for her in person, and her smile was still elegant and soft. Why are you here alone? Passing by, Shen King smiled. When he was pulled in by Aunt Xue, his eyes subconsciously looked around. Aunt Xue followed her gaze and also looked at those wedding dresses, smiling. Doesn't it look good? But it's all designed by me. It looks good. Shen King nodded, and an idea suddenly flashed in his mind whether the wedding dress that once belonged to her was also among them. It seemed to see Shen King's thoughts. Aunt Xue smiled. Yours was also hung here before, but later, Qian took it away.大写 S. Shen King was puzzled. Aunt Xue sighed and shook her head helplessly. I heard that your marriage has been cancelled. After your wedding was cancelled, Qian came to take away the wedding dress. I asked him that the wedding dress was very beautiful. If he didn't need it, he would keep it with me. There must be many people who wanted to buy it. Shen King turned his eyes to look at her, and she laughed. He refused and insisted on taking it away. Maybe he thinks that this wedding dress belongs to you and can't be worn on others. Shen King was silent. Hearing Aunt Xue's words, Shen King was still a little regretful. After the wedding dress was actually made, she had not seen it completely or tried it on. Come on, since you're here, would you like to have tea with me? And she also knows how to be interested. She doesn't ask why. It's a private matter whether she gets married or not. Well, Shen King nodded. Anyway, she didn't know where to go at the moment, so she simply stayed and had it with Aunt Xue. Shen King stayed with Aunt Xue all afternoon, and she didn't leave until the evening. When she got home, Shen Li hadn't come back yet, but Shen Haoji was already at home and was packing up the things sent by Guanlan for her, which were the studs they went shopping today. Seeing Shen King come back, he smiled. Did you buy a lot of things today? Sister Lan wanted to buy them for me. Shen King smiled and went straight to the sofa when he entered the door. Okay, I've cleaned up for you and put the room for you. Shen Haoji went in with a pile of clothes. When he came back, he poured a glass of water for Shen King. Didn't you separate at noon? Why did you come back now? Shen King took the water, did not drink, and looked up at him. Shen Haoji smiled at her. He was quite calm. I just asked. I didn't want to care about you. I wandered around alone. Shen King lowered his eyes and drank water. You haven't bought anything after walking alone for so long. Angel smiled. Brother, well, I just asked casually. If I don't want to say it, it's okay. Shen Haoji didn't force her. He said he didn't care about her. Shen Haoji really didn't intend to care about the little things. He only took care of the big things in her life. Brother, Shen King put down the water and said again, Sister Lan, what do you think? I don't have much idea. She came back and met again. She still likes me, so let's be together. Shen Haoji's words are understated. Is it because she is the heir of the Guan family? Shen King looked at him with burning eyes. It's not up to me who will inherit their family. Besides, Should I deliberately ignore her because of this matter? Shen King looked at him and said nothing. It's not a bad thing. Why are you looking at me? Shen Haoji smiled and patted her on the head. Since you have seen her today and feel good, I'll talk to him when Dad comes back later. Talk about marriage? Shen King asked. Yes, I'm not young anymore, and I've known you for many years. Well, Shen King nodded. It seems that she can't say anything against this matter. His brother's marriage to Guan Lan is indeed more reliable than her marriage to Zhou Quian. Chapter 75. You will understand later that Shen King went to the living room to pour water and drink before going to bed at night. I saw that the light in the study was still on. She held a glass of water and hesitated for a while. She still wore cat over and stood at the door with her back against the wall to listen. She knew that her brother should be talking to his father about his marriage and Guan Lan. It was originally a pleasant thing to meet again after a long time and renew the previous relationship. But she always felt that his brother was not necessarily for love. She knows more or less about her brother, which is extremely realistic. As soon as possible, there is nothing to hesitate. Shen Haoji's voice came. The sound through the door was not loud, but it could still be heard in her ears at night. The matter of he itself was inappropriate, and Shen Haoji's tone was a little heavier. Shen King just wanted to get closer. When he heard the movement of walking inside, he quickly went to his room with a glass of water. When the door of the study opened, Shen King was about to close the door, but he bumped into it as soon as he raised his eyes. Shen King couldn't hide, so he simply stood at the door, didn't close the door or move, and stood straight. Isn't he sleeping yet? Shen Lian also came out of the study and was a little surprised when he saw Shen King. Haha, Dad, I drank water. Shen King raised the water cup in his hand and smiled awkwardly. Well? Shen Lian nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Shen Haoji smiled and gave way to him. It's not early, Dad. You should go to bed early. Shen Lian nodded and went to the room. Seeing Shen Lian enter the room, Shen King was relieved, and then wanted to close the door. Shen Haoji called her, and then walked to her step by step. Brother. Shen King looked up at him and looked innocent. Shen Haoji pulled out the water cup in her hand and glanced at her lightly. Let's talk and wait for me in. Shen Haoji turned around and went to put the cup. Then he went to Shen King's door again, raised his foot and went in, closing the door by the way. Why do we have to close the door to talk about? Shen King looked at him and then sat down by the bed obediently. Shen Haoji pulled a chair and sat down facing her, and then turned his head to look at her seriously. Do you have anything to say to me? We are brothers and sisters, so let's not go out. Let's talk openly. Hearing Shen Haoji's words, Shen King pursed his lips and was silent for several seconds before opening his mouth. Do you want to marry the Guan family? Some time ago, Shen Haoji was in trouble, but now she can make a clear calculation with the Zhou family before she gets married. It should not be so simple. You can say that. Shen Zhou smiled. In the face of Shen King's problem, he was not surprised. Only with a companion can we go further. Our Shen family does need someone to move forward together, but I am still different from Guan Lan. You and Zhou Quian? Right. Shen Haoji looked at her sideways. We have known each other for many years. Shen Haoji pulled the chair a little closer to Shen King, and took her hand and patted her in the palm of her hand. I have something to say. I don't know if you believe it or not. The marriage with the Zhou family started because you were willing to be with Zhou Zixuan. Except for this reason, I never thought of sacrificing you. I don't know what Dad said to you, but I don't think so. Shen Haoji looked at Shen King. Eyes, pause and continue to open your mouth. Of course, you know, I am a very realistic person. Some things are caught off guard. If it happens, I don't want to say anything more. It's meaningless. Do I have to cry and shout repeatedly that my sister is taken advantage of and wronged? The matter has happened, and the Zhou family is also willing to help. I won't refuse, but I can't sacrifice you all the time, or even sacrifice your happiness for a lifetime. The Guan family is a good partner. More importantly, I can control all this. If I send you to the Zhou family, you will be unhappy in the future. I can't say anything. Shen Haoji let go of her hand, took a deep breath, and then laughed. I don't know if you understand everything I said, or whether it will make you more disdainful, but I am such a person. My reality is true. Selfishness is true. But I am true to you. You are my only sister. Shen Haoji looked at her deeply. He doesn't mind showing his unbearable appearance. They are family members. The blood relationship is continuous, and there is no need to choose because of kindness or evil. Whether they are kind or hateful, they are all relatives and must accept such a person. Shen King looked at him and was silent for a while before nodding. Shen Haoji said that she probably understood. Under the same conditions, with Shen Haoji's personality, he will choose the path with the greatest interests and his control. Between the Zhou family and the Guan family, he chose the Guan family. However, It seems unfair to him, and even more unfair to Guanlan. However, it doesn't seem to be so unfair. Guanlan is not a little girl. She should know many things in her heart. Guanlan is a woman, but she is also a businessman. They should have reached a consensus, and then the feelings they used to be together will be found out. What do I need to do? Shen King looked at him and said this. I'm not happy about what happened between you and Zhou Quian, but I don't have to be stuck in what has happened and can't be changed. You don't need to do anything. Doing nothing. NG is the greatest support for me. You can be yourself. If you want to play, you can make trouble if you want. It's okay if you want to fall in love. You don't need to consider the identity background of the other party. Just like it. Just as if nothing happened and go to bed if you understand. Shen Haoji patted her on the head with a smile. Shen King nodded, but when Shen Haoji got up, he opened his mouth again. Did Zhou Quian say anything when he withdrew from the marriage? It seems that I can do nothing and go back to the freedom of the past. But I always feel sorry for Zhou Quian. Shen King is a little emotional, and perhaps men and women are born with different ideas. She felt that Zhou Quian was hurt because of her family's rebellion. But for Shen Haoji, maybe for men, he may not think so. Shen Haoji will only feel that Zhou Quian has taken advantage of it. Originally, everything given by the Zhou family was returned, and it was not materially advantageous. Her sister was also slapped by Zhou Quian, which was more harmful to Shen King. He didn't say anything, more crisp than Mr. Zhou nodded. Shen Haoji looked at her, bent down slightly, and got a little closer to Shen King. Forget that there was Zhou Quian. It was just a small episode between you, so you don't have to deprive you of your longing and possession of others or love. It's just that you haven't met the person you like yet. It's not that you won't meet. When you meet, you will understand what I am doing now. Chapter 76. The engagement banquet. The matter between his brother and Guanlan progressed very quickly, unlike the twists and turns of her and Zhou Quian. Get engaged soon. The engagement banquet was quite big. Shen King once again saw that Zhou Quian was at her brother's engagement banquet. There are a lot of people, and there are many friends from all walks of life in the Guan family and the Shen family. Zhou Quian and Guanlan have known each other for a old time, and there is also cooperation and friendship between the two families. So it is not surprising that Zhou Quian appeared. It can't be because Shen Zhou and Liang didn't get married, and even Guan Zhou's family didn't go back and forth. It's unrealistic. In the shopping mall, interests are the priority, and it is very taboo to be led away by emotions. The ultimate goal of cooperating or approaching a person must be whether you will benefit from cooperating or approaching this person. It can never be because of personal emotions. I like or hate this person. Zhou Quian doesn't seem to have changed much. He is still indifferent, elegant and calm. Guanlan, congratulations. Zhou Quian carried when his feet came over. His face was smiling, and he even opened his arms slightly. He and Guanlan gave him a shallow hug. They are also old friends and are not affected by other things. After the hug was over, he turned his eyes slightly to Shen Haoji. Brother Zhou, congratulations. Zhou Quian's attitude towards Shen Haoji didn't seem to have changed. How he greeted him before, and how he still greeted him now, as if there was no unpleasantness between them. In other words, there was indeed no unpleasantness between them. It is common to stop loss in time and find a more suitable, better and safer way for their own interests in the mall. Such a choice is not enough to make the two people really tear their faces. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Shen Haoji smiled and raised the cup in his hand. Zhou Quian also laughed with him. When he raised his head and drank the wine, Yu Guang glanced at Shen King beside him. Shen King was very quiet. Although he also held a cup in his hand, his whole aura was out of place with the excitement at this moment. It's like a child who doesn't know about the world mixed in with the crowd of adults. At this engagement banquet, Shen King was very obedient. She followed Shen Haoji and Guanlan most of the time. Today is her brother's engagement tea banquet, which is very important. She can't not attend, but she really doesn't know many people here. It's not like that for her to hide alone. So the only thing left is to follow Shen Liang and Shen Haoji. Then she would rather follow Shen Haoji. If you are tired, find a place to rest. It doesn't matter. Shen Haoji turned the cup in his hand, turned his head slightly, and whispered in Shen King's ear. Shen King nodded and glanced at Zhou Quian when he turned around and left. Zhou Quian didn't have too much on his face. The expression even gave her an illusion, as if Zhou Quian had automatically blocked her when he came over. Shen King found a place where there were few people and sat down. When he sat down, he sighed softly. I don't know if it's abnormal for her and Zhou Quian to turn a blind eye to it now. After all, it's also her first experience. She is about to marry someone, and then she becomes a stranger. She and Zhou Zixuan were not so embarrassed before. Maybe Zhou Zixuan and Zhou Quian had different personalities. After a brief sigh and loss, Shen King raised his eyes again, but his eyes subconsciously saw Zhou Qian in the crowd. There are many people in the banquet hall, but for Shen Qinghu, they are all strangers. People's eyes may subconsciously chase what they are familiar with. At this moment, Zhou Qian's figure is relatively familiar to her. Zhou Qian stood in the crowd and was very recognizably, even as if he was shining. It's very similar to the close-up of the camera in the TV series. It's hard for you not to see him. There was an extra figure beside Zhou Qian. I don't know when it came. Maybe it was in the short half-minute time when he lowered his head and was distracted just now. The middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes is his eldest brother, Zhou Zixuan's father. Zhou Qian followed his eldest brother and walked around the hall, greeting and joking with many people. Their Zhou family has a wide network. It seems that everyone in the banquet hall has some friendship with their family. They all know each other and greet each other with a smile. As if he could feel the gaze on his body, Zhou Qian suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of Shen Qing. Shen Qing withdrew her gaze in a panic and lowered her eyes. She was not even sure whether Zhou Qian saw that she was looking at him the moment she turned around. Shen Qing couldn't say why, but he felt inexplicably guilty. He lowered his head alone. After a while, Shen Qing heard footsteps coming in his direction. Looking up slightly, she saw Zhou Qian's face. Zhou Qian looked at her condescendingly, as if it was a kind of research to study whether she had looked at her before. Zhou Qian took a cup in his hand and said nothing. He just looked at her for a few seconds and handed it to her. Thank you. Shen Qing took it and realized that the cup he was holding was empty. After Shen Qing took the cup, she quickly lowered her head and took a sip, but found that the cup handed to her by Zhou Qian was actually not wine, but the color was similar to wine. Shen Qing looked up at him. Zhou Qian still didn't say anything, but his eyes were much softer, as if it was not him who turned a blind eye just now. Qian, a voice came, and then his eldest brother also came over. Seeing that his eldest brother was also standing in front of him, Shen Qing quickly stood up. No matter what, he was an elder after all. But when he stood up, Shen Qing was entangled for a moment and didn't know what to call him. In the past, she should have called him uncle, but in front of Zhou Qian, it would feel strange to call him like this. He is just Zhou Qian's eldest brother. She doesn't want to separate her from Zhou Qian as soon as she opens her mouth. Let's go. I'll take you to meet a few people. His eldest brother didn't seem to see Shen Qing's entanglement. He just glanced at her faintly and didn't even meet and to say hello to her. He just came to Zhou Qian purely. Follow me. I'll take you to meet a few people. After patting Zhou Qian on the shoulder, he said this again and pulled him away directly. When Zhou Qian was pulled away, he also turned. Shen Qing glanced at Shen Qing and smiled. Although she didn't say anything, Shen Qing could sense the emotion in his eyes, which made her not pay attention to his eldest brother's impoliteness at the moment. Zhou Qian came for a while, and then left. Shen Qing only felt that the world around him suddenly became quiet again. She held the cup given to her by Zhou Qian in her hand, bowed her head and took 2 more sips. Chapter 77 The Wedding. At the end of the banquet, she followed Shen Haoji to see off the guests at the door. When Zhou Qian came out, he was not with Zhou Xiangwu. A woman took his arm, and the two came out side by side. It seemed that they were chatting happily. Without saying anything, Zhou Qian just nodded to Huan Lan when he left, and then opened the door of the coming vehicle with the woman holding him very gentlemanly. A car for 2 people did not leave immediately. Zhou Qian rolled down the window after getting on the car and waited quietly. Shen Qing could see Zhou Qian's side face from a distance. The female companion beside him was saying something. He turned his head to respond from time to time, but more often than not, he looked out of the window. Shen Qing didn't know the direction Zhou Qian was looking, and whether Yu Guang could see himself. Soon, Zhou Xiangwu's figure also came out. As he walked out, he followed a piece of people who came out talking and laughing. It seems that he is waiting for him. Mr. Guan, Mr. Shen, let's go first. Zhou Xiangwu said hello, and then pointed to the direction of Zhou Qian's car, signaling himself to leave first. Huan Lan and Shen Haoji nodded. Zhou Xiangwu also got into the car and sat in the co-driver's seat. When the car started, Zhou Qian slowly rolled up the window, and Yu Guang seemed to glance at Shen Qing. Shen Qing subconsciously looked in that direction. After Zhou Qian's face was finally hidden behind the car window, Shen Qing withdrew his eyes. When Miss Yue is free, she can come to our house as a guest. My father must be very happy. When Zhou Xiangwu pulled his seat belt, he turned his head and glanced at Zhou Qian, and finally fell on Yue Yirao's face. After speaking with a smile, he turned around, fastened his seat belt, and finished it in one breath. Of course, I will definitely visit when I have time. I haven't seen Uncle Zhou for a long time, Yuan Qing said with a smile. When he spoke, Yu Guang glanced at Zhou Qian again. It seemed that since Qu Yan came back, I haven't been to your house. I've been too busy recently. Touching Yuan Qing's eyes, Zhou Qian smiled and nodded slightly. It's okay. Work is important. After Zhou Qian finished speaking, he looked out of the window. Decent but also rusty. He just came to attend an engagement banquet. He was very simple. Halfway through, his brother even pulled him to introduce all kinds of people. The original family and themed relationship is also good. However, Zhou Qian spent most of the time abroad before. He was not so familiar with him. He thought that he could be a stranger. His brother was quite enthusiastic. The car fell into silence. Qian must have drunk a lot. Don't drink too much in the future if you don't drink well. If you fasten your seat belt. Zhou Xiangwu can't turn around. He still continues to talk. He doesn't want the occasion to get cold. Yes, I'm a little dizzy now. Zhou Qian laughed and followed his words. Simply leaned slightly, leaned on the seat, and really closed his eyes. The car sent Yuanqing back first. After she got out of the car, Zhou Xiangwu sat directly in the back and followed Zhou Qian. When everyone got out of the car, "Don't keep pretend." Zhou Xiangwu sat next to him and touched his shoulder, with a knowing smile in his tone. I really drank a little too much, and my head was dizzy now. Zhou Qian said this lazily, slowly opened his eyes, and turned his head to look at him. Brother, there's no need. Don't turn around and introduce all kinds of people to me. Zhou Qian looked into his eyes and said this. I don't have a corner. Do I need to turn a corner? That, you should know what I mean. Zhou Xiangwu laughed. He should know better than anyone else where his IQ needs to turn around and what the situation is now. You don't have to worry about it. Zhou Qian laughed. Isn't it our fault? Didn't you provoke the marriage first? Zhou Xiangwu looked at him and sighed. It was you who picked up your father's hope. Originally, he didn't want to influence Zhou Qian, but he picked up the wedding dress first and gave the old man hope. And now he has let the hope go down. Is this happy? Their Zhou family, as long as Zhou Qu, Yan not. Some people want to marry into their Zhou family. Zhou Qian is helpless. Brother, if you are really ideal, take care of Guang Guangxuan. Don't worry about me. Zixuan is still young, and the marriage is not urgent. It's really time for you to get married. Zhou Qian has always been very free and did not want to restrain him. It didn't seem very important for him to get married before, but now, he has let his family see that he is actually willing to get married. Then he has to heat the iron while it is hot and let him settle down quickly. Otherwise, it's a little unpleasant. I don't know if there will be a chance to see it in the future. For them, Zhou Qian is willing to get married. As for the surname of the marriage partner, it is actually not so important. You can have the surname Shen or not Shen. Zhou Qian looked at him and stopped talking. Finally, he didn't say anything to him again. Instead, he sat straight for a little, and then leaned forward slightly and approached the driver's seat in front of him. Lao Lu, you sent me there first. Turn around the intersection in front of you. Anyway, on the way. After explaining the driver, Zhou Qian leaned back to his seat. Chair, facing Zhou Xiangwu's gaze. He shrugged his shoulders indifferently. I drank too much today and fainted. I'll go back to rest first. I won't go back to my father's place. You go back and have a look and tell him that I'm leaving outside these days. Zhou Xiangwu looked at him and hummed speechlessly. How long can you hide? After taking a deep breath, Zhou Xiangwu was still a little reluctant. Don't embarrass me, and I won't embarrass you. You can find time to meet the people explained by that, and I can also have an explanation. After a pause for 2 seconds, he continued to open his mouth. It's your business whether you like it or not. Anyway, you just need to cooperate with me to complete this part of my task. Zhou Qian frowned and didn't respond. I don't know if he listened. Don't pretend not to hear. Let's finish the process. Zhou Xiangwu looked at him. Brother, I'm really dizzy. The alcohol was supposed to come up. When you talk, I can't tell the difference between east and west now. When Zhou Qian said this, he also pretended to raise his hand and hold his forehead. Zhou Xiangwu looked at him and had no choice but to pat the driver's seat and stop the car. The car soon stopped on the side of the road. Zhou Xiangwu leaned over and pushed open the door of Zhou Qian. Isn't it clear to distinguish between southeast and northwest? Get out of the car and walk back by yourself. After Zhou Xiangwu finished speaking, he really got Zhou Qian out of the car. He couldn't see Zhou Qian's pretending to be innocent the most. The old man didn't like him, but he didn't like him. Brother, Zhou Qian got out of the car and wanted to say something. The door was pulled up, and the car quickly drove away from him. Zhou Qian was helpless. Watching the car disappear from his eyes, he took a car back by himself. Chapter 78. Going up for a meeting. Zhou Qian did drink too much, although he didn't want to tell his brother to pretend to be drunk. But this time he was drunk, and he was indeed a little dizzy, so he leaned on the seat after getting on the car. Before a while, the car stopped downstairs. Zhou Qian felt the stop of the car and slowly opened his eyes. He sat up straight, subconsciously groped into his pocket key, and found that the wallet was not there. After paying with his mobile phone, He was not in a hurry to go upstairs, but patted his trousers and sat down in front of the steps. Then he turned on his mobile phone, took a deep breath, and finally dialed the phone. The phone was connected quickly. Shen Qing's voice came, and the tone was very low. It didn't seem to be sure. It was really Zhou Qian's call to her. He. In the silence after Shen Qing was fed, Zhou Qian opened his mouth first. Well, you say, Shen Qing's voice is more confident. At least he called the right name, so he wants to call her. Have you left the venue? My wallet is missing. Zhou Qian opened his mouth in a low tone. He paused and said again, if you haven't left yet, can you take a look for me? In fact, you don't have to get it back now. The venue is still very safe. The personnel are all trained, and there is surveillance inside. If it really falls there, if the service staff picks it up when they clean up later, they will store it at the front desk. Just pick it up tomorrow. They will not take it away privately, because the guests who hold the banquet there, they are all people with heads and faces, and the consequences of being greedy for money for a while are very serious. What's more, there is not much cash in the wallet. Shen Qing on the other end of the phone seemed to be silent for a few seconds and quickly answered. Okay, I'll go and have a look. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Qian sent a message to Shen Qing again, telling her that he was downstairs at home. After answering Zhou Qian's phone, Shen Qing really went in to look for it. She hadn't left yet, and it took some time to send all the guests away. Her brother sent Guanlan off. She was going to go home with her father, but after Zhou Qian's phone call, she asked her father to leave first. Shen Qing searched around inside, and then asked the service staff at the venue, and really looked for Zhou Qian's wallet. This wallet is not strange. I used to see Zhou Qian with me. When she came out of the venue with her wallet and was about to call Zhou Qian and ask how to return it to him, she saw the message that Zhou Qian had sent her before. After hesitating, she still took a car and went to Zhou Qian's residence. After the car started, Shen Qing replied to Zhou Qian and told him that he would send it now. When the car stopped, Shen Qing had already seen Zhou Qian through the window. He was sitting alone on the steps, his head slightly raised, and his eyes seemed to be looking at the sky in the night. When Shen Qing got out of the car, he looked over and got up. Shen Qing quickly took out his wallet as he went towards him. Excuse me? Zhou Qian also came to her. When he came to her, he took the wallet and said this. It's okay. Shen Qing smiled and could smell the smell of wine on Zhou Qian. He couldn't help asking, did you drink too much? I didn't drink much, but as you know, I haven't been drinking well. Zhou Qian smiled bitterly and helplessly. Well, Shen Qing nodded, and then fell into silence again. You don't have to be too reserved. Anyway, we are still friends. Zhou Qian seems to be able to see her anxiety and uneasiness. Well, I know. Shen Qing nodded. Naturally, he also understood that there is no eternal enemy and no eternal enemy. It is enough for them to meet again today to show that there will be more intersections between them in the future, but they have changed their identities. Did you eat anything tonight? Zhou Qian put away his wallet, and then asked with a faint smile. No. Shen Qing shook his head honestly. Zhou Qian smiled. It was not surprising that on an occasion like today, Shen Qing was afraid that he really would not be able to take care of his stomach. I didn't eat either. I just drank. Zhou Qian looked up and looked up. Do you want to go up and sit for a while? Let's cook something and eat something together. Shen Qing squeezed his lips, whether it was good or bad, as if it had become an extremely difficult answer at this moment. She knew that with the relationship between them, they would still meet on different occasions from time to time, but it was indeed impossible to completely regard that nothing had happened. Therefore, she should consciously keep a distance, but Zhou Qian said that they were still friends. If she refused to deliberately, she seemed that she felt guilty or that she was particularly concerned about this matter. Actually, the best way between us is not to advance the past and face each other in the future in the most ordinary way. Okay, Shen Qing nodded. The sentence that was about to reach his mouth changed again in Zhou Qian's calm eyes. Coming up, Zhou Qian smiled and turned around first. Shen Qing followed Zhou Qian, and the two entered the door of the house one after and one. When Shen Qing closed the door, she was unconsciously a little flustered. It was not the first time she came to this place, but this time she was in a different mood. Take a seat. You're welcome. Do you want something to drink? After Zhou Qian entered the door, he put his wallet and mobile phone on the coffee table, motioned Shen Qing to sit down, and then went to pour her a cup of milk. It seems that there are no other drinks. Is this okay? Zhou Qian handed the milk to Shen Qing and said this. Yes. Shen Qing nodded. When he took it, he seemed to touch Zhou Qian's fingertips, and it was staggered as if nothing had happened. Sit and wait. I'm going to get something to eat. Zhou Qian smiled and raised his hand slightly. Shen Qing lowered his head to drink milk, so I don't know if Zhou Qian wanted to touch her head just now. However, in the end, he didn't. Zhou Qian withdrew his hand and went directly to the kitchen. Without the engagement, they are old friends of the two families who have known each other for a long time, and he should be an elder or brother of Shen King, and should take care of her. However, it is still not so natural in the end. In his heart, he knows that his feelings for her are unclear. Zhao Qian is still very warm here, and it seems to be more fireworks than the last time I came. Zhou Qian should really want to regard this place as a home that has grown up for a long time and lives a happy life. Shen King watched Zhou Qian's figure enter the kitchen, and suddenly, felt an indescribable emotion. She knows which is more important and where. It was her so-called home, but for some reason, she watched Zhou Qian enter the kitchen at this moment, feeling the layout of Zhou Shang familiar and strangeness, and felt a warm feeling in her heart. Shen King felt that he might lack love. After their mother left, the atmosphere and getting along with their family has not been the same as before. It's not that I doubt my family is love for her, but what I need and what I want to give may not be so harmonious. Chapter 79. Very sober, when he withdrew his gaze and put down the milk cup, Zhou Qian's mobile phone on the coffee table seemed to ring, and the screen lit up. As the screen lit up, Shen King subconsciously glanced at it. It's not that I really want to pee, but sometimes people have subconscious actions and reactions. The message should have been sent to him by Zhou Xiangwu. Shen King can see the word Big Brother on the SCR. Zhou Qian quickly came out of the kitchen and brought 2 bowls of noodles to the table. Come and eat something. When Zhou Qian called her, she was very natural from her expression to tone. For a moment, Shen King really had the illusion that they were still a future husband and wife. Shen King got up and went to the dining table. When he got to the table, he turned his head and glanced at the direction of the coffee table. Your mobile phone seemed to have rang just now. You eat first. Zhou Qian nodded with a smile, signaling her to sit down first, and he took her mobile phone to the coffee table. Zhou Xiangwu sent him a huge message. He was sent some information about the girl he was in charge of, as well as the meeting time he arranged for Zhou Qian. The old man is in a hurry, and he is fine, but since the old man has given him such a task, he must complete it. After meeting each other, if they don't like each other, it's not something he can control. Zhou Qian took a shazzy look and replied to him that he received it and turned his mobile phone black. Just about to go to the table, who knew that Zhou Xiangwu called directly. Zhou Qian looked at the screen of his mobile phone and was a little helpless, but he still connected the phone. The time has been seen clearly. It's time to say that it's time to go on a business trip and have a meeting. Zhou Xiangwu's voice is quite helpless. You cooperate and let me cross it as soon as possible. Brother, I know. I'll watch it in a moment. Zhou Qian laughed, and Yu Guang glanced at Shen King at the table. Shen King seemed to have started to eat silently, seriously and deliberately in order to prove that he was not eavesdropping or not interested. Will you watch it a moment? What are you going to do now? Zhou Xiangwu's tone was a little dissatisfied. I just got home and planned to take a shower first. Zhou Qian had already raised his steps when he said this. He knew that when he said this, the phone was almost over. Well, indeed, Zhou Xiangwu's voice was reluctant, but he still hung up the phone. Zhou Qian put his mobile phone on the table, pulled a chair by the way, and sat opposite Shen King. Shen King looked up at him and continued to eat with his head down. Half a minute later, he raised his eyes again and still opened his mouth. Why did you lie? Zhou Qian deliberately lied, perhaps because he didn't want people to know that she was here. Without saying this, my eldest brother could still talk for half an hour. Zhou Qian laughed, paused, looked at Shen King again, and continued. I told my family before that I wouldn't let them influence my marriage and relationship. I wouldn't get married too early, or if I didn't meet the right one, I wouldn't get married. Zhou Qian looked at Shen King very carefully and continued. We almost got married before. After my father knew that I didn't resist getting married, he began to be a little stunned. Today, you saw that was one of the ones introduced to me by my family, forcing me to go on a blind date. Zhou Qian was very frank. His appearance reminded Shen King of the time when he knew everything. Shen King looked at him and whispered, is this process troublesome? Well, I think it's troublesome. Zhou Qian nodded, but he still sought truth from facts. Shen King nodded and said nothing more. No wonder Zhou Qian decided so easily to marry himself, whom he was not so familiar with. Perhaps he would rather have a ready-made wife who could get along and no longer need a blind date than this blind date process. Zhou Qian looked at Shen King and shook his head and smiled. I can't refute the kindness of my family. If I refute it, not only will the old man be unwilling, but also a kind of respect for those who have a blind date with me. When we meet, we can become friends. I don't call emotionally, which is not man-made controllable, but I can see you directly. After all, We are all familiar with the Zhou family, the money of each family. Shen Qing looked at Zhou Qian and didn't know what to say for a moment. It's still rare for Zhou Qian to say so much tonight. Shen Qing hesitated for 2 seconds and opened his mouth with a smile. It seems that I have indeed caused you a lot of trouble. It doesn't matter. Since I have decided to come back and develop, I will have to interact with all kinds of people sooner or later, whether it's such an occasion or that. In the end, we have to know each other. Zhou Qian looked sideways at Shen Qing and laughed in a low voice. In fact, there is another benefit. In the current way, we can be very clear about each other. I know, it's not suitable. If you don't call, you can get along better as a simple friend in the future. Zhou Qian also has his own considerations. Many people will get to know each other sooner or later. In the future, every time they meet a person, in case the other party likes him, or there is this idea at home, it will inevitably be pulled again and again. It's better to meet them all at once and make it clear that they won't call, so as to save trouble in the future. Maybe there is something you like in the people you meet. Shen Qing nodded, then lowered his eyes and whispered. Zhou Qian frowned slightly and said nothing. He just looked at Shen Qing quietly. Shen Qing could feel his gaze, raised his eyes slightly, and looked at each other. So, what kind of genre do you like? Shen Qing bit her lip and then opened her mouth. It seems that she has never asked Zhou Qian this question. Let's follow fate. This kind of thing, all the rules and regulations before, are useless when they really meet. Zhou Qian's answer was very clear and rational. People should not define their own preferences, because in the end, what they really meet and choose must be different from what was said at the beginning. You are so sober that Shen Qing told. Didn't help saying this. I happened to meet Aunt Xue before. She said that you took away your wedding dress. I thought you were in a hurry to get married. Marry someone else. Since Zhou Qian said that he didn't care about marrying her or not, he should naturally not mind marrying someone else. Are you fool? Zhou Qian glanced at her and did not answer her words. He looked at her bowl and changed the topic. Well, he was a little fool. Shen Qing nodded, looking a little embarrassed. I'm really hungry, but now I really want to eat. It seems that I can't eat too much. Zhou Qian smiled and stretched out his hand with a smile. Shen Qing was puzzled. Zhou Qian shook his head with a smile, with a little helplessness and pampering in his smile. He took care of himself to pull Shen Qing's bowl forward, and then poured the rest of her bowl into his own bowl, tripped together, and then ate it without changing his face. Chapter 8. Trying on the wedding dress. Shen Qing sat quietly up, aside Zhou Qian and waited. It was embarrassing to sit like this, but she felt that it was more embarrassing to leave when others were eating, not to mention that she left after eating, which seemed to cross the river and demolish the bridge. The marriage has been breached, and now it can't be done again. Zhou Qian ate quite elegantly. After eating, he took care of the dishes and chopsticks into the kitchen. Shen Qing looked at him leave the dining table and sit, and then he was relieved. And he got up with him, but he went to the sofa. You can't go directly, but it's also not easy to follow the kitchen. When Zhou Qian came out of the kitchen, he poured a glass of water for Shen Qing. Thank you. When Shen Qing sat on the sofa and reached out to take the water cup, he looked up at him and said this. You're welcome. Zhou Qian smiled and sat down beside her. The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Shen Qing lowered his head to drink water, and he could hear the sound of wet air swallowing down his throat. It was so quiet. Shen Qing put down the water cup and glanced at Zhou Qian. Didn't your brother send you a message before? Didn't you read it? When Zhou Qian answered the phone before, he said that he would watch it in a while. Okay, take a look. Zhou Qian smiled and really took out his mobile phone. Zhou Qian looked at his mobile phone very quickly, and his face looked very serious. Shen Qing was doing nothing and looked at him subconsciously. This feeling is quite subtle. She always feels that there should be something to be clear between her and Zhou Qian, but it seems that there is no way to say it. They are already clear. The Shen family is treacherous. The Zhou family may be a little sad, but Zhou Qian did not hold a grudge because of it. After all, he is generous and can save her from water and fire. He can marry her when necessary to solve the crisis of the Shen family, but he can also accept that they are not together. After all, marriage and feelings are free. Without a marriage contract, he will not have Shen Qing malicious. He still regards Shen Qing as a little sister in an old friend's family. After watching it, Zhou Qian took a few minutes, and then machine turned black. I put my mobile phone on the coffee table and looked at Shen Qing again. This time, my eyes were a little serious. How are you? How have you been recently? They haven't seen each other for a while before today's engagement banquet. It's okay. My father is busy fishing, and my brother is also very busy recently. Shen Qing is very honest, but I am much more free. After his retirement, his father no longer cares about anything, mainly focusing on leisure and entertainment. Her brother is indeed very busy. Not only the company's affairs need to be busy, but also the relationship needs to be managed. It does take him a lot of time, so he has less time to stare at Shenking. She really feels that she is much more relaxed during this period. That's good. Zhou Quian smiled, supporting the armrest of the sofa with his elbows, looking lazy. Shenking nodded and suddenly didn't know what to say. He could only look down at the time. Zhou Quian didn't say anything, but he saw the movement of the time in full view. He sighed softly, picked up the mobile phone again, and then lowered the message. I'm not good at driving because I'm drunk. I'll ask my assistant to come and take you back. Zhou Quian said this way, and he put down his mobile phone again. Shen Qing looked at him and finally nodded. He couldn't refuse. Zhou Quian put down his mobile phone to prove that the message had been sent. Moreover, she can't refuse Zhou Quian, and she still subconsciously feels into Zhou Quian in her heart. What can I say? It's one thing not to get married, but she doesn't want Zhou Quian to feel that she hates him. There are various reasons for getting married and not getting married, but it is not because of disgust, especially when Zhou Quian also treated her as the sister of her old friend. She could not take the initiative to show alienation or disgust. You can do your business without taking care of me. Shen Qing bit his lip and said this after hesitating. I'm not busy. Zhou Quian smiled. It's okay during this period, but I will cooperate with your brother later, and I will be busier at that time. Shen Qing was a little surprised. It's very common, otherwise you think I and your brother will set off friendship. Zhou Quian smiled, which seemed to show the incredibleness in Shen Qing's eyes. Guanlan will definitely take your brother with her. After all, the relationship is extraordinary now, but Guanlan and I, well, we have a good relationship. I will continue to cooperate with her, and we have our tacit understanding. Zhou Quian looked into Shen Qing's eyes when he said this. He knew that there were some things that Shen Qing couldn't understand, but he still tried to make her understand. Above them all, different connections are staggered, which is really not that simple. So, you don't have to be stressed. In fact, even if we don't get married, the relationship between our two families will not be very bad. Zhou Qi smiled, and then watched it again. Xiang Shen Qing's eyes were a little deep. There is still time. Would you like to try the previous wedding dress? When Zhou Quian said this, he was quite calm. I brought back the wedding dress from Aunt Xue. Yes, Shen Qing nodded. Anyway, Zhou Quian still spent a lot of time and energy for the marriage before. He did so much that he didn't even see her in a wedding dress. It's just like a new dress. After buying it back, I found it uncomfortable to wear. Before throwing it away, I still won't to forget to put it on my body to see what it looks like when I wear it comfortably. Over there, Zhou Quian raised his hand and pointed to the dire shine of the guest room. Shen Qing got up and raised his feet to the other side. When he walked to the door, he turned his head to look at Zhou Quian. Zhou Quian was very measured. He did not stand up and did not intend to follow him. Shen Qing pushed the door open by himself, and then closed it again. Zhou Quian brought back the whole model and the wedding dress. To be honest, a model in a wedding dress is quite awkward in the room. Zhou Quian was very quiet, just watching the door close. He lowered his eyes and waited. After looking at it 3 times, the door was opened. Shen Qing was wearing a wedding dress, but his upper body was still wearing a coat. When he stood at the door and touched Zhou Quian's eyes, his expression was a little awkward, and the zipper could not be pulled up. Zhou Quian smiled, got up, and walked to her step by step. As Zhou Quian approached, Shen Qing subconsciously swallowed. Looking at each other, Zhou Quian looked up and down, which seemed to be or about determining whether the wedding dress he designed was suitable for Shen Qing. Seeing that she was dressed very beautifully, he was relieved and satisfied. There are no other emotions in the eyes. He walked behind Shen Qing, took off the coat on her shoulder, then lowered his eyes and helped her pull up the zipper on her back little by little. Shen Qing could even feel the slight sound when the zipper was pulled up, little by little, until it was full. It was very beautiful. Zhou Quian whispered, and the voice was in Shen Qing's ear, which seemed to be very close and far away. Chapter 81. Shall I come here? After Shen Qing changed back to her clothes, it was the wedding dress that Zhou Quian helped her collect. He didn't put the wedding dress back on the model, but folded it neatly and put it on the bed. Do you want to leave it like this? Shen Qing stood at the door and watched him collect it. He couldn't help asking this question. Its mission has been complete. Let it go first. I'll call someone to deal with it tomorrow. Zhou Quian straightened up and came to her when he said this. Shen Qing could only nod, but he couldn't ask what to do. Let's go. The driver was almost there. Zhou Quian walked to the door. When he passed by Shen Qing's ear, He pulled her out and held her wrist. Shen King let him pull it. The touch at this moment was very similar to the feeling of him holding her wrist out of the bar on the first night. The two of them went down the stairs together, one after another, and Zhou Qian let her go when he left home. When I got downstairs, the assistant was already waiting, and the car was already parked behind him. When he got on the car, Zhou Qian whispered that the words were for the assistant and the action was for Shen King, because as soon as he said the words, he had opened the door behind him and signaled Shen King to get in the car. After Shen King got into the car, he deliberately moved to the other side. However, when she moved and sat up straight, she found that Zhou Qian did not come up together, and directly closed the door of the car and sat in the co-pilot. "I'll send you there together." Before Zhou Qian fastened his seat belt, he turned to look at her and said this. "Well?" Shen King nodded. The moment she nodded, she despised herself in her heart. She felt that she was quite selfish and enjoyed it for granted without giving anything. The moment she opened the door of Zhou Qian, she even felt that Zhou Qian was sitting in. But now she clearly realized that the relationship between her and Zhou Qian was to the point where he even told her back. They have nothing to do with each other, and she is no longer qualified to enjoy all the thoughtfulness and gentleness of Zhou Qian. The car started quickly. Shen King looked at the scenery passing by outside. After looking at it for a while, he felt boring. His eyes still subconsciously looked at Zhou Qian, sitting like this at this moment. She could see the back of Zhou Qian's head. She suddenly found that even Zhou Qian's slightly curled hair on the back of her head was neat and soft. Zhou Qian suddenly called her. When Zhou Qian turned his head, Shen King turned his eyes away and pretended to be innocent as if he had been called to look at him. "There is a cafe in front of you. You can sit there in your spare time. The decoration is very good, and the coffee is very fragrant. It will be helpful for you to learn about it later." "Well?" Shen King nodded and looked out of the window with Zhou Qian's gaze. Zhou Qian still remembers what she wants to do. "I like that shop very much, and I will go there for a cup of coffee when I have time." After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Qian whispered this again. "Well?" Shen King nodded. Zhou Qian introduced her to the place he liked and thought was good, which still flattered her. After a while, the car stopped. Was it Zhou Qian's call to stop, or not far from Shen's house? Since their marriage, Zhou Qian didn't go to the door to see her back. Zhou Qian got out of the car and pushed the door for her in person. Shen King moved and got out of the car. "I'll send you here. I won't cause you any trouble," Zhou Qian said with a smile. "Go back and have a good rest." Zhou Qian looked at her with a faint smile, and then said good night to her calmly. "Good night." Shen King also replied to him, and then raised his feet and left. When Shen King brushed past Zhou Qian, he could still smell the faint fragrance left after the smell of wine on Zhou Qian's body dissipated. The smell of Zhou Qian's body is always very comfortable. It has the fragrance of perfume, but it is not pungent. Zhou Qian was not in a hurry to get on the car, but stood in place, facing the direction Shen King's departure. It was not until she disappeared that she returned to the car. "Are you going back now?" The assistant watched Zhou Qian and sit back and turned his head to ask him. "If you are still not sleepy and don't mind getting off work late, I don't mind if you take me around again." The assistant raised his eyebrows and did not continue. He just started the car silently. Zhou Qian should be in a good mood tonight, and he will be joking. Zhou Qian doesn't joke easily. After Shen King returned home, he received a message from Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian was very considerate. He was probably afraid that she would not really see it on the road, so he specially sent her the name and location of the cafe mentioned before. "Okay, I'll try it tomorrow." Shen King replied to him and couldn't refute his feelings. "Okay, good night." Zhou Qian didn't say anything else. After saying good night, he didn't continue. Shen King looked down at the quiet mobile phone, and still clicked into the album again. She took a picture of her wedding dress when she was in the guest room of Zhou Qian. Looking at the wedding dress for a while, Shen King pressed his mobile phone to black, and then took a shower and went to bed. Shen King is not perfunctory, and no one really took care of her during this period. She had time and was free, so she really went to the cafe that Zhou Qian told her the next day. "I arrived at noon, but I didn't expect that the person was quite right." Sure enough, everyone has the same taste for good things. Shen King ordered coffee and sat down by the window. While waiting for the coffee, Shen King took a picture of the cafe and sent it to Zhou Qian. She shared a good place with her, so she should naturally give feedback. What's more, they can still be friends, without the pressure of a marriage contract. It's good to be friends freely. She found that it was not that she didn't want to have sex with Zhou Qian, but because of her guiltiness in the marriage. She was afraid that Zhou Qian would be unhappy and uncomfortable, so she didn't want to continue to contact Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian said that she didn't need to care too much. They were still friends, and she relaxed her guard a lot. Zhou Qian didn't reply to her very quickly. The coffee came up, and the clerk put it on the table for her. Shen Qing's mobile phone just rang. Shen Qing quickly picked up his mobile phone, as if all the previous waiting haze had dissipated. She couldn't tell whether the joy at this moment was because the coffee finally came up or because Zhou Qian finally replied to her message. Can I come over? Shen Qing read this message of Zhou Qian over and over again, but he didn't know how to reply. Zhou Qian's words have the feeling of the illusion of their previous little couple. I'm still busy. Things will pass later. If there is fate, I guess I can really meet you. The message of Zhou Qian was sent again. Chapter 82. Witnessing the blind date. The signal of Zhou Qi's banquet still made Shen Qing's heart tickle. She could have left after drinking, but before Zhou Qian came, she had to refill another cup of coffee. Although Zhou Qian said that he had something to do, he didn't say that he came to find her. Shen Qing sat for a long time, until the people in the store left one after another, and she was still sitting by the window. When the door of the store opened again, Shen Qing heard a faint wind bell. Shen Qing subconsciously turned his head and looked over. He saw a woman coming in and also found a window seat to sit down. Shen Qing withdrew his gaze and kept looking impolite. However, Shen Qing withdrew his gaze and suddenly turned to look at her again. At this moment, she was ordering coffee with a smile on her face. She was elegant and decent when talking to the waiter. Looking at her appearance, Shen Qing inexplicably felt a little familiar. That feeling is indescribable, but inexplicably, it is a little strange from the bottom of my heart. As if feeling that someone was looking at her, the woman turned at her head. The moment her eyes met, she was not angry, but nodded to her politely. Realizing his impoliteness, Shen Qing quickly smiled at the other party, and then withdrew his gaze knowingly. At this moment, there are not many people in the store, so even if Shen Qing is not deliberate, he will still see the woman between raising his eyes. Here, when Shen Qing looked up at her again, she smiled and waved her hand in the direction of the door. Shen Qing looked at her, and his heart suddenly clicked. In fact, she didn't have time to turn her head to look at the door, but for some reason, she suddenly felt as if she knew who she was greeting. Hello? Shen Qing lowered his eyes and didn't turn his head. He had already heard the voice of Zhou Qian. I don't know why, when she heard Zhou Qian's voice, she didn't raise her eyes, but lowered her eyes a little. I don't understand where the feeling of guilty comes from, but I just feel why guilty? Sorry, I just finished my work and was late. Zhou Qian's voice sounded again, and then he pulled the chair and sat down. Shen Qing didn't raise his eyes, so he didn't know if Zhou Qian looked at her when he sat down. But Zhou Qian must know that he is in the store. Zhou Qian is such a big person, and there are not many people in the store. As long as Zhou Qian is not blind, he can definitely see her. Shen Qing lowered his eyes and began to regret it. Why did he have to wait? After that, if Zhou Qian asked, what should she say? She was really so idle that she sat in the cafe for so long. Shen Qing sat there. Although he didn't look up, he could still faintly hear the laughter from the table over there. Shen Qing sat a little sullenly. He simply got up and went to the bathroom, and deliberately went a little further away from Zhou Qian's table. Shen Qing washed his hands and stood in front of the washstand. She felt that it was difficult for her to stay. I didn't leave for so long before, but now Zhou Qian ran away as soon as Yan came. After that, Zhou Qian smelled difficult to answer, and she was also afraid that Zhou Qian thought too much, thinking that she hated him, or thinking that she was jealous, which might be more troublesome. It should be as if nothing happened. Shen Qing took a deep breath, then turned around and thought that after going out, he would sit for a while as if nothing had happened, and then pay the bill and leave. However, as soon as she walked to the door, she bumped into someone. I'm sorry, I subconsciously apologized, but I found that this person's fragrance was very familiar. When I looked up, I saw Zhou Qian's face. What are you doing in a hurry? Don't even look at the road. Zhou Qian laughed and stabilized her. Shen Qing just looked at him and was speechless for a moment. After sailing back to her senses, she quickly looked behind Zhou Qian. What are you looking at? Zhou Qian raised his hand, put his palm against the top of her hair, and shook her head twice. His expression and movements were quite intimate and spoiled. What about her? Shen Qing asked unnaturally. Leaving? Zhou Qian smiled, then cut his hand off her head and opened his mouth. Seeing that I was still turning a blind eye, I thought you didn't intend to say hello to me, so I didn't go to find you. Leave so soon. Shen Qing didn't know how much she had listened to. What she asked was what she wanted to know. It's just a meeting, or do you want to have dinner and watch a movie together? Zhou Qian smiled helplessly. Then how did you tell her? Shen Qing glanced at him and asked unnaturally, what to say? I don't know if Zhou Qian asked knowingly. It's nothing. Shen Qing shook his head quickly again. Although Zhou Qian seems to be less interested in marriage and should no longer be in a hurry to get married, How can she guarantee that Zhou Qian will not really fall in love with someone during the blind date? So her question just now is not appropriate. Do you want to go, or do you want to continue drinking? Zhou Qian saw her shaking her head and didn't ask. Well, let's go. I was going to go out to pay the bill. Shen Qing smiled and then went to the store. Zhou Qian didn't say anything, but followed her a few steps away. Shen Qing went to the front desk to pay the bill, but was told that he had already bought it. Shen Qing subconsciously turned his head to look at Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian smiled and went to the door first. When Shen Qing pushed the door of the store, Zhou Qian was still waiting for her outside. You don't have to see me off. Go back to work quickly. Seeing Zhou Qian waiting, Shen Qing quickly waved his hand. With Zhou Qian's personality, if she wants to go home together, he should see her off. I didn't plan to go back yet. Facing Zhou Qian's gaze, Shen Qing quickly made up for this. Where are you going? Zhou Qian smiled and asked quite indulgent. TLY, no need to send. I have nothing to do today. Before Shen Qing finished speaking, Zhou Qian said this. The four looked at each other, and Zhou Qian said more gently and in detail. I have finished today's work. Otherwise I wouldn't have come so late. If I don't go back, where do you want to go? Shen Qing looked at him and was a little surprised. You are not busy, so why did the blind date end so early? You don't want to ask me why I don't go to dinner or watch a movie with her, do you? Zhou Qian laughed out loud. Shen Qing's lips moved, and he really didn't know how to reply for a moment. Do you want it? Zhou Qian looked at her and asked. What? Shen Qing was puzzled. Do you want to eat and watch a movie? Zhou Qian looked at her with a smile and said this. I'm still very happy that you can wait for me. I've been waiting for you for so long. I should treat you to a meal. Instead of waiting for you, I just have nowhere to go. I just sit and spend time. Well, Zhou Qian nodded leisurely and smiled, laughing quite happily. Chapter 83 Can't Touch You Anymore. Shen Qing found that all the places Zhou Qian took her were very good, whether it was drinking coffee or eating. Zhou Qian was obviously not in China before, but she seemed to know better than her. Who has been strolling here? How do you know so many good places? When Shen Qing sat down, he looked around and couldn't help asking questions. Now that he is back, it is natural to be prepared. Zhou Qian smiled, but did not explain more. He just called the waiter, and then seemed to order skillfully. He came back, and as soon as he came back, he met Shen Qing and decided to get married. Naturally, many things needed to be known in advance. When he is alone, he can force everything, but if he really gets married and has someone to take care of, he will naturally know how to make the people around him happy. Shen Qing's personality and naturally liked to play and enjoy eating and drinking outside, so he asked his assistant to help him sort out a lot of fun, delicious and good dating places early, but in the end, it doesn't seem to be really useful. Now bringing Shen Qing here again, it is also what you want, and it is not a waste of so much thought. The food you ordered is also my favorite food. Shen Qing looked at him and added this. It should be. Zhou Qian smiled. After all, they almost became one, and it is appropriate to know each other's preferences. Of course, this should be his request for himself. He didn't ask Shen Qing to treat him in the same way. Shen Qing can have privileges with him. Shen Qing nodded and suddenly felt a little silent. He felt very subtle and didn't know what kind of topic to talk about. It feels strange for the two of them to sit in a romantic place for dinner like this. We were silent for a long time. Shen Qing bit his lip and opened his mouth tentatively. Is it okay for us to get along like this now? Zhou Qian looked at her with a smile and didn't say anything, but his eyes were very gentle. Facing Zhou Qian's gaze, Shen Qing lowered his eyes again and did not dare to look directly into his eyes. Between us, we know each other. I know what you like to eat. If you write it down, just write it down. Because we are not husband and wife now, we deliberately don't know you and order something you hate. When Zhou Qian said this, he smiled and was helpless and spoiled. Shen Qing looked up at him. After pondering, he nodded leisurely, as if it was such a reason. Zhou Qian looked at her and hesitated a little. He still stretched out his hand, crossed the table, and then touched Shen Qing's head. Shen Qing looked up at him and didn't move. He let him touch her head casually and withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened. Do you think it will embarrass you if the two of us are still sitting together for dinner? After Zhou Qian withdrew his hand, he looked a little serious and looked at Shen Qing very seriously. Not so. Shen Qing shook his head quickly. That feeling is indescribable and not embarrassing, but it often makes her have the illusion that she can't tell what the relationship between them is now. Since there is not, let's go with the flow. Zhou Qian smiled. The food was served quickly, and Shen Qing ate very happily. You can be distracted when eating. After eating enough, Zhou Qian asked Shen Qing again. It was still early. Do you want to go to the movies next? Shen Qing looked at him with an innocent look in his eyes. Or should I send you back first? Zhou Qian's expression was soft and half smiling. There is still time to think about it. I'll pay the bill first. Zhou Qian got up with a smile, and then went to pay the bill. Zhou Qian came back soon and took a small music box in his hand, which looked like the kind of toy that children like. Here, Zhou Qian went directly to Shen Qing's seat, and then handed the music to her. Where did it come from? Shen Qing was a little puzzled, but he still took it down honestly and liked it in his heart. When paying the bill, the front desk sent it. Zhou Qian smiled, and then stepped back, indicating that she could get up. Shen Qing held the music box in his hand and followed Zhou Qian. The two of them went out of the restaurant together. Soon to the side of the car, Zhou Qian naturally opened the co-pilot's door for Shen Qing. Shen Qing sat in. After sitting in, until Zhou Qian also sat beside him, he lowered his head and flipped through his mobile phone, and asked carelessly, "What kind of movie do you want to watch?" Hearing Zhou Qian's words, Shen Qing looked at him incredulously. "I haven't agreed yet." Zhou Qian turned his eyes to look at her, nodded leisurely, turned on the black with a smile, and then put it in front of the car. "Okay, fasten your seatbelt." Shen Qing was a little puzzled, but he still obediently fastened his seatbelt. Shen Qing carefully put the music box in front of the car, and then looked out of the window for half a minute. He still turned to Zhou Qian and asked, "Are you sending me home now?" "Well," Zhou Qian nodded and glanced at her. Shen Qing pursed his lips and said nothing. He took the music box in front of the car back to his hand and lowered his head to study curiously. "What kind do you want to see?" After a while, Zhou Qian's voice sounded again. Hearing the words, Shen Qing quickly turned his head to look at Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian laughed out loud. "Little girl, having a marriage contract means that marriage is the premise and the purpose of marriage. Now we are both free. The meaning of lifting the engagement means that the two families do not need to involve each other because of our marriage. In another sense, this is a good thing and proves that both families are stronger. We don't need marriage to maintain it, but we don't need to break off the relations." Zhou Qian looked at Shen Qing and smiled again. "Of course, some things have indeed changed a lot. For example, what we say and do is based on marriage, so we can do whatever we want. Naturally." Zhou Qian paused and continued, "I can't touch you anymore." Shen Qing was stunned in his heart. Unexpectedly, Zhou Qian was still as straightforward as ever. "Except for this, there is no difference. We have already known each other. If we don't get married, we will become enemies." Zhou Qian continued to look forward, opened his mouth indifferently, twisted it, and "Let me hear what kind of music is in this small box." Shen Qing hummed softly, and soon the sound of music came from the car. "The music is very childish, and the sound quality is average, but it is indeed very childish, as if it has returned to a long-lost childhood." Shen Qing looked down at the music box with a smile on his face. He should be very happy. He hasn't seen such a toy for a long time. Zhou Qian turned his eyes silently and glanced at her side face. Finally, he raised the corners of his lips and smiled. Shen Qing looks very quiet and obedient at this moment. Chapter 84. Help me find a place to watch a movie with Zhou Qian. When he went back, Zhou Qian was still the same. Sending her not far from the intersection and not directly to the door seemed to have become a tacit understanding between them. A tacit understanding that existed for some reason. They can now be friends for a long time, or they can still be friends as Zhou Qian said, but every time they meet, for some reason, they always add a little sense of sneaking inexplicably. Take it back. When Shen Qing unfastened his seatbelt, Zhou Qian picked up the small music box in front of the car and handed it to her. "Okay." Shen Qing took it happily and got out of the car. Shen Qing left with the car on her back, and the headlights stretched her shadow. She subconsciously turned around and saw LDC Zhou Qian holding her elbows against the window in the dazzling light, half smiling and seeing her off. Shen Qing's heart moved and he raised one hand and waved it. Zhou Qian turned his head slightly and did not move, but his smile seemed to be a little stronger. After Shen Qing went back, he put the music box on the table in the room. She looked at the music box, and the more she looked at it, the more she felt that the picture seemed to be a little familiar. Her eyes rolled, and he suddenly remembered that she seemed to have had such a music box, but she couldn't remember it clearly. It was too long ago. It is rare for Shen Qing to take the initiative to find Shen Haoji. Shen Haoji was in the study. The door was closed, but it was not locked. Shen Qing knocked a few times and then pushed the door open. "I thought you were going to send me some night snacks." Seeing Shen Qing coming in, Shen Haoji closed the computer and raised his hand to pinch his shoulder. "Are you still busy so late?" Shen Qing walked over, but he was very interesting. He went directly behind him and pressed his shoulder. Shen Haoji turned his head to look at her, looked deeply for a few seconds, and laughed. "I didn't have a late night snack, and I had to cook it for you. right, I'm not hungry, Shen King replied with a smile, paused for 2 seconds, and then said again, if you are hungry, I can't cook for you. Without you cooking, Shen Haoji turned his head to look at her again, quite serious. The little princess at home has been spoiled for so many years, and she should not learn to cook after the marriageable age. People live up, not down. If life can't get better and better, it's a kind of failure. Brother, did I have a music box when I was a child? Shen King smiled, then bent down and got a little closer to Shen Haoji. I don't know. Shen Haoji shook his head, then moved his body, and turned around with the chair, facing Shen King. How did he think of asking this? How can I remember so many things when you were a child? I don't remember either. I vaguely have such an impression. It seems that it was placed on the table before, but I don't know where it went later. Mom can't bear to lose your things. Maybe in the storage room. Shen Haoji looked at her and said this. In the past, many things that were reluctant to be lost would be put in the storage room. When my mother was still alive, she would clean you. From time to time. After her death, it seemed that no one had cleaned up their storage room for a long time. Well, Shen King nodded leisurely, and then looked at him helplessly. I went to bed that night and looked for it in the storage room tomorrow. Don't be too late. After Shen King told him, he raised his feet to the door. After Shen King returned to the room, he put the music box directly on the bedside table and watched it fall asleep little by little. I slept well this time, and it was not very early when I woke up. When she left the room, there was no one at home, but there was a small music box on the coffee table. The style was much older than the one she got last night. It can be seen that it was indeed a little old. Shen King picked up the music box and pinched it, but there was no reaction. But holding it in the palm of my hand is still quite happy. Her memory is not wrong, but she vaguely remembers that it had happened before, although she didn't know who gave it to her. It should have existed when she was in elementary school. When she graduated, her friends gave each other gifts. She received a lot of gifts. There were too many things. She didn't know which gift corresponded to which person. She only remembered that there was indeed a music box in it. After playing for a while, I didn't like it anymore, and I didn't know it anymore. It was yesterday that Zhou Qian gave her such a thing that she vaguely remembered that such a thing had happened again. 简号. Thank you, brother. Shen King still took out his mobile phone and sent such a message to Shen Zhou. You don't need to ask. It was Shen Haoji who found it for her. Have a good meal. I'll take you to meet someone tomorrow. Okay, Shen King responded without asking much. Her brother is realistically strong in doing things, but he has nothing to say to her. Anyway, he won't harm her, so there's no need to ask more. Pressing the mobile phone to black, Shen King held the previous music box and looked at it for a while, and then turned on the mobile phone again. Suddenly, he had a desire to share, and it was for Zhou Qian. She took a picture and sent it to Zhou Qian. Coincidentally, I actually had one before. Shen King took a picture of the music box before. Zhou Qian's message didn't reply very quickly, and it didn't come back until about a few minutes later. Do you like it? Shen King looked at the message and was not very clear. 大写 Z. Zhou Qian's concise personality most of the time still made her unable to guess to understand what he meant. Did you ask the one before or the one you gave me yesterday? Although he won't get married, Shen King still feels that he should be frank to the end. If he doesn't understand anything, he can ask directly. Zhou Qian didn't reply to her, but called a few minutes later. When Shen King looked at Zhou Qian's name on the screen, he smiled at the corners of his mouth, leaned against the armrest of the sofa, and connected the phone lazily. The voice of Zhou Qian came from the mobile phone. The familiar sound made Shen King's heart sink back to the most reassuring place in an instant. How did you remember to turn out the old gift again? Zhou Qian's voice is as calm as ever. How do you know this is my old gift? Shen King was a little surprised. You should be very popular since you were a child. I guess you must have received a lot of gifts. There are quite a lot of them, but now they don't play. Most of them are lying in the storage room. Shen King is also very honest. If it's nothing, just let them lie there. Zhou Qian smiled. Are you still going to meet someone today? Shen King listened to his laughter, hesitated for a few seconds, and still asked this question. Later, we have a lot of friends at home, and my eldest brother is in a hurry to complete the task. Zhou Qian called her again. Otherwise, can you help me find a place to meet? 大写 A. After a pause, Zhou Qian continued to speak again. The places I knew were originally supposed to take you there, but their identities were different, and they were not suitable for taking them. Chapter 85 Hot. Zhou Qian said that he might have dinner with others today. Shen King was quite careful. He really helped Zhou Qian find a place. The decoration is good, but it doesn't belong to the romantic category. She even helped him book a seat very thoughtfully. If there are many people in that place, sometimes there will be no seats. After sending the set location and store information to Zhou Qian, she took a deep breath and then turned her mobile phone black. It was a little unexpected that Zhou Qian did not reply again. With Zhou Qian's thoughtful personality, unless the mobile phone is not in his hand, even if he is busy, he will still respond after a few minutes of busy work. Shen Qing did not specially wait for Zhou Qian's message, but there was no news until the evening, which still made her feel a little wrenched. After thinking about it, she also went out with her. At this point, Zhou Qian should be on the way. After all, the scheduled time is almost here. Even if Zhou Qian doesn't reply to her message, if he makes an appointment with other people, he is not a person who easily breaks the appointment. When Shen Qing pushed the door into the store, he was inexplicably angry, although there was no reason for the fire. Zhou Qian is already there. Shen Qing looked around, and there was still an empty seat. The waiter took her to the other side. After she sat down, her eyes kept looking in the direction of Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian saw her, but he didn't get up or say hello. He continued to sit as if nothing had happened. He was the only one on the table, and the person he had agreed with may be late. Zhou Qian lowered his eyes slightly and fell on the screen of his mobile phone. Seeing Zhou Qian looking down at his mobile phone, Shen Qing was even more unhappy. Isn't he holding the mobile phone in his hand? But he didn't reply to her message. Shen Qing took a deep breath and didn't look away. He didn't bother to look at him again, for fear that the more he looked at him, the more uncomfortable he felt. Yes, even if they have nothing to do with it now, Zhou Qian still asked her to help find a place. That is, when they are friends, even if they are ordinary friends, it is also basic polite to help him and respond. Shen Qing took the menu. As soon as he opened it, the waiter came over again. Hello, miss, would you mind changing your seat to the inner box? The waiter was very polite in his words. Shen Qing frowned and was surprised. Why, I'm alone and don't need a box. The waiter seems to be a little embarrassed. Shen Qing raised his eyes, crossed her figure, and looked at Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian was looking at her at the moment and smiling at her. Shen Qing soon realized that it was Zhou Qian who wanted her to enter the box. Dissatisfied and puzzled, but facing Zhou Qian's gaze, Shen Qing still got up and followed the waiter to the direction of the box. Shen Qing quickly ordered food in the box, and the food was served soon, but she didn't really want to eat. After eating something in a hurry, she got up reluctantly. Why did she listen to Zhou Qian? Zhou Qian didn't let her watch it, but aroused her curiosity even more. Shen Qing quietly walked out of the box, then stood by the corner wall and secretly glanced in the direction of Zhou Qian. He is no longer the only one at the table of Zhou Qian. The agreed person has come, and she is not the only one. Zhou Xiangwu also followed. Shen Qing seems to understand what Zhou Qian does. Zhou Xiangwu didn't seem to like her very much, so it was not a bad thing for her to hide. Shen Qing looked in that direction and couldn't help but look at the girl who had a blind date with Zhou Qian. This girl is very young. Shen Qing thinks she may be about the same age as himself. At her brother's engagement banquet before, she met a very mature and intelligent person in the cafe before. The one he saw was the same, elegant and wise. I don't know why, this time, Zhou Xiangwu suddenly changed his style. She is a very young girl, and she is out. Shen Qing looked at it for 2 minutes and saw that the girl kept talking, and then he was already very familiar with saying that he couldn't pick up the dishes, so he changed his position behind Zhou Qian. Shen Qing didn't bother to look any longer and went straight back to the private room. Shen Qing stayed in the private room for a long time, guessing that they might be done outside, so he asked the waiter to pay the bill. It's not surprising that someone has already bought it for her. However, when she quickly walked out of the private room to the hall, she found that there was no one at Zhou Qian's table. They did finish eating and left, but they left together. I don't even know whether 2 people left together or 3 people left together. Shen Qing was a little bored. Zhou Qian knew that she was here, but he didn't wait for her. Zhou Qian has everything. In the past, it was, but in the future, maybe his patience and everything will be someone else's. Moreover, for some reason, Shen Qing always felt that the young girl Zhou Qian met today made her feel strongly targeted. The Zhou family, as long as they are willing, can find countless as girls who are younger and more sensible than her. Shen Qing took a deep breath and left the restaurant in frustration. Not long after she went out, a car stopped in front of her. The window was rolled down, and Shen Qing, the person in the driver's seat, was not strange. He had met Zhou Qian's assistant several times. Miss Shen, Mr. Zhou asked me to see you off. Shen Qing looked at him and was speechless. He is still a gentleman and a gentleman. He knows that he will send her back, but how can his sincerity be the same as his assistant? No, I want to take a walk myself to digest. You can do your own thing. Shen Qing refused. Although his tone was polite, The uncrossed anger in his heart became more and more vigorous. The assistant looked at her for a few seconds and nodded. Okay, Miss Shen. The assistant rolled up the window, but did not really drive away. Shen Qing walked along the side of the road and could feel that the car not far behind was still following. Shen Qing didn't bother to look back, so he let the car follow behind him. He followed him for a long time. After a while, he arrived at the bustling area to see whose driving points were dedicated. Shen Qing walked for a long time and felt a rare feeling of air brushing his face. Shen Qing felt that there was a car approaching him again, so he turned his head and saw that the car was parked next to him again. The window of the car was down, and Shen Qing was speechless. Didn't I say that I want to walk back by myself? Zhou Qian opened his mouth in an indifferent tone, looking at her, and there seemed to be a smile in the depths. Why are you here? Shen Qing was surprised and looked back. He saw that his assistant was not far away, and he was already walking to take a taxi. Is Miss Shen on the bus? Zhou Qian smiled, then got out of the car in person, walked to her side, silently held her wrist, and led her to the side of the car. Chapter 86 When I bow. Key the ring. Shen Qing really wanted to ask, so he could only keep looking out of the car window to relieve his inner curiosity and uneasiness. The taste was not bad. Zhou Qian drove the car and opened his mouth first. Well, Shen Qing turned to look at him and knew that what he said was that the food in the restaurant she chose tasted good. She looked at Zhou Qian's side and couldn't help adding, you have a blind date. As a friend, I should naturally find a better place for you to eat, so that girls can have a better impression of you. Zhou Qian frowned slightly, but smiled again. On the contrary, she had a good impression of me. She was very familiar with me and could make a fuss. She almost hung up with me when she had dinner. When Zhou Qian spoke, he glanced at Shen Qing's side face. Shen Qing didn't say anything and turned his face towards the car window. It seemed that it was going to be done. Haha. Zhou Qian smiled and didn't say anything else. Shen Qing looked key of the window for a while and turned his head again. This time, he looked straight at Zhou Qian's side face. I think your brother would be wrong. We just met. At that time, we both wanted to marry, and you didn't really like young people. I'm not a saint. Young nature is more pleasing to die. Who told you that I don't like it? Zhou Qian turned his eyes, but instead of her, looking at each other, Shen Qing unconsciously turned his eyes away and called lightly. How about today's one more pleasing than yesterday's one? After a pause, he continued, which should also please your family. Your eldest brother also accompanied him personally. Did you see it? Zhou Qian asked, but his tone was not surprised. Seeing it inadvertently, Shen Qing opened his mouth in a tone as if nothing had happened. Well, Zhou Qian was still light. Well, he didn't ask. After a few seconds, he opened his mouth again to send you back. Thank you. Shen Qing didn't answer directly, but thanked him direct. Zhou Qian shook his head and laughed. He wanted to say something, but the phone rang. Zhou Qian took out his mobile phone with one hand, and then touched Shen Qing's arm with the back of his hand, glanced at the position of the car drawer, pointed to his ear, and motioned her to help find the headphones. Shen Qing lowered his eyes and was very helpful. He really bowed his head and turned it over to him. When she quickly found the headphones and handed them to Zhou Qian, she saw an exquisite box inside. She turned her head to look at Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian had already put the headphones in her ears and connected to the phone. After 2 seconds of entanglement, Shen Qing still took out the box and opened it curiously. It turned out to be a ring inside. Shen Qing looked sideways, and then his heart trembled. No wonder he looked familiar. This was the wedding ring they had said before. It's quite embarrassing, especially the wedding ring reminded her in real time about the current relationship between them. They are in such a relationship now. It is impolite for her to look through Zhou Qian's things at will. Shen Qing quickly closed the box in a guilty mind, and then turned to look at Zhou Qian, thinking that if he didn't find it, he would quickly put it back into the distance. Unexpectedly, when she turned her eyes to look at Zhou Qian's eyes shrank slightly and he as already looking straight at her. Shen Qing swallowed his saliva and moved his lips. He couldn't say a word. He could only stubbornly return the box to the drawer. However, Zhou Qian stretched out his hand and held her hand together with the box. Time seemed to have stopped. Shen Qing looked at Zhou Qian's hands with clear fingers, and the warmth on the back of his hand became more and more obvious. She turned her head to look at Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian had withdrawn her eyes and continued to look ahead steadily. Okay, I know. First of all, Zhou Qian turned his head to look at Shen Qing, held her hand and relaxed a little, then withdrew it and took off the headphones. Shen Qing felt that the temperature on the back of his hand was far away. For a moment, he really didn't know whether to keep the previous movement and stop, or take advantage of the present to return the box. In a daze, Zhou Qian has handed over the headphones again. Thank you. No thanks. Shen King. He quickly put the box in, picked up the headphones, and put it in together, and then hurriedly closed the drawer. The car fell into silence. Shen King looked out of the window again to hide his embarrassment, but the curiosity in his heart was even stronger. So, finally, I opened my mouth again. Is this ring the same as a wedding dress? Do you need to get rid of it? Zhou Qian didn't say anything. He raised his eyebrows slightly to look at her and asked with his eyes, how about it? It's a waste. Shen King muttered in a low voice, and sighed again 2 seconds later. However, it is true that if your future wife knows the usefulness of this ring, she will not be happy. It is unfair to others, and she still has to get a new one. It makes sense. Zhou Qian followed her words with a smile. From the style to the size of the ring, it was not suitable for people. Well, Shen King nodded and looked a little depressed. Zhou Qian turned his head and glanced at her. Looking at her low appearance, he didn't say anything, but silently accelerated the speed of the car a little. The car stopped quickly, still at the intersection not far from home. Zhou Qian unfastened his seatbelt and went to Shen King. Shen King felt his breath approaching, and his body subconsciously stiffened a little. But Zhou Qian did not get closer to her. He just opened the drawer of the car close to her side again, and he took out the box again. Shen King felt that her eyes were a little out of control. When Zhou Qian's breath approached, she subconsciously looked at his approaching face. Now Zhou Qian took out the box, and her eyes couldn't help following Zhou Qian's hand. Here you are, anyway, it's your choice. Zhou Qian's hand and box came to Shen King together. Shen King hesitated for a moment and quickly reached out to pick it up. It's okay, I bought it. Anyway, no one knows it's a wedding ring. I wore it myself and used it as an ornament. I'll give you money then. While Shen King was talking, she looked up at Zhou Qian. She felt that her answer and handling were very good. For marriage, whether it is a wedding dress, a ring, or other things, Zhou Qian has put a lot of energy and money into it. She can't let others suffer all the time. She just thought she bought the ring. Well, Zhou Qian smiled and reached for the drawer again. He found a list and handed it to Shen King. Shen King took it with a smile, but after looking at the number above clearly, his smile stiffened little by little. She swallowed her saliva and slowly looked at Zhou Qian. I can't afford it. Shen King is very self-aware. Yes, it's really difficult for you to get such a large sum of money from your father or brother with your family is money now, so you still have to make money by yourself. Zhou Qian looked at her and smiled. Isn't he going to open a cafe? Hurry up and give it to me when you make money. We almost became husband and wife. I'm not in a hurry to give me the money now. Chapter 87. Starting his own business. Shen King put the ring on the necklace and took it with him. It's so precious. If she loses her memory, it will be a big loss. He slept all night with a lot of money. He didn't sleep so soundly. Shen King woke up early in the morning. After washing, changing clothes, and stuffing the necklace into the clothes, Shen King turned his head and looked at it several times, feeling more and more impulsive last night. But if you say it out, you will be splashed water. Moreover, the ring has been brought, and you can't regret it. Shen Haoji was a little surprised to see her so early. Didn't you say you were going to take me to meet someone today? Shen King raised his feet to the table. Yes, Shen Zhou smiled. Lest I wake you up. Shen Haoji motioned her to sit down and directly pushed the breakfast in front of her. Then he got up and went back to the kitchen to get another one. Shen King watched him enter the kitchen and thought about it. He simply took up the plate and followed him to the door of the kitchen while eating. Brother, who will take me to see today? Shen King leaned at the door and asked curiously. A coffee master. Anyway, you have nothing to do recently. You can learn from him. After a while, when I finish this period of work, you will also succeed in your studies. I will choose a location for you and start to run your cafe. Making money by himself. Shen King looked at him and nodded leisurely. Your bank card is still with me. After a few seconds of silence, Shen King spoke again. There is not much in it. Your pocket money, what Shen Haoji gave her, didn't plan to get it back. What's more, it's really just pocket money. After his mother's death, Shen King didn't ask for money much. Maybe she is really not short of money. As a college student who has just graduated, she doesn't need too much money. She used to spend less money in show or before, but it feels different. In the past, she would be spoiled by her mother, but now, Shen King rarely takes the initiative to speak. Shen Lian looked at it and gave it. She looked at it and received it, and Shen Haoji would also give it. She won't say too much or less. Anyway, she will use it like that. Do you want to make money by yourself? Shen Haoji turned his head to look at her and laughed. His main purpose is to let Shen King have something to do. He didn't think about how much money he really wanted her to make, but looking at her current appearance, she seems to be quite interested in making money. If you want to make money, come to the company with me. Shen Haoji exhaled. No, No, Shen King waved his hand quickly. If I can't make that person's money, I just need to make a little money. Shen King has always had self-awareness. She knows very well what is suitable and what is not suitable for, and also knows what is within her reach and what is out of reach. 大写 T. What people had breakfast together and left the door together. Shen's Haji took her to see a well-known barista. If she was willing to take her, she was naturally willing to study hard. We had lunch together and didn't part until after dinner. Shen's Haji also went back to the company. Shen King didn't follow him. He wandered around and found a place to drink and sat down. After that, she sent a message to her good friend in the group, sending her current location to see who was nearby and who wanted to come and play together. Not too many meetings. Qingqing and Tang Ran came. Come so fast. Shen King was a little surprised to see them coming in. Well, Qingqing hummed and pulled Tang Ran to her table. When she pulled the chair and sat down, she said, "You took the initiative to make an appointment. How rare it is. If you don't come here quickly, you will miss this time and there will be no next time." Shen King laughed at this point. Shen King is the kind of person who is taken care of among her friends, and everyone habitually spoils her. He was not married, and he could still play with us in the future. Tang Ran sat down and smiled. "I can't continue to play without getting married. I'm going to start a business." When Shen King said this, he was quite proud, and then waved to call the waiter and asked them to order whatever they wanted. "She invited me. Start a business." Qingqing is quite interested. "Did you start a business without seeing each other for a while?" "It's good to start a business. It's better to start a business than to marry and be a useless rich woman. Only then did you withdraw your marriage and start a business." Tang Ran is also curious. "Do you want your favorite coffee? When will it open?" Shen King was speechless and shrinked his mouth. He was helpless. "I didn't move so fast. I just started to prepare now. I'm going to study coffee again tomorrow. When I finish learning, I will find the store." They said that wind is rain, which almost made Shen King feel that he had earned a lot of money. Obviously, she was still zero. "It's just starting now. What have you done before?" Qingqing was speechless. She didn't marry Zhou Quian, and she didn't play with them during this period. She thought she was doing something big. Shen King looked at the two of them and lowered his eyes. "I want to say that I went on a blind date with Zhou Quian before. Do you believe it?" Qingqing and Tang Ran looked at each other. "It doesn't matter. You are quite careful about him. Do you have to help him find the next one?" Shen King didn't say anything and looked aggrieved. "It doesn't matter to you two. There's no need to help others anymore. And you don't owe him. I owe you. I know that our family has not done a good job in this matter." Shen King sighed and opened his mouth when he raised his eyes again. "I watched him find his own home, and I could also feel at ease." Shen King felt that he was a little hypocritical. She knew very well that she didn't really wish Zhou Quian to fall in love with someone else during the blind date. "Okay, whatever you want. I'm not interested in men." Qingqing shook her head and was helpless. "When will you start to find a store decoration? Anyway, I have nothing to do. If you need it, I'll give you a little. Do you want to invest in shares?" Shen King looked at her and smiled. "I can do it. It's easy to pay. Just don't let me contribute." Qingqing said lightly. "Okay, why? Don't give it in vain if you have money." Shen King looked at Qingqing with a smile, met her gaze, and quickly patted her chest. "Don't worry, I will never let you lose. How about it? Do you want to join the stream?" Shen King looked at Tang Ran with a smile. "I have no problem. It's good for us to start our own business. Otherwise it's not like that to play like this every day." Shen King looked at her, bit her lip and was silent, and then nodded leisurely. "Then I really have to make a good plan. When I have a clear calculation, I will talk to you about the follow-up." Shen King used to think about let her brother's ideas come. Now that her brother has started to deal with her, he will definitely be responsible for taking care of her to the end. But now, Shen King suddenly feels that she cannot rely on her family, but rely on their own efforts to see if they can open the store well. Of course, Shen King is self-aware and still needs help, but, at least, he does not rely entirely on his family, does not directly reach out to continue, but also relies on his own efforts. Chapter 88. You have a little conscience. After separating from Qingqing and Tang Ran, Shen King took a taxi home. When she was in the car, she kept thinking, and her mobile phone was turning back and forth in her hand. She always felt that something was missing today. "I don't know if Zhou Quian went on a blind date today, and I don't know what kind of person he will it today." Shen King must admit that there are all kinds of people in the world with different styles and charms. Shen King didn't know what he felt about. Maybe it's the saying of selfishness. "I don't want to bury my life easily." Indeed, the future is uncertain, and it is naturally a better choice to be able to control it freely in my own hands. But how to banquet is not a very bad choice. Maybe it's a pity to abandon it. but refused to invest too much. In the end, she is also a hypocritical and selfish person. It must be Zhou Qian. She dares not say such a thing, but if Zhou Qian really belongs to someone else, it seems a pity. After all, Zhou Qian is impeccable from family background, figure, appearance, to behavior. They also tried it in bed, harmoniously. When I was about to get home, she still sent the message. I'm going to study coffee for a while. You don't have a lot of blind dates. I'm afraid I won't have time to find a place for you. Shen Qing's words are more or less probing. Zhou Qian called directly. Before connecting the phone, Shen Qing took a deep breath. The voice of Zhou Qian came. It seems that every time they talk on the phone, Shen Qing is not the one who spoke first. She will hear Zhou Qian's he after connecting. When Zhou Qian calls her name, there is always a kind of careless tenderness. Are you done? Shen Qing opened his mouth and asked him. Well, ready to leave the company and go home. Zhou Qian smiled. Which home do you go back to? In our place. Zhou Qian's tone was low, half sighing. I don't know, this answer subconsciously blurted out. Or there are ulterior motives. Ours. I have to hide from my father these days. Zhou Qian smiled and continued to speak. Well, I see. Shen Qing also laughed. Where do you study? At that time, send me a copy of the time and address. Zhou Qian speaks. Shen Qing can faintly hear footsteps from the phone, and then the sound of the vehicle unlocking. Are you on the bus? Shen Qing's ears were quite sharp. After that, he realized the words before Zhouqi's banquet. Is it mine? Yes. Let's see when our time is right, and I'll treat you to dinner then. Zhou Qian took it for granted when he said this, as if he had given her his itinerary at the beginning. Oh, Shen Qing bit his lip and nodded. After several seconds of silence on the phone, Zhou Qian spoke again, which was in response to Shen Qing's previous question. Yes, I'm on the bus. I'll go back and eat something later. You can relax at night and find a plate or something. Aren't you going on a blind date today? Shen Qing laughed and finally talked about the topic again. Haha. Zhou Qian laughed cheerfully. That can't be arranged so frequently. I also have to slow down. I may be a little busy, but I won't be particularly busy. If you really don't know where to go, I can still help you find a way to find a place. Shen Qing himself overturned what he had said before. Then it's troublesome for us. Zhou Qian smiled, and then hummed in surprise. Soon the voice came again. I'll call you later. I have a phone call in. Okay, Shen Qing answered. After hanging up the phone, she also specially asked the driver to stop the car. She is about to arrive. I don't know when Zhou Qian's call will come. I'm afraid that it's not good to be caught by her brother when she gets home. Shen Qing thought that Zhou Qian would answer the phone first, at most to deal with some emergencies, which should be solved soon. Unexpectedly, she waited for half an hour. Miss, are you still stopping? Even the driver in front couldn't help asking. Although it's not that they don't pay, it's not a matter of waiting like this. Why don't you go first? Shen Qing gave it to the driver and then got out of the car by himself. Anyway, it was not far. After seeing the car leave, she walked slowly towards home. Shen Qing tried to call Zhou Qian as he walked, and he was still on the phone. When I was hundreds of meters away from home, I received a call from Zhou Qian again. It's still the same. Zhou Qian's gentle voice came. Do you have something to do? After answering the phone for so long, Shen Qing could guess. Zhou Qian seemed to be silent. It took several seconds to speak to Hu Lian's phone. Shen Qing frowned and smirked in his mind. He really didn't know this person. Zhou Qian reminded the little girl who was familiar with her. Shen Qing Su. Danny didn't know what to say. He fell in love with you and was satisfied with you. Shen Qing explained to Zhou Qian the reason why a girl would take the initiative to call, but his voice did not seem to be so sweet. She wants to treat me to dinner. Shen Qing didn't know what Zhou Qian meant when he said this to her, but he still responded indifferently. Didn't you just haven't eaten? Do you think I should go? Zhou Qian's voice was a little surprised, but there was a smile. Shen Qing didn't say anything. What should I do? I refused. I said I already had an appointment. Can you save the scene? After a few seconds of pause, Zhou Qian said word by word. So you owe me a kindness. Shen Qing smiled and was quite proud. I don't like to owe people a door. Can I buy your time? Zhou Qian sighed. It seems that you still owe me a lot of money. Hearing Zhou Qian's words, Shen Qing subconsciously raised his hand and touched the necklace hanging on his chest. I'm not cheap. Shen Qing's smile is a little stronger. I sent you the address. Zhou Qian said this, and then hung up the phone. The message was sent soon. It seems that Zhou Qian really collected a lot of places that he was going to have dinner with her before. Shen Qing looked at the message and was deeply relieved. She looked at the address several times. Shen Qing. When I lowered my head to read the message, I suddenly heard Shen Haoji's voice. As soon as she looked up, she saw that Shen Ch had come towards her. Brother, Shen King was incredible. Why did he appear so early or late? Don't you go back when you arrive at home. Wait for me. Shen Ch raised his hand, put his arms around her shoulder, and hugged her to the door of the house. You still have a little conscience and know how to wait for me. It's not in vain that I love you so much. Chapter 89. Do you still want to marry me? Shen King watched it many times. She can feel the passage of time. She walked back and forth, in the room for a long time, and then stopped at the door and felt it for a long time. Today, Shen Ch was not in a hurry, and even worked directly in the living room with a computer. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door. Aren't you sleeping yet? Seeing her coming out, Shen Ch raised his eyes and glanced at her. When he came out to drink water, Shen King smiled, and then pretended to pour water. She peeked at Shen Ch while drinking water, and then said as if nothing had happened. Brother, do you still have to work so late? One more thing. After finishing it, Shen Ch answered for granted, and then couldn't help reminding her that it was you. Don't be too late, and you agreed to go to the teacher tomorrow. I know, you know, don't worry. Shen King raised his eyebrows and patted his chest. After drinking the water, Shen King entered the room and put a glass of water on the coffee table for Shen Ch. After closing the door, Shen King leaned against the door panel, and then took out his mobile phone again. Looking at the time, she was also hesitating whether to tell Zhou Quian that she would not go out. But she deleted and wrote in the message box. If she can't send it out, she will have to leave the pigeon message again. Moreover, after such a long time, Zhou Quian did not send a message to ask her if she would come, or to wait too long to finish the meal, which means that Zhou Quian's got a quiz that he would continue to wait for him. It took a long time for her to hear Shen Ch seeming to move outside. She secretly pulled the door open and saw that Shen Ch finally returned to her room. Shen King did not dare to do anything immediately, but kept staring at the direction of his door, looking at the light under the crack of the door. After more than half an hour, she was relieved until she saw the light turned off inside. It was very late when I really went out secretly, almost early morning. She took a taxi to the Agar at restaurant, but it was already closed. Only the darkness inside can be seen through the glass. There is no one left, and naturally there will be no more Zhou Quian. Shen King sighed deeply and looked a little depressed. She leaned closer to the glass and tried to look in against the glass. Why did you close the door? Shen King was quite lost in his heart. His forehead was pressed against the glass, and he subconsciously rubbed it a few times. Are you coming? The voice of Zhou Quian sounded. Shen King slowly opened his disappointed eyes, turned his head incredulously, and saw Zhou Quian standing not far behind her. You can't say it. Zhou Quian smiled and said this first without waiting for Shen King to ask anything. Well, Shen King nodded, then turned to face Zhou Quian and stood straight, with each other's eyes. Shen King bit his lip and struggled for several seconds before he opened his mouth to explain that I came too late, not on purpose. I know. Zhou Quian nodded, and then walked a few steps to her. I'm very happy that you can come. Unfortunately, it was closed. Shen King nodded, but it was still a pity. Have you eaten? Shen King looked up at him. She felt that she didn't come. Zhou Quian might have been waiting for her and would not eat first. How about you? Zhou Quian turned to her, then held her wrist and pulled her to the side step by step. His car was placed next to it, but it was a little hidden and could not be seen at a glance. So Shen King, he did not notice it in time when he came just now. Didn't eat? Shen King shook his head. Very honest. She has been following her brother's news all night. How can she have time to eat? Zhou Quian smiled without a word. He pulled Shen King directly into the trunk and opened it. I haven't eaten either, but I packed something in the trunk. Do you mind? Zhou Quian put the packed things in the trunk. I don't know where he found a small folding table. At this moment, the food was placed on it. I do, and mind. Shen King shook his head. Not only did he not mind, but he was also quite happy. Zhou Quian patted the edge of the trunk, then turned to face Shen King. Shen King didn't realize what Zhou Quian's gaze meant for a moment. Zhou Quian had reached out to her, and then directly took her over, then hugged her, turned around and put her on the edge of the trunk. The sudden sense of weightlessness made her subconsciously put her arms around Zhou Quian's neck. She really sat down. When she let go of Zhou Quian's neck, her ears unconsciously turned a little red. Let's eat here. Zhou Quian also sat up. Whether it's Zhou Quian or Shen King, it should be the first time to eat in the trunk like this. However, they eat quite happily, which is a different and fun experience. Besides, it depends on where to eat or not, but on who to eat with. The dinner is very quiet. Although it is in the narrow trunk, there is a romantic atmosphere. After eating enough, as soon as Shen King put down her chopsticks, Zhou Quian handed her a tissue. Shen King took it and looked at Zhou Quian. His heart beat faster unconsciously. They are now in the narrow trunk like this, and there is inexplicably an illusion that they are getting along with each other in the hardships of life. When will you go on a blind date next time? Shen King wiped his mouth, and then asked in a low voice. You are still very popular. There should be many people who want to go further with you, right? Shen King asked like this. There was no specific point, but Zhou Qian knew that she should have asked the one who called him today. I will find time to make it clear to my family. Zhou Qian seemed to ponder for a while and said this. For Shen King, there were some wrong answers. Shen King looked at him, a little confused. My father still wants to lose face. During this period, everything happened too suddenly. The family needs a relaxation process. I will slowly and well. I'll tell them clearly. When Zhou Qian said this, his eyes kept staring at Shen King. Zhou Qian can't be too rebellious. At the beginning, He was going to get married, and his family gave him support. Now he suddenly doesn't marry. If his family has an idea, he should also cooperate. He can't be tough in everything, and he can't keep letting his family accommodate him. Make it clear what? Shen King looked at him with burning eyes. She didn't understand, but she seemed to understand something. An ignorance. Zhou Qian looked at her slightly and said nothing. Shen King squeezed his lips, took a deep breath, and then opened his mouth. Do you still want to marry you? I don't have to marry you, but for me, you are a better choice. When Zhou Qian said this, his expression and eyes were very gentle. Then why? Shen King wanted to ask why he agreed to cancel the marriage. Zhou Qian looked at her and smiled. It was indeed rash before, which was not the best way. Zhaogu banquet can be Shen King's choice, but it can't be her only choice. As Shen Haoji said, if Shen King still chooses Zhou Qian without hesitation under the premise of countless choices, then he has nothing to say. But Zhou Qian can't be the only choice. She had no choice at the beginning. So now Shen King bit his lip and don't know how to ask. What's the relationship between them now? Let it go. Don't pay too much attention. Zhou Qian smiled. Your life has just begun. There is no need to start thinking about such a serious topic as the final destination of your life now. Chapter 90 Is It Love? Two people sit side by side in the trunk and look at the moon in the trunk for the first time. Everything is very new to Shen King, and it can be seen that she should be in a good mood. She sat there with her feet in front of the trunk door, swaying. Zhou Qian didn't say anything and sat beside Shen King. At this moment, he looked at her side face, as if he could still see her childhood appearance in a trance. When you are young, you don't understand, and you rely on your own preferences to take other people's lives. He was very honest. Among all the choices at the beginning, he chose Shen King, who was indeed the cutest one. He didn't know what his finger represented. When I was more, I understood that it was a woman's fate, but my father said that marriage was a big deal, and the other party had also nodded. How could he come out? When they grow up, the Shen family is not so glamorous. If they withdraw at that time, the Zhou family will probably bear the reputation. They don't want people to think that the Zhou family only looks at interests, and once the other party has no value, they will be estranged. Later, Shen King already had an understanding that Zhou Zixuan was her other half, and she seemed to like Zhou Zixuan very much. Under such a premise, it was not good to deprive her of the right to love her. Zhou Qian thought that if they really loved each other, it would be a good thing, so as not to make him indebted. However, Zhou Zixuan is not happy. From childhood to adult, Zhou Qian didn't pay much attention to things. Later, when he went abroad, he was even less interested in domestic affairs. The only one he has been paying attention to is Shen King. Every time he came back, he went to see Shen King. Many of the gifts she didn't know who gave to whom were given by Zhou Qian. If there is a change in mentality, if your eyes are too focused on one person, you will easily fall in love with her, because you can see through everything about her, and also see all her beauty and vulnerability. Slowly, Zhou Zixuan's resistance is no longer a bad thing. He is happy to replace Zhou Zixuan. However, it should not be in this way. He really didn't consider it before. He shouldn't let himself be Shen King's only choice. The only choice, the irresistible choice, and the willingness to choose after seeing the scenery are two completely different concepts. He used to feel guilty because he knew that he could not easily take a woman's life, but he almost made the same mistake. Maybe something out of reach suddenly appears in front of you, and people will subconsciously lose their minds and reach out to pick it up. It's good to take it in your hand and belong to you, but later you realize that it shouldn't be like this. Aha! Shen King suddenly yawned. Zhou Qian looked down and looked at the time. Sent you back? Zhou Qian asked. Shen King turned his head to look at him, but shook his head and stayed for a while. It seems that I haven't seen the moon at this time on purpose. Shen King looked into Zhou Qian's eyes and said another sentence. Shen King and his friends played with each other, but they were all children's fun. They didn't exaggerate at night, and they really didn't see the moon at this point. Come on, Zhou Qian jumped out of the car, and then helped Shen King to jump out and take you out to watch the sun. Shen King did not refuse and obediently became the co-pilot. However, Shen King fell asleep in the car before he drove out. Zhou Qian didn't wake her up. He just slowed down the car silently and turned up the temperature in the car. When I arrived, I didn't wake her up. I just took off my coat and covered her. When Zhou Qian covered her close, he inevitably approached her. He lowered his eyes and looked at her sleeping face. Then he looked down, held her hand gently, and put it in his palm. Without much movement, he just held her hand quietly and leaned back on his seat. He also closed his eyes to recuperate. Before closing his eyes, he set the alarm clock. When the alarm clock rang, Zhou Qian opened his eyes. When he turned his head, he saw Shen King's slightly confused face, as if he had just remembered why he fell asleep in the car. He looked down and saw his hand being held, and slowly raised his eyes to look at Zhou Qian blankly. 大写 I, said the alarm clock. Zhou Qian smiled and let go of her hand. He did not explain the action of holding hands, but only explained the reason why the alarm clock rang. Sunrise. Shen King nodded, and then looked into his eyes, innocent and curious. Calm down. Zhou Qian nodded, then pushed the door and got out of the car by himself. Zhou Qian went around to the other side, and then opened the door for Shen King. Shen King smiled and got out of the car, but the moment his feet touched the ground, his legs seemed to lose strength. When she was about to fall, Zhou Qian quickly helped her. My legs are numb. Shen King is very honest and has some embarrassment. It's okay. Zhou Qian smiled, and then bent down directly and picked her up. Shen King didn't dare to move, but the sense of weightlessness still made her subconsciously hold Zhou Qian's shoulder. The posture between the two was too close now, and the breath and smell close to Zhou Qian's body inevitably penetrated into her nasal cavity. Looking at Zhou Qian's side face close at hand, she could see clearly as soon as she raised her eyes. Shen King's heart subconsciously tightened a little. Zhou Qian hugged her, giving her a strong sense of security. Looking at Zhou Qian's face at this moment, Shen King's heart is still warm. Although the appearance of Zhou Qian was unexpected, it seemed that there was not much difference between the future and marriage she had longed for before. There is a person who misses himself, stands behind him, and can accompany and understand each other at any time. Zhou Qian can actually do these things. The only thing to ask is whether you love or not. Is her satisfaction and closeness to Zhou Qian enough to love her now? Everything between them, all kinds. What on earth is it? Don't think too much. There will be an answer in time. Zhou Qian didn't look at her, but he seemed to know her confusion at this moment, and then said this on his own. Shen King looked up at him. Zhou Qian finally lowered his eyes and smiled. Wait in front of you. There will be a sunrise soon. Now, come down and walk by yourself. Or should I continue to hold you? Zhou Qian smiled naturally and indulgently, almost as usual, as if in his eyes, she actually had countless choices. Oh, I came down. Shen King caught on naturally and came down quickly. Now my legs and feet are no longer numb, and I can come down and walk by myself. I don't know why. My heart is a little numb. Walk slowly. Zhou Qian put her down, but held her wrist again. Shen King felt the warmth on her wrist, and she felt that her pulse seemed to beat a little faster under Zhou Qian's palm. Chapter 91 Dinner. The red sun slowly came into view. Shen King felt that his whole world had turned red, like a kind of silent excitement and celebration. Yu Guang glanced at Zhou Qian, and his face became particularly clear at this moment. Zhou Qian didn't turn his head too low, okay at her, but he could feel Shen King's gaze looking at him. He is still a little happy in his heart. At least he and Shen King are getting closer and closer. Looking at that, Zhou Qian suddenly raised his hand and put his palm against the top of Shen King's hair, pulling her whole head away a little, so that she could only see the sun in her eyes. He felt hot on his face. Although Shen King didn't touch him at all, his eyes still drilled into his heart little by little from his cheek, like electricity. Shen King smiled, a little smugly, unspeakable pride. The sunrise is beautiful, but Zhou Qian is still measured. After sunrise, he quickly sent Shen King back very early. He himself is not in a hurry, but Shen King's identity is awkward. It may be difficult for her to explain when she meets Shen Haoji. There is a deal between him and Shen Haoji. The condition on which he promised to cancel the marriage was that Shen Haoji could not interfere with his subsequent normal exchanges with Shen King. However, it is a free identity after the dissolution of the engagement. He can't touch Shen King. Shen King has no time to do it, and he can only be a friend. If he can't do this at all, Shen Haoji will never promise that they still have a chance in the future. The sister he held in his hand must also be cherished by Zhou Qian. His sister can marry Zhou Qian or not. He hopes that Shen King will marry love, because he has felt love and time, and understood his own choice after the world not because of the constraints of marriage. Shen King is still too young. Zhou Qian's good quality may make her think it's love. However, she has not met other people, other personalities, other appearances, and other charming people. People always have to read all the scenery before they can portray and compare which place is the most beautiful. Shen King left home secretly and came home secretly, but luckily, he was not found by his family. Of course, Shen King returned to his room. He didn't sleep anymore, but kept listening to the movement outside. Shen Lia can be heard up, and Shen Haoji can also wake up. She hasn't gone out for a long time. She didn't sleep much last night. Her complexion should not be very good, so she doesn't need to go out and hit the muzzle of the gun by herself. We're going out. Don't be too late. I've reserved breakfast for you. Remember not to be late later. Shen Haoji knocked on her door before leaving. After hearing Shen King's lazy response, he left. When Shen King left the room, the living room was already quiet. She went out after breakfast. I went to the coffee teacher and followed the people who learned together. There are several more, and they look endless. This teacher should not accept apprentices easily. Shen King feels that they, including herself, are probably accepted by their connections. After staying with the teacher for a day and asking about the later course schedule, Shen King still consciously sent him a copy of his follow-up schedule according to Zhou Qian's previous promise. Received. Shen King received a reply from Zhou Qian a few minutes later. Shen King looked at his mobile phone, hesitated for a few seconds, and returned to him. I'm going home. Are you off work? When Shen King typed these words, her heart was actually very subtle. It was not like a kind of notice, but more like a kind of undecided, as if her stay was actually in Zhou Qian's reply. Because Shen King felt several cars passing by her, she slowed down to see if she needed to hit, but she chose to turn a blind eye. The phone rang. Shen King looked at Zhou Qian's name on the screen. He was not surprised. He answered the phone and put it in his ear, waiting for his sound. I have to work overtime today. Zhou Qian called her as expected, but soon continued to say this. After a pause, he continued that he might have to go home later. My father called me several times. After Zhou Qian finished speaking, there was only a calm breathing sound. He was waiting for Shen King's response. Shen King was silent for several seconds and responded to such a word. She understands Zhou Qian very well, but I have to say that she is still a little lost. Can I call you after dinner? Zhou Qian asked tentatively. That's not necessary. You're busy with your business. Shen King almost nodded, but on second thought, he felt strange. He was busy with others, and she was busy with her, but in fact, there was no need to explain anything to each other after dinner. Their relationship has not reached this extent. Shen King, classmate Shen. Shen King felt a car parked next to him. The window rolled down, and someone called her name. Shen King took down a few points from his mobile phone and turned his head to look. Several people in the car are beckoning to her. I'm not strange. I just met someone who learned coffee with her. Meet on the first day and have a meal together. The boy in the driver's seat opened his mouth and laughed wildly. Everyone will be together every day in the future. Let's get together. The person behind also spoke. Shen King hesitated and looked down at his mobile phone. The phone had been hung up. I don't know whether she accidentally touched it or Zhou Qian hung it up herself. Shen King put away his mobile phone and nodded. Sit in the front. The person in the driver's seat got out of the car and went around to the other side to open the co-driver's door. When Shen King sat in the co-pilot, he turned his head and took a look. There were already 3 people sitting behind, but there was no seat for her. Shen King withdrew his gaze and was just about to fasten his seat belt. The person in the driver's seat had already sat back. He directly handed over his mobile phone and scanned it. Well, Shen King smiled, loosened his seat belt, took out his mobile phone, and added him as a friend. Then, the 3 people behind also handed over the mobile phones one by one. We just met today. We don't have each other's contact information. If we add friends, we will be friends in the future. Shen King added everyone, and then looked at the person in the driver's seat. We all met on the first day. It's fate to study together in the future. We are all young people, and we are good friends from now on. The person in the driver's seat smiled and raised her eyebrows slightly when she said this, signaling her to fasten her seatbelt. Shen King nodded. She fastened her seatbelt, and then turned her head and looked back. She smiled awkwardly. Can you send me your name? To be honest, Shen King's face was a little confused. She was afraid that after today, she would forget who was right to whom. She noted her name so that she would not call the wrong person when chatting in the future. Chapter 92 Cherish. After Shen King's dinner, he got to know a lot with his new friend. The progress of young people making friends is still very fast. Shen King was worried that it was completely unnecessary to match people. After a meal, she was already very clear. At the end of the dinner, Hong Yu sent people back one by one. Hong Yu, the one who drives. The friends behind said goodbye one by one and got out of the car. In the end, Shen King was left alone. Shen King looked out of the car window, and then shook the window a little. Hong Yu turned his head and glanced at her, and then directly rolled down all the windows to ventilate. Thank you for today. Shen King smiled and turned his head to look at him. I expressed my gratitude. Today is his treat. He is quite familiar. He organized a dinner on the first day of meeting. However, this is the life of modern young people. You're welcome. If you're really sorry, it's your turn to invite me next time. Hong Yu smiled and continued to open his mouth. We had to get along for a while before. Even if we were not together later, we were already friends. I have your WeChat. That's true? Shen King smiled, and then looked out of the window. Feeling the wind blowing, Shen King took a deep breath, and then looked down at his mobile phone. Zhou Qian didn't contact her all night. I'm almost there. Just put me down here. Shen King looked outside and said this again. I'll take you to the door. I know this piece. I also live nearby. Hong Yu is quite polite. Shen King was a little surprised. My uncle's house I say live around here. Hong Yu Xiao, if you don't drive by yourself, I can pick you up every day. Anyway, we are all the way. It's too troublesome. Shen King shook his head. It's not troublesome, but let me know when you need to go all the way. Hong Yu looked at her, then stopped the car and unfastened the seat belt. He laughed. It's really not troublesome, but you and I know that it's not troublesome. If you say trouble, it means to refuse. I can't be boring. Dian. Hong Yu is a smart man. After saying that, he pushed the door, got out of the car, and went to the other side to open the door for Shen King. Dian. When Shen King got out of the car, he thanked him again. Thank you for treating me today and for sending me back. There is no other meaning. That is, I really don't like to bother others. We are still not too familiar. Shen King is very honest. Today is the first time we meet. Face, she can understand when we get together. After all, everyone is together. Even if we are not good friends in the future, don't be evil, but walking alone every day is beyond the so-called classmate friendship. Well, you are very frank. It's good. Hong Yu Xiao. He leaned on the roof of the car, looked at Shen King, and said again, if you need it, if you need it, come to me directly. Okay, Shen King nodded in response. Just as they were about to leave, a car had already come to their side. Brother, Shen King faced the car and looked at Shen Haoji, who got out of the car. He still said hello, and then glanced at Hong Yu beside him. This is Hong Yu. We learned coffee together and had a meal together in the evening. Shen King gave an introduction, which was quite generous. Hello, Shen Haoji didn't look down and stretched out his hand to Hong Yu. Hello, Brother Shen. I'm Hong Yu. Hong Yu and hadn't. It was divided with a touch, and then opened the car door again. Then I won't bother you. I'll go first, King. See you tomorrow. Shen King nodded, then watched him get into the car, and then watched his car leave, and then he looked at Shen Haoji again. Brother, why are you just coming back now? Shouldn't I ask you, why did you come back now? Shen Haoji took her hand and walked home, asking this question. Didn't you say that several friends who learned coffee had a meal? When Shen King said this, he turned his head and looked at the direction where Hong Yu's car left. Hong Yu's car has left, and naturally it can't be seen, but Shen King saw it hidden in the dark not far away, as if there was a figure. What's the matter? Seeing that Shen King suddenly stopped, Shen Zhou asked. It's nothing. Shen King smiled, shook his head, and followed Shen Haoji into the house together. After Shen King returned to the room, he took out his mobile phone. After turning it in his hand, he sent a message to Zhou Qian. What's here? The figure she faintly saw just now should be Zhou Qian. Why don't you tell me when you come? Seeing that Zhou Qian didn't reply, Shen King sent another message. I came over after dinner at home and had nothing to do, wondering if I could see you. I was going to call you when you appeared, but it was obviously inconvenient. Zhou Qian returned it to her, and two in a row. Shen King looked at his message and really didn't know how to reply for a moment. Your brother is back. Have a good rest at home. I'm going back. Zhou Qian sent another message. Shen King still doesn't know how to reply. There was no more information from Zhou Qian. Shen King took a shower and couldn't help picking up his mobile phone again when he came out of the bathroom and lay on the bed. After hesitating, he still called Zhou Qian. The phone was quickly connected. Listening to the movement, Zhou Qian should be in the car, on the way back. After the phone was connected, Shen King didn't say anything, but he didn't wait for the sound of he coming to Hogwarts banquet. Shen King called lightly, but he opened his mouth first. The hot pot we ate at night smelled all over. He just took a shower and lay in bed. Zhou Qian hummed softly and didn't ask anything. We had a dinner party to learn coffee together. Unexpectedly, so many people were learning coffee. Zhou Qian is still light. Shen King sighed softly and simply stopped talking. She doesn't want to explain anything, and she doesn't need to explain at all. what she said to her brother, what she said to Zhou Quian, and what she said was also true. But Zhou Quian's silence still made her feel a little tight. After half a minute of silence, Shen King said again, "You should drive well first. Are you going to hang up?" Zhou Quian finally spoke. Shen King was silent for a few seconds, got up and took the small music box given to her by Zhou Quian before, and then squeezed it, and the childish music sounded. "I'm not good at singing. You can listen to this first." While driving, Zhou Quian didn't say anything more, but he didn't hang up the phone. He should have really followed Shen King's intention and listened while driving. The atmosphere is quite subtle. They talked on the phone, in different places, but listened to the same music, and this was the music box given to her by Zhou Quian. Zhou Quian should hear not only music, but also her cherishing of the gift. Chapter 93 Way of Communication. Zhou Quian sat in the car for a long time, and his mobile phone was always in front of the car. The quality of the small music box sent by the restaurant in the car was very average. After playing music for a long time, it seemed that the power was out, and the phone became quiet again. Zhou Quian can easily capture Shen King's breath in silence. Shen King's breathing was very steady. Feeling that breath, Zhou Quian seemed to be able to imagine Shen King's face. He lowered the seat a little, leaned comfortably, and listened to Shen King's breathing. It was not until the mobile phone was automatically hung up that he stretched out, straightened up, and glanced at the time on the mobile phone. It was not early. Just as he was about to black out his mobile phone, the phone rang. Zhou Quian frowned slightly, but still connected the phone. The phone came from Zhou Xiangwu. Zhou Xiangwu was not surprised at this point. "Brother." When Zhou Quian opened his mouth, there was a little smile in his tone. "Zhou Xiangwu came so late, probably not to praise him, so he had to lower his tone a little, and he must not add fuel to the fire. Zhou Quian, you are so awesome." As soon as Zhou Xiangwu opened his mouth, the meaning of dissatisfaction and helplessness was obvious. "Brother, you don't have to be so polite this night, do you?" There is still a smile in Zhou Quian's voice. On the contrary, Zhou Xiangwu on the other end of the phone smiled. "You're welcome. What? When I really praise you, Zh." Zhou Xiangwu took a deep breath, and then said, "What have you done after you came back for so long? I thought Dad would be happy when you came back. Now it's okay. I'm more often angry with you." Zhou Quian sighed and did not respond. He went back to dinner with his father tonight, which was indeed not a pleasure. It was nothing more than his marriage. Zhou Quian didn't want to continue the blind date, but the old man didn't seem to be willing to listen to him. The old man is old. More often than not, he hums to express his dissatisfaction, and Zhou Xiangwu has to do the rest of the time. After all, the eldest brother is like a father, and even if his father doesn't say anything, Zhou Xiangwu can't ignore it. At such an old age, what can he do if he is really angry? The old man was not in very good health before Zhou Quian came back. He was very happy and looked energetic, but who would have thought that Zhou Quian had come back in just a few months, which made the old man even more depressed. "Tell me, what do you think?" Zhou Xiangwu was helpless. Zhou Quian sat up straight for a few minutes and thought for a few seconds in silence, considering how to open his mouth. "Brother, why don't you just assume that I haven't come back?" Paused for 2 seconds and continued, "Or, just like before, Xue thought I didn't get married. You said you wouldn't get married if you didn't get married. Why didn't you tell the Shen family when you were? Do you think it's possible to say it now?" Zhou Xiangwu was laughed at again. This is equivalent to sending the apple to the old man, and then snatching it back silently, saying, "When I didn't give it." Once people are old, they will have a strong desire to see their children get married and start a family. No matter how lucky they are, who doesn't want to see a grandson born again? So, at this time, it's time for you to perform. "Big brother, you talk to Dad. The age gap between me and him is too big, and so, at times we can't talk to each other. You are a middleman. You can understand his tradition and my fate, right?" After Zhou Quian said this, the other end of the phone was silent. Zhou Xiangwu couldn't reply to this. Zhou Quian even put a hat on him so high. If he didn't help, it means that he was not the priest communication bridge. It was really difficult to take over this hat. After half a minute of silence, Zhou Xiangwu finally said only one sentence, and then hung up. What he said was that "I don't care. Anyway, Dad has called Yiren. You can explain it to her by yourself." Zhou Quian listened to the beep of his mobile phone, and his head jumped. Her second sister went on a trip some time ago. Originally, he was going to come back when he got married, but the wedding was cancelled, so she was not in a hurry to come back. However, now that Zhou Xiangwu has said this, she will probably come back. If Zhou Yiren comes back, he probably won't be as quiet and peaceful as he is now. Zhou Yuren's personality is very ostentatious and difficult to talk to. She is very ostentatious and domineering, and she is very good at treating men, not to mention a few people in the family, even her own husband, in front of her. Dare not go west. Their men and women are very different in personality, and they are very typical. Miss Zhou is confident and wayward. After all, she is a young lady. Zhou Xiangwu is different from Zhou Qian and is more gentle. The young lady represents that their family is fearless, Zhongyang and confident, while Zhou Xiangwu and Zhou Qian are elegant in the big family. I know that your family is full of confidence, so they should have a dignified and calmness in line with their identity. Zhou Qian took a deep breath, put away his mobile phone, and pushed the door out of the car. I went back to take a hot bath and then took a nap. When I woke up the next day, I tried to call Shen King, but it was still turned off. He probably hadn't woken up yet. He washed calmly, and when he was about to go out, the phone finally rang. However, it is not Shen King, but Zhou Yuren. I don't care what you have today. I'm on the plane now. I'll be there in the afternoon. Let's have dinner together when we arrive. Zhou Yuren's voice came, just like the strong style. I don't have any plans. What's more important than having dinner with the second sister? Zhou Qian smiled. What time will you arrive? I'll pick you up. I dare not bother you. I can go to UB myself. After Zhou Yuren finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly. Zhou Qian left home. When he got into the car, he called Shen King again and turned off the phone. He sent her a message before starting the car. I have something to do today. I'll send you a message later. Because Zhou Qian didn't know what time his sister would suddenly appear. If her sister comes back, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as having dinner with her. Naturally, Shen King can't reply to him now. Shen King was indeed still sleeping. She slept quite soundly. She didn't even know when she fell asleep. When I woke up, I looked at the out-of-power mobile phone, and I didn't feel particularly incredible. After all, it's not the first time I talked to Zhou Qian on the phone until I fell asleep and the mobile phone was automatically turned off when it was out of power. Looking at the black screen, Shen King felt a little soft in his heart. She took her mobile phone to charge, and then stretched out into the bathroom to wash. After washing up and coming out, the mobile phone was just turned on. There was a message on it that Zhou Qian sent to her. Shen King looked at the message and hesitated for half a minute before returning. Are you going to have a meeting? Chapter 94 Encounter. The message sent by Shen King did not receive a reply. It's okay in the morning. Shen King is used to it. He is used to Zhou Qian not replying to her when he is busy. When he is done, he will neither ally reply or appear. Yes, he will appear automatically sometimes. Just like last night. Although unfortunately, she met someone to send her back, and her brother happened to come home, so she couldn't say hello, but the Zhouqi banquet appeared near her house, and she was still excited in her heart. Suddenly, she found that she didn't ask Zhou Qian for many things. Zhou Qian said before when she went back to have dinner with his father in the evening, she didn't know what he had said to his father. Later, Zhou Qian came to her and didn't know what Zhou Qian wanted to say to her. Today, Zhou Qian hasn't replied to the message today, so it's hard for her to ask. Their relationship is very delicate now, and they are generally moving gradually in a good direction. Although Shen King was willing to marry Zhou Qian before, now that both of them are free, she is still a very cautious person about feelings. I feel that it takes time, it needs to be understood, it needs to be confirmed, it needs to be determined slowly, and it can't be rushed. Until noon, Shen King couldn't hold back. Even if Zhou Qian is busy, you have to have dinner at noon. You always have to check your mobile phone when you eat. Why didn't you reply to her? Once the string in the heart shakes, people will subconsciously begin to think more. Although the weak in terms of Qian is calm personality, and they didn't seem to be unhappy when they talked on the phone last night. So, Yu Qian should not be angry, right? Shen King clicked on the dialog box with Zhou Qian, deleted and typed for half a minute, and finally sent out a few words. Have you eaten? Shen King didn't have much hope, but unexpectedly, Zhou Qian came back. Eating? You also remember to eat. Blind date. Shen King hesitated and still sent this sentence. After all, if Zhou Qian only ate by himself, it was unlikely that he would not take the initiative to reply to her. Eat outside. Zhou Qian did not admit it, but it didn't seem to deny it. Shen King bit his lip and looked at those words, and didn't know how to understand them for a moment. Soon, Zhou Qian sent her another photo, a photo taken from the window where he was eating. Shen King enlarged the photo and looked sideways for half a minute. The more she looked, the more familiar she felt. She turned her head and looked around herself. Isn't this near me? When Shen King realized this, he was entangled in his heart. She was not interested in what Zhou Qian was eating at noon, but if Zhou Qian was on a blind date again, She was very curious about what kind of partner she would be. It may be a little unpleasant to say that although Shen King has not achieved success in her career, at least she has not suffered since she was a child, and she is beautiful, so she does not feel that she is worse than all kinds of girls with Zhou Qian's blind date. However, Zhou Qian only saw a small part. Who can be surety? Had if we see each other again, will there be someone who will make Zhou Qian feel better and more suitable? Shen King was struggling when he heard someone calling her name. Hearing the sound, she turned her head and saw that several people who had dinner together yesterday were coming this way. It seemed that they had seen her, so they called casually, "Let's go to dinner on the opposite side. Do you want to go?" When Hong Yu asked this question, he didn't think that Shen King would be with them. After all, Shen King, as can be seen from the conversation last night, is not particularly keen on making friends. It seems that learning coffee is really just a task. After learning, it's over. He probably doesn't really want to have a few more friends. Well, I didn't eat it either. Shen King took a deep breath and took a bad breath. Hong Yu was a little surprised and stopped to wait for her. Shen King had a hunch that maybe they were going to the place where Zhou Qian had dinner. They are still good at finding a good place to eat. The hot pot restaurant last night was doing very well. In the photo sent to her by Zhou Qian, the environment is good from the picture reflected in the glass. She is not familiar with this place, but from what she can see, it seems that there are few places to eat. That should be the only thing left. I have already thought of this, so I was not surprised when I really saw Zhou Qian in the ST. Or, on the contrary, Zhou Qian was a little surprised when he saw her. Shen King had sent him her study time before, but he didn't ask her about her specific study position. Looking at him, Shen King subconsciously turned his eyes a little and looked at the person opposite him. It doesn't look like a blind date. It looks a little older than Zhou Qian, and looks a little familiar. After searching in his mind, Shen King suddenly realized that this was his second sister. After recognizing, Shen King quickly turned his eyes away. She can recognize her, and maybe the other party can also know who she is. Shen King felt embarrassed and even felt a little guilty. She knew that Zhou Qian didn't say anything, but his family should have more or less opinions on her. "Let's sit over there." When Shen King lowered his eyes, he was pulled to the window on the other side by the person around him. Zhou Qian looked at Shen King and didn't withdraw his gaze until she sat down. After withdrawing his gaze, he hesitated for a few seconds and took out the mobile phone. But before he could send the message, the mobile phone was directly taken away. Zhou Yiren threw his mobile phone on the table. The force was quite unserious. Zhou Qian heard a bang. Although Shen King sat down at that end, Yu Guang still paid attention to this side. When she saw Zhou Yiren's movements, she subconsciously looked at her face, which was very calm. Zhou Yiren seemed to want to get up, but was stopped by Zhou Qian's gaze. Zhou Yiren glared at him with a little hatred and did not do anything more. At this meal, Shen King was scared. There was always an illusion that Zhou Yiren might suddenly rush over and splash a glass of water on her. Zhou Yiren is very aura, really like the kind of arrogant person who can play tricks. From the point of view of appearance and aura, Zhou Yiren really looks like the kind of person who can't suffer losses at all. She should be the kind of person with a strong sense of revenge. Zhou Qian and Zhou Yiren finished the meal first. When they left, Shen King couldn't help following Zhou Qian. It was not until they left that Shen King felt that the air in the whole restaurant was different and much smoother, but there was more uneasiness in his heart. It doesn't matter. The mobile phone rang in her pocket. She took out the mobile phone, and Zhou Qian's message was suddenly on the screen. Shen King stared at the message, and his mood still couldn't be much relieved. It seems that she came here by mistake today. She really didn't expect Zhou Qian to have dinner with his sister here. Chapter 95. Not the best solution. When Zhou Qian fastened his seatbelt, he glanced at Zhou Yiren. "Sister, fasten your seatbelt." Zhou Yiren squirted and did not pull his seatbelt. Instead, he bent down and pulled Zhou Qian's mobile phone out of his pocket directly. Zhou Qian turned his eyes to look at her and had no choice but to reach out. "Sister, privacy, do you understand? I watched you grow up. What's the privacy in front of me?" Zhou Yiren hummed, turned on his mobile phone, pressed it a few times, but didn't press the password. She turned her head and looked at Zhou Qian. She was quite dissatisfied, but she still returned the mobile phone to his hand. "Please untie it for me. Let me see what you are talking about." Zhou Qian sent a message in front of her just now. "Don't be curious." Zhou Qian got his mobile phone, and quickly took it back. At the end, he hummed again. "Sister, don't say that I have no privacy in front of you. I'm grown up now, and I'm not a child who ran back and forth in front of you wearing diapers." The age difference between them does make Zhou Yiren feel like a son to him. "Don't think that if you put on your pants, I can't see through you. I don't know what's on your mind. Zhou Yiren looked at him with a full heart. Zhou Qian looked at her and couldn't help laughing out loud. No, sis. Why is this topic getting weirder and weirder? Don't worry about it. Anyway, I can see through you. Zhou Qian smiled, then pulled the seatbelt and fastened it for her in person. If she could see through, she could see through. I'll send you back first. And I have a meeting in the afternoon. Zhou Yiren didn't say anything more. He hummed and looked out of the car window with a smile as if he was cooperating with his children. When will my brother-in-law come back? After Zhou Qian started the car, he glanced at her and asked her. When he picked it up, Zhou Yiren was the only one. He said he still had something to do and would not be back until a few days later. It doesn't matter whether he loves back or not. The old husband and wife are old, and it's not who can't live if they are separated. When Zhou Yiren said this, he didn't care much. He looked very free, and then looked down at his newly made nails. Zhou Qian nodded leisurely and did not ask any more questions. After he came back, he met his brother-in-law, but I heard from others that his second sister had a particularly good relationship with her brother-in-law. However, this kind of thing, in other people's words, only you know what it is. Zhou Yiren knew Zhou Qian, and Zhou Qian felt that he also knew her, so I'm afraid that Zhou Yiren may not be really that happy. Of course, all choices are decided by yourself. You know yourself, and others can't interfere. The car was rarely quiet for a while, but suddenly he heard Zhou Yiren's deep sigh. So what on earth do you think? When Zhou Yiren said this, he looked at Zhou Qian's side face. In my impression, you didn't seem to be interested in any love. Why were you suddenly so fascinated by ghosts? Zhou Qian hasn't brought a girlfriend back for so many years, and he hasn't heard of any emotional entanglement with anyone. He thought he would be like this in his life. Fortunately, he didn't wait for him to pass it on. Who would have thought that when he came back, the first thing he would do was to get married? So, you can't see through me? Zhou Qian laughed. Yes, I can't see through you. If they say they get married, you will get married. If they don't want to get married, they won't get married. Don't you have your own opinion? Zhou Qian is so talkative. She doesn't think it's elegant, but just thinks it's easy to handle. Zhou Qian turned his head and glanced at her, smiling faintly and saying nothing. It was not surprising that he knew that Zhou Yiren was going to talk about it. From the beginning, Zhou Yiren has always been skeptical of his marriage. She herself said that a woman understands a woman, and a woman takes the initiative to come up just for a marriage contract. This kind of purposeful approach, even if she gets married, will not last long. She is angry when she gets married, and she is also angry when she doesn't get married. Perhaps what makes her angry is that Shen King has the final say in everything. What is her brother? If you don't refuse, I understand. Our two families used to be friends. A lot of things happened. There is nothing wrong with them asking for responsibility. But what's the situation now? Crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. You can't stand it? I can't stand it. Zhou Yiren frowned deeply. Is it easy for our Zhou family to bully? Zhou Yiren looked at Zhou Qian, and he was even more dissatisfied. I heard that it was you who nodded, or the father you persuaded. She has never seen such a stupid person as Zhou Qian. When he crossed the river and demolished the bridge, he also went to the son to explain. He was afraid that the two families would be at top of this, so he nodded and agreed to cancel the engagement. Zhou Qian didn't say anything and let Zhou Yiren vent her emotions first. Look at how quiet Zhou Qian is. Zhou Yiren glanced at him again, and finally sighed deeply. So, this is what you look like when you like a person. In the end, I really don't understand why Zhou Qian is like this because he likes it. She just didn't expect that her brother would be so cowardly after he was in love. Say you like Shen King, and you are willing to cancel the marriage. Say you don't like it. You don't like that you can talk so well and let others take the lead. Zhou Yiren didn't know how to describe it. Originally, according to your father's will, you changed your marriage partner, and the matter was over. But you still refused. There is no need. Zhou Qian smiled and replied that it was a waste of time and energy. I have seen a lot of blind date partners, but there has been no progress, and it is not like that. Looking back, everyone should say that my eyes are higher than the sky. Zhou Qian smiled naturally, so he knew the matter very well. He had his own rhythm, not high. Zhou Yiren looked at him speechlessly, paused for 2 seconds, and continued. Man, I saw you today. I really didn't know that your vision was really so superficial, purely by appearance. Zhou Yiren shook his head again after saying that. He was too young. Will you wait for her? I don't know how long it will take. Shen King looks very beautiful, even simple at a glance. She can't believe that kind of appearance and age. She can't believe that Zhou Qian loves her inner beauty. If Zhou Qian's original intention was to be with Shen King, why did he take so much effort to cancel the marriage? Isn't this self-trouble? Anyway, She can't understand what it means to talk to this old man. According to her own personality, if you like it, you can like it, and if you don't like it, you don't like it. The answer to choose one or the other is not so complicated. Now he is purely using his own precious time to play games with Shen King, and the final ending of this game is likely to be Zhou Qian himself out. After all, who can guarantee what will happen in the future? As a businessman, Zhou Qian still doesn't understand that a thing can only be called his own if he holds it in his own hands. Accompanying Shen King to grow up is not the best solution. Chapter 96 Superficial. Zhou Qian was very quiet for the next day. Shen King knew what the situation was now, so he didn't dare to take the initiative to call him. Before going to bed at night, I always feel that something is missing. She leaned against the head of the bed and swiped her mobile phone back and forth, but it seemed that she didn't really look into anything. In the end, I could only play some videos about coffee, let it play, lie down, listen to the sounds, and try to fall asleep. When I was half asleep and half awake, I heard the phone ringing. Shen King's eyes, which were about to close, brightened again in an instant. She put the mobile phone into the quilt, then turned it on and put it on her ear. Sorry, I'm a little busy today. And the voice of Zhou Qian sounded. Shen King didn't say anything. He pulled the quilt up and covered it over his head. The voice of Zhou Qian came again. I didn't know you were having dinner with your sister today, Shen King said in a low voice. She just came back today. Zhou Qian answered with a smile, paused for 2 seconds and continued. I had dinner with her today and walked around with her for a long time. I didn't go back to the company until the afternoon, and now I just got home after work. Zhou Qian can always take it for granted, underestimate it, and report everything to her in one sentence. So have you eaten? Shen King asked. I just got home. I'll get something to eat later. How are you? Zhou Qian's tone was still indifferent. Shen King quietly listened to the movement on the other end of the mobile phone. Zhou Qian seemed to pull the refrigerator, and then heard that the refrigerator seemed to be closed quickly. Zhou Qian seemed to have unscrewed a can, but Shen King didn't know what it was. She could hear the movement of Zhou Qian's gurgling and swallowing. Shen King felt that he could imagine the sexiness of Zhou Qian's slight movement when he raised his head slightly. Then the sound of the bottle being put down. Zhou Qian's words sounded again. Are you ready to go to bed at this point? Well, Shen King was very honest. He hesitated for 2 seconds and said again, shouldn't I go and say hello to your sister today? It was true that he was timid at that time, but when he thought about it, Shen King felt that he was not particularly polite. It's okay, Zhou Qian smiled. After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Qian said again, okay, then go to bed, I'll get something to eat. Well, Shen King answered like this, but he didn't really hang up the phone. Zhou Qian went to the kitchen, and the phone was still connected. Zhou Qian simply pressed the phone without hands and put it on the stove to see what else to eat. Zhou Qian took out some vegetables and eggs from the refrigerator and glanced at the phone, but the screen still showed a connection. What did you eat tonight? Zhou Qian was mainly anti-guest and asked this question. I ate casually outside, and I came back late today. Shen King answered very honestly. Did you eat with your new friends? Zhou Qian asked this question. Shen King was stunned and recalled the tone of Zhou Qian when he asked this question just now, which seemed to be quite calm. Yes, several people. Zhou Qian should not be angry, but Shen King still subconsciously explained such a sentence. Is it also your new friend who sent you back? Zhou Qian asked again. No, Shen King answered quickly. I didn't ask for a drop-off. My brother had something to do today, and I took a taxi back by myself. Zhou Qian hummed, which was a little meaningful. After a few seconds, he said with a smile that I should pick you up. That's not what I mean. Shen King pursed his lips. You do your business first. Don't worry about me. I'm very convenient anyway. Whether it's Zhou Qian or her brother. In fact, she doesn't have to deliberately take care of her or pick her up. She can do many things by herself, and it's very convenient. Okay, then I'll do my business. Zhou Qian smiled and didn't say anything more after saying this. Shen King listened carefully before he found that he had opened fire. The time suddenly became quiet and long, except for the occasional sparse sound on the other end of the phone. Shen King doubted whether the phone had been hung up. Shen King looked at the time. It took about 10 minutes before he took the initiative to speak again. Have you done it? In Shen King's tone, there was unconsciously a faint sense of aggrievance. Well, Zhou Qian's voice sounded, and then the phone was hung up. Shen King looked at the phone that was hung up and was puzzled. But soon, Zhou Qian called again, this time directly by video call. Shen King subconsciously picked it up and forgot for a moment that he was still wrapped in the quilt. She could see Zhou Qian's face. She was already sitting at the table. There was a bowl with hot air in front of her, and her side was dark. Shen King quickly kicked the quilt away. When he was about to turn on the light, he stopped again. Zhou Qian, Do you need to look at me? What do you think? Zhou Qian smiled faintly. I don't think it's necessary. Shen Qing also smiled and didn't turn on the light. You still look so energetic no. I'm already wearing a cloak. We are not at the same level now. Haha. Zhou Qian smiled. Yes. I've never seen you spread your head. Zhou Qian is an obvious counter-talk. They used to be very close and slept in the same bed. Hearing Zhou Qian's words, Shen Qing took a deep breath and turned on the light. Shen Qing took the eraser by the way, then shook his head, and tied his hair casually. After tying it, he directly took the picture on his mobile phone as a mirror, and smoothed his bangs. Again, Zhou Qi smiled. Shen Qing looks really cute like this. Maybe Zhou Yiren is right. He is a very superficial person. When he was a child, he thought Shen Qing was cute. When he was a child, cute people were generally not ugly when they grew up. Perhaps his love for Shen Qing was really fascinated by pure beauty. But strangely enough, even if Zhou Qian knew that he was an extremely vulgar person, he still felt irrelevant. It doesn't matter why you like someone, as long as the feeling of liking is true, it's fine. It looks good. Zhou Qian smiled, pulled the bowl closer to himself, and then began to eat with Shen Qing's beauty. It looks very fragrant. Shen Qing looked at Zhou Qian on the screen and said this with a half smile. It was really fragrant. Zhou Qian looked up at her. I don't know if she was seriously answering the question about food. Shen Qing put his hand on his chin and looked at Zhou Qian on the screen. Between the two of them, from a long distance, little by little, unconsciously became the person in front of them. Shen Qing looked at Zhou Qian on the screen. She received that she could see him and feel all his real existence. Chapter 97 Floating. When Shen Qing woke up, the mobile phone was still charged this time, and there was a message sent by Zhou Qian early in the morning. What you said last night makes sense. Some things can't be faked. I'm going out now to pick you up. Shen Qing looked at the message, and the smile on her face was a little stronger. She smiled for more than half a minute before replying. Zhou Qian came to pick her up. Shen Qing thought today's opening method was not bad. When Shen Qing left the room, Shen Haji was already full and took his coat to go out. Do you go out with me? Shen Haji put down the coat she was going to wear, and then asked her if she had rolled up her sleeves a few points when she spoke, and then prepared to go to the kitchen. No, you go fine. I'll take care of it myself and go out by myself. Shen Qing waved his hand quickly. Are you sure? Shen Haji was a little incredible. He looked at her for a few seconds and nodded respectfully. Okay, I'll go first. Shen Qing turned his head and looked at him. He picked up his coat again and put it on. Shen Qing watched his figure leave, and then raised his feet to the kitchen in a high mood. However, Zheng went into it and wandered back and forth in it several times. In the end, she gave up doing it herself. She only warmed milk and soaked a bag of cereal. Although it is simple to eat, the mood is very happy. She half sat on the armrest of the sofa with a cereal cup in her hand, and then looked down at the time while drinking. The cereal, which could have been poured in 3 or 2 times, was drunk by her, like some kind of mountain and seafood soup. And she was sipped one by one. Today's weather is not bad, and Shen Qing's mood is like the sunshine outside, starting to be hot and warm. The mobile phone rang, and Shen Qing raised his eyebrows slightly, and then quickly finished the remaining mouthful. She took the cup into the kitchen and washed it in a good mood. When she came out of the kitchen with her wet hands, she took out her mobile phone and took a look. Unexpectedly, it was Zhou Qian. Shen Qing already knew this result the moment the mobile phone rang. You can come out at any time. Zhou Qian gave her a very short message. As before, she gave L the choices simply and gently. He can come out at any time, that is to say, he can wait now or he can continue to wait. When he left home and went out, Shen Qing was still in a delicate mood. I'm so excited that there's no reason. Not far away, I saw Zhou Qian's car. Zhou Qian rolled down the car window and looked at her sideways, and the smile on the corners of his mouth was a little stronger. The sun fell on Zhou Qian's car, and his face also had a little halo, which looked comfortable and dazzling. How to park the car here? Shen Qing walked over and asked knowingly. Otherwise, Zhou Qian smiled, glanced at the co-driver's seat, motioned her to come up, and then said again, I just watched your brother's car leave. Shen Qing smiled and got into the co-pilot with a smile. When he fastened his seat belt, he looked sideways at Zhou Qian. How about it? Did you take a few more glances? Maybe I followed my brother's car. If you are really so unscrupulous, then I can only accept my fate. Zhou Qian smiled, obviously as if he was complaining, but his tone was very happy. Shen Qing smiled and turned his head to look at Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian put his hand on the steering wheel and also turned to look at her. The four looked at each other. I don't know why. The atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. The weather is so good today. Shen Qing even unconsciously feels a little hot in the realization of this hot banquet. Zhou Qian didn't move. and the throat knot moved slightly. Shen King turned his eyes away, and his eyes just fell on his fingertips gently on the steering wheel. Zhou Qian's gentleness, although light, followed the rhythm, seemed to hit Shen King's heart every time. Shen King swallowed his saliva unconsciously. Zhou Qian's fingers are always beautiful when you look at them. Your sister, didn't you say anything yesterday? Shen King called lightly unnaturally, and then quickly found a topic. Not have as how Q. Lion shook his head, and then started the car. Yu Guang blinked at Shen King and continued to speak. She said that you were very beautiful. Zhou Qian's words are not false. Zhou Yiren did say that Shen King was beautiful. It's so rare to praise me. Shen King smiled and was not stupid. Then he asked, isn't it bad to scold? Haha. Zhou Qian smiled and didn't really say anything to scold Zhou Yiren. He just turned his head to look at her, and then reached out and touched her head. Miss S. Hun is really smart. Well, Shen King smiled, and his smile was not very natural. Although Zhou Qian quickly withdrew his hand, the touch he just touched still made her heart beat inexplicably. Shen King lowered his eyes and didn't dare to watch Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian drove the car, and his eyes were not slightly biased, and he could look at Shen King's side face. Some words, the more you think about it, the more it becomes. He just likes her. She is so beautiful. How can he dislike her? For a long time, Shen King raised his eyes, then looked out of the car window and found that Zhou Qian had driven the car to a breakfast shop. She looked at Zhou Qian in surprise. It's too early. You probably haven't eaten, have you? Zhou Qian stopped the car and turned to look at her. The four looked at each other, and Zhou Qian smiled again. I didn't eat. Okay. He bent over and untied Shen King's seat belt. At such a close distance, he whispered again. How about asking Miss Shen to eat with me again? I ate cereal in the morning, and Shen King no longer hid it. Zhou Qian smiled, not surprised. He let go of Shen King's seatbelt and moved his body. Just as he was about to retreat, Shen King pulled his arm. Zhou Qian looked down at his arm being held. He only felt that at this moment, all his feelings were amplified. Even the direction of the blood vessels on his body is clearer, and he can feel that the blood is gradually transmitted to the heart through the place where Shen King is holding him. Zhou Qian's breathing was a little heavier. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Raise your eyes, tilt your head slightly, and get closer to Shen King little by little. Shen King was a little nervous, especially when he felt that the breath of Zhou Qian was approaching. At such a distance, Shen King did not dare to move, but just held his breath. Shen King closed at his eyes and heard the sound of the door being pushed open. Get out of the car. Zhou Qian's voice sounded, retreated a little, and then returned to the driver's seat. Shen King could feel that his breath was moving away. He turned his eyes slightly and saw that the door beside him had been pushed open. Well, when he got out of the car, Shen King nodded and licked his lips when he turned around and got out of the car. At that moment just now, at such a distance, she admitted that she was indeed a little floating. Chapter 98. What Zhou Qian wants is to have a good breakfast, or it may be with Zhou Qian, so it is easy to satisfy. Is the taste okay? Zhou Qian handed her a piece of paper. Delicious? Shen King took it with a smile, wiped the corners of his mouth, and said with a smile, have you used up all the good places? Zhou Qian was puzzled and soon laughed again. He understood what Shen King was talking about before, and he also knew a little about some places that could be used as a date. Next time you take me, I'm not picky about food. Zhou Qian smiled, put his mobile phone on the table, and then got up. I went to the bathroom. Well, Shen King nodded. Looking at Zhou Qian's figure going to the bathroom, Shen King quickly invited the waiter. I don't want to let Zhou Qian pay the bill every time. Shen King bought the order. When he looked at the direction where Zhou Qian disappeared again, he stopped when the phone rang. Shen King followed the voice, and his eyes naturally fixed on Zhou Qian's mobile phone. Shen King really wanted to ignore the voice, but the more he wanted to ignore it, the more curious he became in his heart. Biting her lip, she still stretched out her hand. Zhou Qian put his mobile phone here by himself. Shen King seemed to be a little familiar with the name displayed on the mobile phone screen, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it for a moment. Do you want to pick it up? The voice of Zhou Qian sounded, breaking Shen King's meditation. No, Shen King raised his eyes and quickly denied it. He wanted to return the phone to Zhou Qian as soon as possible, but when he reached out and returned it, his fingertips accidentally touched the mobile phone directly. Hey, a very young female voice came from. Although Shen King doesn't listen to it, it is indeed a female voice. Zhou Qian took it and then directly pressed the phone without hands. He sat down and put his mobile phone on the table again. Zhou Qian, the voice on the other end of the phone was very excited, even with a little excitement. Shen King's eyes were slightly recognized. What's the matter? Zhou Qian glanced at Shen King, and then whispered to the phone, I'll treat you to dinner in the evening. The voice is very bright and direct. Why? Zhou Qian asked. Do you need a reason to treat me to dinner? The person on the other end of the phone was a little puzzled. He laughed and continued to speak. He didn't see each other often. How could he know if it was suitable? Hearing this, Shen Qing couldn't help but look at Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian also looked at her with eyes facing each other. Shall I send you the location later? Seeing that Zhou Qian was silent, the other side opened his mouth again. No, I don't have much time recently. Zhou Qian refused. So when do you have time? The other party didn't seem to be very mean, so he even asked questions. Miss Wu, I don't think you understand what I mean. I don't have time to meet you. When Zhou Qian said this, he glanced at Shen Qing again. Shen Qing didn't say anything at the moment, but picked up the water cup in front of her and was drinking water. I understand. You didn't understand what I meant. Gu Liana smiled. I'm not really waiting for you to have time and talk to you about bullshit. I'm pursuing you. Your model is very popular now, mature and stable. Zhou Qian looked at his mobile phone and was speechless. I think you are good. Look at me. Are you young enough? Gu Liana is really familiar with her, and there is no burden at all when she says anything. Don't you just like young people? Gu Liana didn't know where she heard this. Shen Qing put down the glass of water, glanced at the direction outside the door, and motioned him to go out first. Without waiting for Zhou Qian to nod, Shen Qing had already got up and left. Before leaving, Zhou Kunyan passed by. I also heard a voice on the other end of the phone. I heard that your former fiancée was very young. I was confident that she was no worse than her. Shen Qing had already walked over. Hearing this, he couldn't help but stop again. She just suddenly wanted to hear what Zhou Qian said. I don't like everyone who is young. I just like someone. Miss Gu, I really don't have time. Thank you for your kindness. Let's do this first. Zhou Qian hung up the phone by himself, and then looked up at Shen Qing. The four eyes were facing each other. Shen Qing realized that he was going out, and quickly turned around and raised his feet out. Zhou Qian got up and went to the front desk to ask. He found that Shen Qing had already paid the bill, so he followed him out. Doesn't Mr. Zhou give others a chance to try? When Zhou Qian pushed the door out, Shen Qing stood at the door and squinted at him. How to try? Zhou Qian laughed, then took her wrist and pulled her to the side of the car. Zhou Qian opened the door of the car for Shen Qing, then supported the roof of the car with his elbows, bent down slightly, and looked straight at Shen Qing, who was sitting in the co-pilot at the moment. Did he try to hold hands or hug, or go to bed? Who knows you? Shen Qing looked up at him, and then stretched out his hand to pull the car door. Zhou Qian held the car door and didn't let her close it. Mr. Zhou, Shen Qing looked up at him. Zhou Qian looked at her, was silent for a few seconds, let go of his hand, and then went directly to the other side and got into the car. Mr. Zhou, Shen Qing looked at Zhou Qian, who was sitting next to him, and shouted again. Mr. Zhou was dumped. What else? Zhou Qian leaned over and approached Shen Qing, and then whispered, should I ask why he was dumped and not rich enough? Not in good shape. Cooking is not delicious. Or, don't work hard in bed. Shen Qing looked at him, swallowed his saliva, and couldn't say a word. Zhou Qian looked at her with burning eyes. It's close at hand at this moment. Zhou Qian stretched out his hand, pulled the seat belt over Shen Qing, and then lowered his eyes to fasten it for her. Shen Qing turned her face slightly away. At this moment, Zhou Qian's breath was too close. She was easily driven by his breath, so she could only look away. What I want is not just what you want. Zhou Qian opened his mouth, breathed into her ear, and then gradually returned to his position. Shen Qing turned his eyes to look at him, watching him fasten his seatbelt and start the car. She looked at Zhou Qian's side face, and she could also see the other side of his face, the scenery of cars rushing by outside the window. In Zhou Qian's opinion, what does she want? Is it a partner of good character, a stable marriage, and a background that can support their Shen family? It seems that it's true. It seems that they have been running for this since the first time. Try not to divorce, manage with a little heart, and continue to be satisfied with each other for as long as possible. Isn't this a good marriage? No matter what the original intention is, if you have a heart for a long time, it will exceed 70% or 80% of the world's marriage results. So, what does Zhou Qian want? Chapter 99 The off-duty time is up to you, and the atmosphere in the car is quite subtle. When Shen Qing turned his eyes to look at Zhou Qian again, his eye is unconsciously softened a little. The best thing when some things are not pierced is that you know me, but there is no real explanation. Could it be? Commonly known as ambiguity. Shen Qing looked at Zhou Qian's side face. When the word ambiguity appeared in her mind, her heart also accelerated a little. Now it can't be said that there is no relationship between them, but it is not really clear what the relationship is. Does she often call you? After a long silence, Shen Qing suddenly asked this question. After breaking the topic for a long time, Shen Qing asked again at this moment, and Zhou Qian also knew what she was talking about. I'm talking about Liana. It's okay. Sometimes, you may call me and send me a message when you are bored. Zhou Qian answered very calmly, and then directly took out his mobile phone and handed it to Shen Qing. Do you want to have a look? No, even between ordinary friends, the topic of conversation is private, so it's not easy for others to see it, right? Shen Qing said so, but he still stretched out his hand and did not take it directly. He stopped when he was about to touch it, and glanced at Zhou Qian again. Right, Mr. Zhou? Yes. Zhou Qian smiled and was ready to take it back. Shen Qing held the corner of the mobile phone. Looking at each other, Shen Qing turned his eyes and took away his mobile phone. When he looked down, he said again, does Mr. Zhou's mobile phone have a password? When Shen Qi had said this, he was a little proud, as if he was about to master some secret. On your birthday, Zhou Qian looked ahead, and his tone was very light, not even ups and downs. Such calmness can't help but make Shen Qing doubt. My birthday, well? Zhou Qian nodded and then turned his head to look at her again. Don't you remember your birthday? I remember, but how can you use my birthday? Shen Qing squeezed his lips, looking a little puzzled and dissatisfied with pretending. Otherwise, is it a violation of your rights, name, portrait, or what? Zhou Qian's words were very light, with a smile as if there was nothing, and he paid you some money to occupy the right to the birthday date. In the end, Zhou Qian laughed out loud. He couldn't understand it, but it was probably just a joke. Shen Qing snorted and said nothing, but his hand was very honest, and he still clicked Zhou Qian's mobile phone without saying a sound, and when he really clicked on his birthday, the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised a little. Zhou Qian actually kept her birthday a secret. When did she start? At the beginning, she planned to get married. Zhou Qian really came for a good gentleman and loyalty for a long time. Can you see the others? Shen Qing is very good, but it seems that he doesn't want to be so good. She read the messages sent by Liana to Zhou Qian. It was not much. It was indeed only occasional, and Zhou Qian was only a polite response. However, there are many contacts in Zhou Qian's dialogue list, so the mobile phone is in hand, which inevitably tickles a little. It's not that people are uneasy, but sometimes people have unspeakable curiosity. Look, Zhou Qian smiled, but he was very generous. Shen Qing smiled and turned his head down. However, within 2 minutes, Zhou Qian opened his mouth again. Although you are young, you know everything you should know, so you should also know that Hong Yu is chasing you. Then turned on his mobile phone and sent a message to Shen Qing. The off-duty time is up to you. When the message sounded, Shen Qing looked down at his mobile phone. Zhou Qian looked at Shen Qing's movements not far away. He knew that Shen Qing was looking at his mobile phone, and after watching it, he turned his head to look in his direction. Zhou Qian shook the window a little, smiled at her sideways, and then started the car to leave. Shen Qing watched Zhou Qian's car leave. For some reason, he suddenly felt an empty sense of loss. It seems that after Zhou Qian left, the air around him tasted different. But obviously, Zhou Qian had just left, and he didn't even arrive for a minute. Chapter 100 Entanglement. Time is fast and slow. Shen Qing originally wanted to send a message to Zhou Qian in the afternoon, but he didn't expect that Guan Lan came to find her first. When he saw Guan Lan's car, Shen Qing was a little surprised, but he still smiled and walked in her direction. Sister Lan. Shen Qing walked over and looked down at the person in the driver's seat with a stronger smile. How do you know I'm here? What your brother said. Guan Lan smiled and bent down to push the door for her. I had time today, so I wanted to hang out with you. You didn't have an appointment tonight, did you? No. Shen Qing shook his head and got into the car quickly. When the co-pilot was fastening his seat belt, Shen Qing turned to look at her. Sister Lan, has my brother been very busy recently? I'm busy, or can I come to you? Guan Lan smiled and even helped her pull her seatbelt very thoughtfully, and then sat straight back to her seat before opening her mouth. She really should follow your brother is together, but you know that your brother loves career more, so I can only look for you. Guan Lan looked at her and paused for 2 seconds before continuing. I want to ask you to help me look at the wedding dress. Shen Qing looked at her and laughed later. Of course. She almost forgot that her brother was engaged to Guan Lan, and the marriage should indeed be on the agenda. She guessed that Guan Lan came to her, perhaps because her brother really didn't have time, or, anyway, she used to be a person who was close to divorce and may know something about some things or details. Guan Lan started the car, and Shen Qing looked out of the window. After hesitating, he still sent a message to Zhou Qian. You can get off work late. Zhou Qian didn't return, and Shen King was not in a hurry. Guan Lan's car drove very steadily. When she looked ahead, she opened her mouth with a smile. Your brother said that your father doesn't use cars much. Why don't you drive? Your driving skills are very average. Shen King smiled. But to be honest, if someone picks you up, you can pick up. And it's also very convenient for someone to pick up a taxi. She doesn't like cars very much. Haha, the car has to be driven all the time to be proficient. Guan Lan smiled and looked at her. Shen King also looked at her. This glance made Shen King's heart sneer. She was not smart, but she was not stupid either. Between a glance, she could understand whether she was really just smiling at you, or she had something to say while smiling. In fact, Guan Lan is not bad to her. She is subconsciously nervous about Guan Lan and dare not talk deeply. Perhaps because she is guilty for her brother. Until now, she can't tell how much true love and the interest there are in the marriage between her brother and Guan Lan. She can't tell Guan Lan that my brother is very selfish. Not to mention that Guan Lan herself mocks herself that work is more important than her in her brother's heart. But every time she sees Guan Lan, it's not that a domineering person like Guan Lan is so patient and gentle to her. And she always feels that she is not particularly generous. Don't influence other people's fate. She understands, so she is careful to be herself, without resisting or saying too much. Sure enough, after Guan Lan withdrew his gaze, he opened his mouth, even though his tone was understated. Do you think your brother will cross the river and demolish the bridge again? Knowing that Guan Lan had something to say, but she didn't expect it to be so direct. Shen King looked at her side face and was stunned. Guan Lan smiled and calmly faced Shen King's stunned eyes at this moment, and soon continued to look ahead. Your brother is an extreme egoist. He can give anything that is beneficial to him, but sometimes he will turn his face and be ruthless. But aren't you already going to marry him? Shen King said this carefully. To solve his danger, Guan Lan opened his mouth indifferently and added another sentence. Engagement is a gift from me to him, which is my sincerity. So now, are you hesitating about marriage? Shen King lowered his eyes and asked this question. I don't know. I suddenly wanted to ask such a question. Guan Lan smiled bitterly. If you don't do it, it seems that you can avoid all the damage. But if Shen Haoji is actually not so resistant, who knows? By the way, your previous wedding dress, the former designer of the Zhou family, you can ask Zhou Qian. Shen King quickly opened his mouth and knew what he wanted to ask. Well, Guan Lan nodded leisurely. Okay, I'll treat you to dinner. What would you like to eat? Guan Lan quickly changed the topic again. Maybe for her, the emotions and time occupied by joys and sorrows can't be too obvious and long. Marriage is not only a matter of personal feelings, but also the interests of the family. Or, for Guan Lan, the interests of the family can be put aside. She is willing to help Shen Haoji, even if she can't bring anything to their family. But at least she can't let Shen Haoji harm their family. Shen Haoji was the first to cross the river and demolish the bridge, so it is not difficult to understand that Guan Lan would worry too much. I can do it, Sister Lan, you decide. Shen King smiled, as if he was relieved, and instantly became much more lively. Just don't talk about topics that embarrass her. Okay, Guan Lan nodded. Guan Lan smiled and turned to look at her. Do you know why we broke up at the beginning? Shen King looked at her and raised her heart that had just been put down. Shen King lowered his eyes and hesitated for a few seconds. When he opened his mouth, he sighed slightly, but he was very honest. I don't know if it's right or not. In my impression, your personalities don't match. Guan Lan is very strong. Shen Haoji, well, in fact, it can also be seen that he likes to influence others and always feels that he can control everything. In this way, it is really difficult for two people to be together for a long time. After the initial passionate love, they will begin to argue and compete, and they will try to be the controller of this relationship. They were very excited when they were together, but they were also tragic when they were separated. I'm still not as rational as your brother. Guan Lan smiled. Although she has to be strong, Shen Haoji is more rational. Since she can't get along, forget it. Shen Haoji can give up, but Guan Lan will be more painful. Knowing that she can't get along, she is reluctant to let go, and she can't give up all the feelings she has ever given. Therefore, she is more painful when she breaks up. Shen King also remembered that Guan Lan should be more painful, because she had been hysterical for a while. On the other hand, her brother was only silent for a period of time and then lived a good life again. Of course, she did not fall in love again. I have been trying to be like him now. Guan Lan laughed. I don't know if I can become it. When I'm outside, facing other people, I think I have done it. But when I come back to face him, it seems that I always feel that it's too late. Close. It is rare for Lan to be frank. Perhaps it is because of Shen Qi's silence and neutrality that she is more willing to talk to her heart. Otherwise, to who is not a rational high-ranking person around him, and who has time to be too happy and angry about this kind of thing? Shen Qing didn't say anything. He stretched out his hand and held Guanlan's arm. Guanlan turned her head to look at her and smiled gently.